South Arena. We're about to begin our Angus show this morning with our Class 1 females. We have 18 entries in the first class of Angus. This is your final call. We're leading your cattle in. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge in the South Arena today. Is Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons. He grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. And while he was growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country and then became interested in livestock judging. That became a passion, and it led him to the Black Hawk East College, where he was a part of the judging team, and then went on to Texas Tech University. He served as the assistant livestock judging coach at Tech, and then after that duty, took a job with the Sunglow Feeds. Currently serves as the cattle show feed specialist with Sunglow, and he, and along with his wife Ashley and son Lander and daughter Lane Grace, operate Fitz Genetics, a multiple faceted and multiple breed operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country, including the American Royal, the North American International Livestock Expo, the Houston Livestock Show, as well as the Arizona National and the State Fair of Texas, also Fort Worth and the Star of Texas in Austin. And we're pleased to have Nick Fitzsimmons in the South Arena today, working with our junior heifer exhibitors here in San Antonio.
Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to announce our judge on the north side, Krisha Geffert. Krisha will be working through our Hereford, Simmental, Shorthorn, Polled Hereford, and Maine Anjou breeds here today. Hometown is Reedsburg, Wyoming. She works with ADM Animal Nutrition, and her husband and herself own and operate Geffert Cattle Company, a multifaceted operation, merchandising multiple breeds of cattle. Krista judged at Butler and Colorado State, and we're certainly proud and pleased to have her with us today to work through our cattle in our north judging arena. Now, you Hereford people, or excuse me, you Simmental breeders, be aware, we've only got 36 Herefords. 36 Herefords in the whole show on the horn Hereford, so you all start thinking about it, you Semi people.
This will be second call for Class 2 Angus to staging. We've got a reminder here that here in San Antonio, only the exhibitor and their calf can be in the staging area. Class 2 Angus to staging. For those of you that have not shown in San Antonio previously, we'd like to remind you that our division classes are also numbered, and the calf division champion class is class 5 and 6. So you exhibitors that have the first class after the division, that's going to happen real quick. So y'all need to be getting ready. Don't be surprised when we hop from a class call for class 4 in the arena to going to a class 7 class call, and that's because of the division drives.
Certainly my pleasure to be here today to work with your kids and evaluate heifers. And we start off with this first class, and it logics well for me. Young man's heifer that wins does so pretty easily. She combines a lot of positive traits out here and just overwhelms the rest of them in terms of her female cow character. She's functional in terms of her structure, and then she assembles herself very well from the side. I think you can make a case for femininity in the heifer in second, and she definitely has the class advantage there. In comparison to the heifer above her, though, so that also works to her disadvantage. There just isn't quite enough oomph there. That heifer's obviously younger and more immature. I just wish she had more stoutness. But I think I appreciate her moderation in relation to the second heifer and third here. But like I said, she gets plenty frail in her bone work, would like to stouten her up. Absolutely, your heifer has that advantage. She's one that's stouter featured as she comes to the ground. There's just more to her. She's kind of at an awkward teenager stage for me. She's a little longer bodied. She needs to just body down and moderate a shot. But if she does all those things right, one that can read on as a cow with more dimension certainly than the heifer above her, and I absolutely appreciate that. Young lady, your goggle-eyed heifer is very, very nice. Don't give up on her. She's one that's going to go maintain herself as a mature cow very, very well. We set her into the show ring. Just the shape of her head isn't quite as elegant as some of the rest of them, and as she gets out and moves on this surface, she just doesn't want to get out and go quite as well, but very, very nice, moderate kind of cow that's going to go on and do big things for you.
Well, thank you very much for that critique of our first class of Hereford females. Winning the class is Braden Wolib from Whitney FFA. Second in Class 1 goes to Madison Dietze from Belleville FFA. Third place award goes to Hayden Peel, Aledo, FFA. And fourth goes to Abigail Bloom from Williamson County 4-H. Now leading in Class 2 Herefords in our North Judging Arena. So Class 3 and 4 Hereford females, we need you to the North staging area. Only one in Class 3, so Class 4, we need you right away.
Class
Lot-
2's Angus Heifers, second call. Let's get to staging, please.
I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank Ms. Abby Wallop from Whitney, Texas. She's helping us in the North Arena, handing out awards. She is a member of Whitney FFA, and she's our Texas Horned Hereford Queen. So certainly thank and appreciate Abby's efforts here, serving as our Texas Horned Hereford Queen and assisting us in the North Judging Arena.
Class class of March-born heifers over here on the Hereford side that represent a lot of differences, although the one that wins, again, does so fairly easily in my mind. She gives you that really come-hither look from the side. She assembles herself beautifully in that regard. She's one that's pretty impressive just in terms of the amount of dimension she has. Even though that's not a female term I like to lead with in heifers, it's definitely a decided advantage out here amongst her contemporaries. The decision for me comes between the next two, but even so, I'm going to use the extension and ladylike feature of the young lady's heifer here directly in front of me. The darker pigmented heifer is one that just gets kind of out-horsed by the heifer ahead of her, but you get down and evaluate her. I like her rear hoof shape. She's deeper heeled and a little stouter to her feature than the heifer that rounds out the class. Another one here, young lady, that assembles very smooth from the side. I appreciate that about her. She's one that it all fits together, if you will. Just in this particular class, she's at a little bit of a performance disadvantage. She's a little shallower heeled and longer toed, but still a very high quality, functional, structured kind of female that's going to go on and make you a great cow.
Thank you for those comments on class number 2. Winning the class is Brighton Muir, member of the McLennan County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor is Mackenzie McCullough from Austin County 4-H. And third in class 2 in our Hereford show, Ava Jones, Paradise FFA. Again, only a single entry in class 3, so we need all class 4 heifers to the north staging area.
Single entry February heifer over on the Hereford side, and one that is going to maintain herself very well in terms of body condition as she gets to be a mature cow feeding a calf at her side. She's wide penned and has plenty of dimension to her. I think a very nice cow prospect for her. We'll evaluate further as we bring her back. Give her a round of applause as she heads on out.
Again, a single entry in class 3, but a real nice female exhibited by Haley Foster from Coleman FFA. Now bringing in class 4 in our junior horned Hereford show, North Judging Arena. So you winners from classes 1 through 3, be ready. We'll go into our heifer division following the conclusion of class number 4. So you class 7 Hereford females, be ready.
And joining us in the Angus show today, we're always pleased to have Mr. Rydell Tanner, the gentleman who serves as the regional manager for the American Angus Association. Appreciate Rydell's help in being here at San Antonio show.
Well, first and foremost, just appreciate the opportunity to come out here today, sort through your cattle and work through with your kids. And we start off in just such an incredible fashion here with this first class Angus. They said this is one of our larger classes for the day, and just such quality from top to bottom. We started all off with this heifer here at the front that just hits you hard. I think when that one first comes in, one to me just has the right kind of skeletal build and function and basics that I'm looking for here throughout the remainder of the day, but then comes with those extras in terms of look and presence and a proud kind of a posture there through her front end. I like that one's proportionality from her chest floor and how she feeds back into her flank. Her collection in her top line really elevates her in this particular class. She's not as big-footed or maybe quite as opened up in terms of her natural and just raw power from behind, but has more than enough, in my opinion. Again, the way this one's put together from the side profile, and she remains that way when she takes off and goes, brings her to the top. The heifer in second, in my opinion, has the most sought-after skeletal build. Her foot size, her squareness to her toe, the way that one's base width is built, and then the way she goes off of both ends is what I'm naturally drawn to. Her cow function in terms of body shape and dimension is also something that gets me fired up. You compare her back to my class winner, not quite as tidy in her throat latch, not quite as neat in her chest floor, doesn't remain quite as balanced from her heart. Now she feeds back into her flank. Still love that one in terms of just a brood cow look. The one in third has some extras and some ESTs in this particular class. The biggest footed, the stoutest bone, has as much true dimension from behind the cattle as any of them. She takes off and goes, and that's one that I just question in terms of her rear skeleton. She's a little shorter hip. She's a bit more vertical in terms of her hock and how she goes to the ground. That shows up when she takes off and goes, but no doubt some generating pieces. A very impressive female for that young lady. We continue down the line. Got one here next. There's nothing majorly wrong with her. She's good bodied. She reads with enough comfort in terms of her hip and hind leg. I like to rock her back in her knee just a touch. See her with a bit more of those ESTs in terms of look and presence there through her front end to move up in a high quality class. Female comes here next, a bit more of the same. We could set her back an angle to her shoulder and just power her up in terms of her heart and forerib. That one has some look. She has some presence and some added shape when you get riding behind the cattle. Just like to see her go a bit more comfortably there out of her front end. Young man has one coming here next that I like in terms of just her neat, high-headed look. One that's long and collected in her top line and round in terms of her body shape. She, too, needs to be a shot more comfortable when she takes off and goes. She's a bit more vertical in her front end skeleton, but certainly appreciate that one's length of body and her look through her front end. Young man has one coming here next that I like in terms of just her broody, powerful shape through her center body. She's comfortable off of both ends. A little shorter and rounder and not near as neat in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward and her hook bones back, but that one represents an awfully good kind. Young lady has one coming here next, and when she first came in, I like in terms of just her reach and athleticism, her softness in terms of her center body. I'd like to open her up in terms of her forerib and see just a bit more feature there at the surface to move up, again, in a very high quality class. Young man has one coming here next. Moderate, easy keeping, sound off of both ends. Again, a little shorter in terms of her construction from her shoulder blade forward and her hook bones back, but I like that one in terms of her reach and her comfort off of both ends. Young lady has one coming here next. Has some big feet. I like that one, stoutness from behind. Like to see her built a bit more like a lady from the side profile. Young man, I like this heifer in terms of her round turn to her center body and her stoutness from behind. Again, like to smooth her up in her shoulder. See that all come together with a bit more a semblance of balance from this side. We continue down the line. We got a set of heifers that I think are sound and comfortable. Like to open them up in terms of their mass. This one needs to have a bit more look, shoulders forward. I like this one in terms of her flexibility. Just like to see a bit more dimension when you step right in behind them. And again, a set of them down here that I think have enough flexibility, have enough size and performance, just to see a bit more mass right there through their center body. Very good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the overview of the Class 1. Taking first place honors was entry 44-007, Quentin Lyle, the exhibitor from Brazos County 4-H. Your second place to Lily Cameron from Rivercrest FFA. Third, Kenley Bozeman, the exhibitor with Ida Lou FFA. Fourth, Sarah Micknick of Sam Rayburn, Ivanhoe FFA chapter. Sixth goes to Hagen Sage Lee of Millsap FFA, your sixth place award. To Ford Belleth of Throckmorton County 4-H. Seventh to Mason Carlson of Oldham County 4-H. Eighth place to Erica Jones with Grapevine FFA. Ninth to Garrett Saunders, Lynn County 4-H. And 10th place to Ashley Udy of Detroit FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in the Angus Show.
I think if you use the word balance to describe the heifer that wins, and that's her biggest attribute out here, she absolutely has that. She's one with just a balance of traits. She's got enough dimension. She's got enough look. She's one that's going to maintain herself awesome in terms of rib and body, reads super uniform in her lower body depth. Now, for the traditionalists, maybe she's a little loud marked. Doesn't bother me a bit. I like that about her. She's one that really garners your attention immediately as she walks into the ring. A pretty nice one we'll evaluate further as we bring her back. I think there's some decisions amongst the next three, but you just go back to cow character, and the young lady's heifer in second definitely wins the award there. This one has a tremendous amount of spring or rib. She carries herself back deep into her flank. Just a really moderate cow prospect. With that, though, she's getting a little more condition up through her chest floor at this stage of the game. Just like to trim her down a shot at this point in terms of her maturity. But when you get her stopped on the standstill on the side, she's one that gives you a really nice look in terms of balance and those features from her shoulder back. Young man's got a heifer here that reads with true dimension. I like that about her, one that's just a little more traditional. She's deeper into her chest floor and then kind of reads up into her forerib, but still has a lot of good to her in terms of her stoutness of feature, one that's got plenty of power to her. Just like to get her out and move her a shot freer as she gets out and goes. Young lady's got a heifer here that's just not wanting to show herself off quite as well. At times when you get her stuck well, she has absolute advantages over those two heifers above her because she's so loose in terms of her skeleton. She's very, very flexible. That's actually a really big-footed, very angular heifer that's more feminine in her features up through her front end. Today, she's awful green in her composition and just kind of wants to fall apart on the young lady. If we get her to hold herself together, she just naturally isn't quite as strong behind her shoulder. She slopes a little from hooks to pins, but that's absolutely a functional cow that's going to go on and have a flexibility advantage.
Angus exhibitors with Class 3 cattle, final call for staging. Class 4, be moving this way.
Results of Class 4 in our Junior Horned Hereford Show. Winning the class is Briar Banahan from Crum FFA. Our second place female exhibited by Callie Blacksher, Garrison FFA. Third place ribbon goes to Jensen Corston, Klein Collins FFA, and fourth place heifer exhibited by Leilani Rodriguez, Harris County 4-H. We're now bringing in our first and second place exhibitors out of classes 1, 2, and 4, and our single entry out of class 3. From these females, our judge, Ms. Krisha Geffert, will select our division winners in our heifer calf division. You class 7 and 8 Horned Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 7 and 8 Horned Hereford females to the north staging area.
Well, again, an excellent class over here in our Angus show. And these top two females, I think, are a bit more alike in their type and kind than they are different. The heifer that I used to win to me has a bit more foot and feature, a bit more dimension in terms of her center body. I prefer right there out of the backside of her shoulder, and she remains a shot more collected in terms of her top line, one that gives you such a neat look from her shoulders forward, so soft and maternal in her center body. Again, very comfortable and attractive in terms of her lower skeleton, one that has more than enough dimension from behind. I think a very nice place to start here in this particular class. The heifer in second mirrors her in terms of her up-headed, neat look, shoulders forward, her softness in terms of her mid-rib, one that's still very comfortable in terms of her angles here from the side profile when she takes off and goes. You compare her back to my class winner. I'd like to strengthen her right there out of the backside of her shoulder and see her reconstructed right there on the top side of her hip just a touch. She could be opened up in her heart and forerib just ever so slightly, but a female there in terms of her reach, her comfort here from the side profile, and her presence from the side profile, I think certainly on point. The heifer here in third, a bit more moderate in her type and kind, a bit bolder in terms of her center body, a bit stouter from behind, and I appreciate all those pieces here in this particular female. One, to me, is just constructed a shot more up and down in terms of her hock. I'd like to power her up and reconstruct her in terms of her foot and how her heel hits the surface, but certainly one that's moderate, easy keeping, bold in terms of her center body. The female closes here in an awfully good class, a bit more of the same, moderate, easy fleshing in terms of her kind, and comfortable off of both ends. She's a bit flatter in terms of just her body shape, one that's not near as neat in terms of her presence and her proportionality here from the side profile, but certainly a good kind of cattle there that's awfully functional in terms of her basic build. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We get out to pick a calf champion on the Horned Hereford side, and I think it's very, very high quality. Not a lot of numbers out here to sort through, but we end up with 4 heifers that all represent a lot of good and are going to go on and do big things as cows for these kids. And obviously very green in their show career and going to have a lot of opportunities yet to hit the ring. I am absolutely big on initial impressions, and there's one out here that just hit me so hard in terms of her look from the side. And not that head shape is a huge decision maker, but for me, she's just the freshest headed. She's the most unique in the way she assembles her pieces from the side. She has the most length and extension ahead of her blade, one that's very fresh in her degree of body condition. She just combines a lot of good for me. I'll go out and select the one that hits me the hardest for your division champion.
And there's your heifer calf champion in our Horned Hereford Junior Heifer Show, coming to us out of class number 2, shown by Brighton Avery Muir from McLennan County 4-H. Congratulations, Brighton.
Brings another nice one in for contention for reserve, and one that's very feminine and refined in her features. She's extremely flexible and good. I think it comes down between the heifers on either end in contention for reserve for me, and they're both fairly similar in terms of their build as you get off to the side of them. There's one for me, though, that's just overwhelming in terms of her true cow power. Young man's wild marked heifer is going to be reserve.
And reserve comes to us out of class number 4. Exhibited by Briar Banahan from Crum FFA. Congratulations to our winners in our calf division, along with all the youngsters that showed in our calf division. Move on to class number 7. Only 2 in that class, so class 8, we need you. We're leading in class 7, so class 8, we need you in the north staging area.
Ladies and gentlemen, over on the south arena, we'd like to share with you the placings from our last class that was judged here. That was our Class 2 Angus heifers born during March of 2024, and taking first place honors was entry 41-624, Brax Parker Fendrich of Stephenville FFA. Second in that class went to Elliot Johnson of Denton County 4-H. Our third place honors, Ashley Slaughter from Bell's FFA, and fourth earned by Callie Shaw of Montague County 4-H. I'd like to remind our first and second place winners that you need to be staying handy close to the arena for that division drive. In the Angus show, we're currently judging Class 3. This will be final call for Class 4 to staging, and then we will move into the division champion. So the next class up, when we move that Class 4 in, Class 7, Angus heifers can move to the staging area.
You talk about show ring presence, and that's where the pair separates himself from me. And the young lady short-tailed heifer is going to win. She tells me that her tail was the result of a dog, and I said, "Is the dog still around?" I wasn't sure that was a good decision for the heifer, but one that still balances so well outside of that. Very, very good in terms of her lower body cavity. She levels up nice in terms of her lines up high. Extremely well presented, stout featured type of individual that's still very, very attractive. Not to take anything away from your heifer, young man. She's just very practical. I like that about her. Flexible, one that's going to go on and do well as a cow. Just not as unique in terms of her pieces as that one that beats her out here. But both these exhibitors did a great job. Let's put our hands together and reward them for their efforts as they head on out.
Well, thank you, Ms. Geffert, for that critique of our Class 7 in our Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class is Alexa Rowe from Aledo FFA, and our second place goes to Caden Shaver from Dayton FFA. Now leading in class number 8 into the North judging area, so Class 9 and 10, be ready. Horned Hereford, North staging area, classes 9 and 10.
Well, back over here in your Angus show, we keep it coming with the goods, and a heifer here at the front of the lineup I think you could really get fired up about in terms of just her easy keeping look through her center body, her comfort and range of motion amongst this set of contemporaries really separates herself. I think this one still has the right kind of presence and proportions here from this eye profile. You could lay her tail head a bit neater in the backside of her hip, maybe tidy her up in her chest floor just a touch, but again, the big pieces on that one I think are awfully good. Heifer that comes here in second is one from her shoulders back I'm certainly drawn to. Again, soft and maternal in terms of her midrib, comes with a shot of added dimension from behind the cattle, comfortable and has plenty of just reach and comfort out of her hip and hind leg up front. I'd like to set her back and angle to her shoulder just a touch. I think that allow her to remain a bit more collected when she takes off and goes, but that young lady gets her set up from the side profile. It's hard to pick a big hole in. Young man here with the 1 and 3rd, it has a heifer that is so moderate and big-bodied and dimensional, just represents a good kind of cattle, still comfortable in terms of her angles, and I think one you could really label as functional when you study her from the ground up. As you step back off her and put her in this show ring setting, I'd like to pick her up and see her with a shot more extension and just freshened up in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. She's a little shorter and a shot rounder in terms of her hip design. Still a good kind of a female standing there in 3rd. Young lady has one here in 4th. Again, stopped and set up. It's hard to put a major hole in this female. Big-footed, stouter in terms of her general construction, round-bodied, neat-looking shoulders forward. She takes off and goes, and I'd like to see just a bit more comfort off of both ends of her skeleton, and I think that'll allow her to loosen up in her center spine just a touch. Young lady has a heifer coming here next. I think her best days are ahead of her. She's a little greener in terms of her composition, but certainly plenty of turn and dimension up high, comfortable and attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg, neat looking from her shoulders forward. She 2's1. I'd like to set her back in her knee just a touch, and I'd like to see her a shot bolder and just fuller in terms of her heart and forerib, but a female that's got some awfully good pieces. The next 2 females are a bit more alike in their type and kind than they are different, moderate, bold-bodied, dimensional in terms of their cage. This one here, I'd like to see a bit stouter featured and just a bit more attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. The female that closes, again, one that's comfortable off of both ends. Just like to pick her up and see a bit more of the show ring look here from the side profile. Freshen her up in her chest floor. See her a bit more collected in her top line. Very good class there. That was an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
We appreciate the overview. Class 3 winner is 59-132. Harrison Bethel of Salina FFA. Second in the class went to Kennedy Poe of Stephenville FFA. Your 3rd place to Dalton Birdwell of Bryson FFA. 4th, Riley Hack, the exhibitor, Royal FFA. 5th, Allie Eckert with Austin County 4-H. Your 6th place award to Sophia Ann Webb of Tomball Memorial FFA chapter. 7th to Penelope Soto, San Marcos FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 3, Class 4, Angus in the ring at this time. Class 4, Angus heifers report to staging. We'll have a division drive for the calf division. Their numbers are 5 and 6, so Class 7 you need to be thinking about moving forward as soon as we're finished with Class 4.
Definitely the biggest and probably one of the deepest classes that I've seen so far today. And that being said, they are absolute polar opposites on the top side of this class. And I guess if feed is your limiting factor and you're going to take these home and make cows out of them, and you're in the desert in New Mexico, and I live in Wisconsin where it's kind of unlimited, I look at these cattle and I say to myself, which one is the show heifer out here? And there's one that just hits me so hard as she comes in immediately. Young lady's heifer that's going to win is just so angular. I love that about her, the way she assembles her pieces from the side. She absolutely has the freshness advantage out here, but she still combines it with a functional structure as she gets out and goes. Now the heifer in second is, like I said, the polar opposite in terms of moderation. She's one that's going to go on and moderate herself so well in terms of limited feed situations, feed an awesome calf at her side and do that. There just isn't as much cow there for me in regards to the one above her. She's got a little bit more through her chest. She's just rounder in her overall composition, but I appreciate her absolute flexibility, her stoutness of feature as she comes to the ground in relation to the heifer in third. If it's a game of standstill, young lady, this heifer wins. I love that about her. She patterns up very, very nicely from the side. She's presented tremendously well, and you do a fantastic job of showing her. It's when she sets into motion for me, she comes up short in that stride in combination with maybe just a little smaller in terms of her rear foot. She's got a nickel more forward chest for me. I'd like to clean that up. But part of that is she's still very neat-necked. She's very elegant. She's very ladylike. I think you could scramble these top three a little bit, but when I go back to structure, I'd like to see her flex just a shot better. I still think she's enough more unique than the heifer that comes in fourth. I can still justify that decision, although this is a very practical cow. I like that about her. Tremendous in terms of her forerib, her depth of body, the way she reads back into her flank, and she handles herself very flexible as well. For me, she's a little rounder in that shoulder shape, just not quite as unique up front, but still tremendously high quality. Next heifer out is level in terms of her line. She actually has that advantage in her front end assembly over the heifer directly ahead of her. I'd like to change the shape of her rear feet just a little bit, though, and make her a little more practical there. Young man's got another one. What you see is what you get. I love that about her. And so I don't question what she's going to go on and do in terms of big basics of a cow, but in the show ring, as she is unique, that's where I'd like to change her. Young man, you're doing an awesome job of getting this one shown. She has length of body for days. That too, though, at this stage of her maturity is what works to her disadvantage. I just like to body her down a shot, but a tremendously high quality class.
We're missing a heifer in class number 10 in our Hereford show, Macy Kate Gillian from Post FFA.
Another very good class here from top to bottom. Maybe not quite as dominant of a winner as we saw in the last couple classes, but one that still has a lot of neat pieces. Again, big-footed, square in terms of her foot. I'll tell you, I like this surface. You can see what's all going on at the ground. You can see the way that they're built in terms of their general angles, and this one reads right in all those fashions. She's comfortable off of both ends. She's got that easy-keeping look through her mid-rib. She still puts it all together with the right kind of look and proportionality here from the side profile. I'd like to strengthen her just a touch right out of the backside of her shoulder, both up high as well as down in her heart and forerib, and then I think that elevates that female just a touch more. She still wins in a pretty commanding fashion here amongst this set. The heifer that comes here in second is one that I think you certainly appreciate, just in terms of her flexibility, her reach and range of motion. That one's awfully fresh in terms of her general composition, and again, remains a bit more collected in terms of her lines down her top line. One, to me, I'd like to see her a bit softer in terms of her midrib, a female that doesn't have as many of those extras in terms of feature, in terms of pin width when you get right in behind the cattle, but one that's awfully nice nonetheless. The one that comes here in third, moderate, bold-bodied, and easy keep-in, still gives you a neat look down the top side of her skeleton. I like to stouten her up at the ground just to put it all together with a bit more of balance as you kind of put it all together in terms of a big picture, but bold, stout, moderate, easy keeping. I think that's a good kind of cattle there in third. The heifer that comes here next has some more size and scale, just general weight per day of age. I'd like to see her more comfortable and just coordinated in terms of her movement out of her hip and hind leg. She too's a bit flatter in terms of her body shape, but certainly good looking there from the side profile. The heifer that closes, again, you've heard me say a few times today, just a good kind of a cattle. She's moderate, she's bold-bodied, she has that easy flesh and look. Maybe not as many of those extras in terms of the show ring setting, in terms of foot size or presence there through her front end, but I like that one in terms of her basic function. Congratulations, those exhibitors. I thought an awfully nice class winner.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. And first place honors in Class 4 of your Angus show going to Quincy Dale Walker of the Magnolia West FFA. Second in the class to Madison Mays of Samuel Clements FFA chapter. Third to Kinsley Shaw, member of the Montague County 4-H. Emma Davenport takes the fourth place award from Lumberton FFA. Rounding out the class with the fifth place ribbon is Peyton Norak of Centerville Groverton FFA. This will bring us to our division championship for the calf division here on the Angus side.
Young lady's doing a great job showing a single entry out here. That could be a challenging job, and she gets her stuck from the side, and she absolutely commands attention. She stays really collected in the top side lines of her skeleton, and it draws you in, absolutely. From there, maybe one that has just a little more forward chest and reads up into the shape of her body, but still very, very flexible. She gets her head up, and you can't help but notice the look of this one from the side. Congratulations to her. Let's put our hands together for her hard work.
Well, congratulations to Adeline Kirkendall. Only a single entry, but a really nice Hereford female, and she's from Woodson FFA. I'd like to take this opportunity to catch up on some results out of Class 8. Our previous class, winning that class, is Callie Harris, Kaufman 4-H. Our second place exhibitor, Madeline Beard, Albany FFA. Third place honors goes to Carly Rowe, Blue Ridge FFA. Placing fourth, Hudson Etheridge, Bullard FFA. Our fifth place female was shown by Jamie Valdez, Lavernia FFA. Sixth goes to Truxton Talo from Klein FFA. And the seventh place female out of Class 8, Thomas Chamberlain, Montgomery FFA.
Angus heifer exhibitors with Class 7, you need to check into staging, please. Class 7 heifers, please check into staging in the Angus show.
Currently judging Class 10 on our north side in our Junior Hereford show. Following conclusion, we'll pick our champions in our junior division. So Class 13 females, start thinking about it.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm glad I grabbed that cup of coffee this morning. These Angus come in here in our first division and really just kind of set you on your heels in terms of quality. In my opinion, you'd have to put a lot of miles on to see a collection of cattle at this age that put this kind of just immense quality together. Again, we started it all off in an incredible fashion there in that first class with a great deal of numbers, and I thought we had an awfully good set of livestock from top to bottom, and then we continued on that trend as we went down through the remainder of these classes and found ones that were just right in terms of their skeletal build and flexibility that had that kind of just maternal look in terms of their center body. And then we still found some extras in terms of show ring appeal and proportionality. Again, very excited with how this group came together as we get them back out here. There's one, in my opinion, that wins and does so quite handily, and I think it'll be fun to see her back out at the end of this show. And then it gets a little closer for reserve. But if you would please, and you're standing ringside, put your hands together for all of our exhibitors here in Division 1 of our Angus show. I'll get you a champion reserve.
And ladies and gentlemen, out of Class 2, our champion calf is entry 41624, Brax Fredericks of Stephenville, FFA. We'll move up that second place out of Class 2 for reserve consideration. And our winner of Class 3 taking reserve honors here in the Heifer Calf Champion Drive, that's entry number 59132, exhibited by Harrison Bethel of the Salina FFA chapter. Congratulations to our division winners and reserves and all of the exhibitors that earned the right to participate in this championship drive.
When this class came in, the initial heifer that leads off, I went to set down my coffee, and it didn't take me 3 seconds to realize I needed to get over there and look at this one. And she does not disappoint. And no matter what angle you evaluate this heifer, she's impressive. She is one that is truly bold in terms of her shape, and then she's truly elegant in terms of the way she assembles it from the side. A fun one to bring back. From there, just as easily, I think this heifer comes into second place, and just not quite as overwhelming as the heifer that wins in terms of her power and dimension. You get down to her rear foot and bone, but boy, does it all fit together. That's a very elegant and refined type female, tremendously fresh in her presentation. Love the shape of her head and the way she blends those pieces together from the side. Just kind of runs into a buzzsaw on the top side. I have a lot of heartburn and debate between these three heifers, and in this class, this is where I spend the most time. And so I land on one for me that's just kind of functional in terms of her structure. She isn't the most massive and she isn't the stoutest. The two heifers behind her certainly outpower her, but for me, she just has a little advantage in terms of the way she assembles up front, her flatness of shoulder. Now, you can absolutely make a case for the heifer that comes next. I like this one a lot when she's on the standstill and you want to evaluate true pen width and just cow power. She's definitely good in that regard. She sets down weird on that one rear foot. I'd like to change the shape of it, and it kind of bends in. If that foot was good, I think it becomes a totally different discussion here, even on up into second. Today, bottom line, just need to modify her there. Young man's got the absolute most powerful cow here, and if that is your end goal and you want to go on and make bulls that assemble those same pieces, she's absolutely still very, very high quality. She just needs to get out and move a little bit easier and freer, and then as a heifer prospect, make her a shot more feminine in her feature.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gifford, for that critique of class number 10 in our Junior Hereford Show. Winning the class is Aiden Barber from Dumas FFA. Our second place female was shown by Paisley Miller, Austin County 4-H. Third place ribbon goes to Catherine Chamberlain from Montgomery FFA. Our fourth place exhibitor, Mary Kate Gillian from Post FFA. And fifth goes to Aubrey Lockhart, Burleson County 4-H. Now bringing our class winners from classes 7 through 10, and we'll pick our junior champions from those classes.
Final call for 42-118. Your class has moved into the arena. Last and final call. As we reminded you earlier, exhibitors, the class following the division champion shows up real quick. And if you're not on your way when the division drive is called in, you're liable to be late. Angus cattle in Class 8. Class 8 Angus, you need to be in staging.
Well, I'd say we absolutely turned up the heat as we got into this division, and it started out good, and then I just like to use the Goldilocks method here. We just got darn near perfect as we got to the end, and I'm not going to take a lot of time to get there for a division champion because she hit me hard, and she still does. Young lady out of the last class is going to be your champion.
Well, congratulations to Aiden Barber with our junior champion, Hereford female, coming to us out of class number 4.
I think the conversation for reserve becomes closer, and there's lots of different options in terms of type and kind. And the heifer out of the first class is one that just fits into a nice package of balance. She's really level in the top side lines, and the bottom proportions match the same, functional in terms of her structure. One that's maybe a little longer bodied, and I think that's a good thing, but does she just balance perfectly from front to back? There's my questions. The young lady's heifer out of the class 3 was a single entry there that's just so practical, and you're still doing a great job of getting her shown. Does she have the extras of the heifers on either side of her in terms of balance and look? Probably not, but still one that's so functional, and I like that about her. Basic and not in a negative way, just not as unique out here. The heifers on either side of her are the ones that comes into contention with for me, and I guess you have to land on where you're comfortable in terms of mature cow size. And like I said, your end goal in terms of production, where you're located, makes those decisions, and for me, it's still not a question. In terms of size, I still think she's very, very high quality. Young lady here is going to be reserve.
And our reserve champion in our junior division comes to us out of class number 8. And that is Callie Harris from Kaufman County 4-H. Congratulations to you. Okay, we're through with our junior division, so we'll start on our senior classes, and that division will start with class number 13. Let's lead class 13 into the show arena. So class 14, we need you in the staging area. Class 15, be ready.
Class 8 Angus exhibitors, we're 4 short, second call. And final call, Class 8. Let's move them up, check them in the staging. Class 8 Angus.
Well, certainly my compliments to these exhibitors out here. Brought an awesome set in this particular class and doing a great job in terms of showmanship, making it a little extra hard on me, just really getting these heifers set the way that they need to, and really showing off their, I guess, most positive attributes. And these two up top, in my opinion, in a world where I think we could use a bit more natural dimension and base width, they both have that to a very high degree. And the heifer that I use is so bold and opened up in terms of her body shape and genuine in terms of her base width, has that same kind of just natural pin width when you get riding behind them that you're naturally drawn to. And a heifer, as you step back off her, in my opinion, where she wins over the one in second is her freshness. Her composition from her chest floor up into her throat latch, the way she's constructed to the base of her cage, and then again, the way that she goes off of both ends. I think this female does a lot of things to a very high degree. If you could change this one, and I think what makes a decision a bit closer, she's a little shorter from her shoulder blade to the top side of her pole, and she's just a shot frailer in terms of her ankle. Some minor criticisms on a female I like an awful lot. The one in second, again, high tying, long and extended shoulders forward, bigger footed, stouter in terms of her general construction, and has that same kind of body shape and dimension in terms of her midrib, her pin width from riding behind the cattle. You step back off of this one, and she's not quite as neat. From the top side of her blade as she comes into the back side of her shoulder and down her top line, she doesn't remain quite as collected. She has a little more depth right there at her jawline and down into her chest floor, and I wouldn't say that she has that same just reach and range there out of her hip and hind leg, not quite as coordinated in terms of her movement, even though I think she has plenty of true flexibility in her lower joints. A very good top pair there, some contrast back and forth. I think both of them are awfully nice. So we get into the heifer here in third. Again, fresh in terms of her composition, comfortable in terms of her angles, high tie-in, bold in terms of her midrib. I'd like to see that same boldness in turn in her heart and forerib and back into her flank. A female that, again, a bit frailer in terms of her general construction there at the surface. If you could tweak that one and amplify her in a couple areas, then I think she crawls into the mix on the top side of this class. The heifer here in fourth is one that if you're looking for those ESTs, and that's the kind of female you're drawn to, this is your heifer right here. The biggest footed, the stoutest from behind, has the most just weight per day of age and length body, and one that I think just has a big scale look. To me, I wish she put it all together with a bit more balance from the side. She's a little deeper shouldered. She's a little more forward in the angle to her front end. Heifer that doesn't have that same turn through the center portion of her body to offset that added frame that she has, but certainly appreciate that one's stout power parts that she brings to this class. The heifer that comes here next has some fun pieces. She is high tying, very neat and extended from her shoulders forward, one that still has the right kind of pin width and dimension from behind. She's a shot piecey out here for me, from her shoulder blade back into her heart and forerib and back into her flank. She wants to cut up a shot more. She too's not near as coordinated in her movement there out of her hip and hind leg, but one that has some fun pieces to breed on. Young lady's doing a great job with that heifer. The heifer that comes here next, if you study her from about her hock up, that one again, soft and easy keeping, maternal in terms of her center body, very feminine in her design from her shoulders forward. You work from there down, she's just a shot more fragile and a bit frailer in terms of her general bone work. I think it takes away from her balance here from the side profile, but I like that one's presence. I like her freshness. The heifer that comes here next, a bit bolder, a bit more dimensional. She's on the other end of the spectrum. I'd like to tidy her up in her chest floor, see her go with just that same comfort out of her hip and hind leg. Heifer that comes here next, bold, stout, powerful up high. I wish she had that same turn to the base of her rib, and I think that'd help her balance up a bit more. Needs to tidy that one up right there at the base of her shoulder to move her up in this class. Bit more of the same here, long-bodied, bold and stout up high, like to soften her up in her midrib, see her more comfortable in terms of her step out of her hip and hind leg, but appreciate her added dimension. The heifer that comes here next has that added softness and turn to the base of her rib, like to rock her back in her angles and see her smoother in her general bone work. The heifer that comes here next, again, has that added shape and dimension up high, like to see her more comfortable off of both ends, like to see it all come together with a bit more balance from the side profile. Awesome class there. Congratulations.
Taking the blue ribbon here in Class 7 is Jake Atkinson of East Bernard FFA. Your second place went to Hudson DeBerry. Our of Lamb County, third in the class, going to Riley Gowan of Bell County 4-H. We were fourth place winner was entry number 59-296, Jay Smith of Erath County. Fifth in the class to Riley Walker of Knox County 4-H. Sixth place going to Peyton McGee of Trinity County 4-H. Our seventh place, Callie Lopez of Groverton. Eighth in the class to Costley Richardson of Commerce FFA. Ninth in the class to Olivia Wortham of Kaufman County 4-H. 10th to Macy Brown of United FFA.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
She's one that's just bolder as you get on that 3/4, like I said, in terms of her true width and dimension. Now, she's not perfect. I'd like to refine her a little more about her teat size and shape. And she isn't just naturally the most level on the top side of her skeleton, but I still think her boldness advantage and just her honest, true dimension allows her to elevate over the heifer in second. Heifer in second, young lady just wants to give her problems in terms of getting her shown, and so it becomes a little hard to read her. But as she gets out and moves, she doesn't want to just get out and take a really long, fluid stride. Now, she has extra length of body. I advocate for that. I don't know when we made it cool to be short-bodied, but because of it, she does miss her track by a little bit. But you get it up and evaluate her in her foreportion of her skeleton. She maybe reads just a little more upright there, and as a result, she wants to spin out just a nickel up front. But I'm getting awfully critical in a heifer that pretty easily is in second and still in contention for first. For me, that's just how I read her today. The decision amongst the next four becomes a little bit hairy for me, and this one I think is just practical. The young lady, you get that one's head up, it changes the game a little bit because she's so fresh. She's got width at her pins, she's got width and dimension down to her stifle, and just balances up from the fore portion to the rear of her skeleton better because of the way she assembles those pieces. Heifer here is one that I'd like to start by saying she could use a foot trim. She's really long-toed, but beyond that, I think she's so smooth in her composition. She's still probably a little more appropriate in her degree of condition than the heifer that follows her, but she could just balance better in terms of the way her chest reads into her and then the way she comes back into her flank. This cow here is going to maintain herself very well as she gets a calf at her side, but today she's just pushing a little more condition up front. It just doesn't allow her to balance as eloquently as we get off to the side. And still a very practical Hereford heifer that ends up here. She could end up in third just as easily, but for me today, just not quite as unique in her show ring pieces out here in comparison to the other heifers.
Thank you, Ms. Gefford, for that critique of Class 13 in our Horned Hereford Junior Show. Winning the class, Paisley Conroy, from Chapel Hill FFA. Our second place female is shown by Riley Hollis, Calhoun County 4-H. Third goes to Jesse Rios, Liberty FFA. Fourth goes to Sage Johnson, Johnson County 4-H. Fifth, McKinley White, Blackwell FFA. And sixth goes to Walker Massar, Rogers FFA.
Angus exhibitors in Class 9, you need to be at staging. We only have a 3-head class in Class 9, so Class 10, you can be moving up and standing ready.
That's showing heifers, right, young man? Get them set perfect, and then she does that. It doesn't matter how she stands out here. She wins pretty easily for me, and function describes this female, and she's one that functions so well in terms of her structure. She's absolutely full of baby and still does it in such a ladylike way and maintains herself in terms of her top line. Very, very good in terms of her structure and just her running gear, one that'll be fun to evaluate further. Young lady, you run into a buzzsaw on the top of this class, right? This is still a very nice heifer. She collects herself very well in terms of her levelness of lines. She's one that's got a little more frame size. We could use some more rib and body, just feedability to go with that, but you're doing a great job of getting her shown. Let's put our hands together. She heads on out.
Thank you for that critique on Class 14. Winning the class is Mason Rader, Marion FFA, and second goes to Kagan Allen, Hunt County 4-H.
Well, we kind of grabbed another gear here in terms of just those extras and a heifer here at the front of the lineup. Once you get past the basics of function and flexibility and foot size and shape, the way she's built in terms of her center body, then she does elevate in terms of just her added proud look there through her front end. The way she's assembled in terms of her shoulder to have that kind of flexibility, to have that kind of reach and range of motion, and then again project with that kind of look from there on up is hard to do. She then transitions back into an incredible kind of a body shape, especially when you take into consideration her freshness and her composition, collected in her top line, stout from behind, big-footed, attractive off of both ends. One that I think wins pretty handily, in my opinion, a heifer that I like an awful lot. Then we get into this one in second, and where you could ever just kind of have this conversation in your head is this one has some added true body shape. She has some added stoutness and thickness from behind the cattle. You could argue that she has bigger feet and just more true bone work underneath, but I never question any of those pieces on my class winner. And so one here that I like an awful lot in terms of her broodiness, she's a little coarser right on the front side of her shoulder. She's not near as neat and ladylike from there on forward in terms of her front end. I like to see her a bit longer and just more comfortable in terms of her step out of her hip and hind leg, but that's getting critical on a female. I like an awful lot in terms of just her raw power, and that one's generating pieces she brings to this particular class. Young man has one in third here, and when he gets her all set up, certainly gives you an awfully good look in terms of her length and levelness back out through her hip, her collection in her top line. Again, the way she's assembled to the base of her rib here from the side profile, and neat looking from her shoulders forward. She takes off and goes, and I think it's partially because she's a bit more closed up underneath. She's a bit uncoordinated in both ends, has enough set, just doesn't go with the same confidence as those two heifers do directly in front of her, especially there out of her front end. But I like that one's look. I like her presence and freshness. The heifer that comes here next, shoulders back, again, so opened up and massive in terms of her midrib, so stout and dimensional when you get right behind this one, and still comfortable out of her hip and hind leg. off her front end. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and knee, tidy up the way she's built right there on the front side of her shoulder, and then just see a bit more freshness and femininity from there on forward. But a heifer, in terms of just her broody, powerful look, she's as good as any of them. Heifer that comes here next on the other end of the spectrum in terms of her neatness and her look there from her shoulders forward, one that's very comfortable in her angles off of both ends. I just wish she kept coming with a bit more drop and turn to the base of her rib. She's a shot more fragile when you consider her in relation to the heifers that go directly in front of her, but neat pieces, and I think one that'll continue to raise show heifers as you project her on. The one that comes here next, long and extended from the side profile, I like that one's balance through the top portion of her skeleton. I'd like to see her a bit deeper and fuller right there in her heart and forward. I'd like to see her more comfortable in her step there out of her hip and hind leg. We continue down the line. Got a heifer here next that's fresh and feminine. Need to see a bit more drop and turn to the base of her rib. Like to see her more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg, but bold and powerful up high. Neat from her shoulders forward. The heifer that comes here next, long and dimensional as you study her there from the side profile on the top end of her skeleton. Like to soften her up, see her a bit more maternal in her look. And the heifer that closes a bit more of the same. Certainly has plenty of turn up high. Like to see that one more comfortable off of both ends and a bit more ladylike in her look from the side profile. Good class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for that overview. We have a single entry over in the Hereford side, and we'll let that class get discussion and recognize, and we'll move back to our Class 8 in the Angus.
The gentlemen here need to be commended for their efforts at home. It's not very often you see a pair show like this. And so my congratulations to you for that feat alone, because that's tremendously hard to do. He said she calved well, she mothered well, she did all the things that you would expect a Hereford to do. She's putting a lot into a baby calf.
Over in the South Arena, we have our Class 9 in the judging arena at this time. Class 10 Angus, you need to be at staging. Taking the blue ribbon and first place honors in Class 8 was entry number 61-938, Wyatt John DeBerry, the exhibitor of Lamb County 4-H. Second went to Kaylee Byerler of the Bangs FFA chapter. Your third place award to Augustus Monroe Harris of Carthage FFA. Fourth to Maya Switchwith of the Klein FFA chapter. Sixth to Kaylee Key of Brazoria County 4-H. Our seventh place ribbon to Presley Johnson of ARP FFA. Eighth in the class to Lauren Krennick of Harris County 4-H. Your ninth place earned by Christina Watts of Brady FFA, and congratulations to all these exhibitors, Class 9 in the arena at this time.
Well, another good class here, and really like the way this Angus show is shaping up. The heifer here at the front of the lineup, when she gets her parked and set up, it's hard to put a big hole in this one in terms of her freshness and her look from her shoulders forward, her massive turn to the base of her rib cage, her comfort and her angles down low are certainly unmatched. And I like this one's foot size and shape. You step right in behind her, she still has the right kind of turn and dimension and just natural thickness that I like to see in these cattle, and still a good size in terms of her mature cow size. You project that that one on. Her moderation, I think, is certainly on point. If I could pick this one just ever so slightly, she takes off and goes, and she's so good at the ground. I wish she was just a shot more, comfortable in terms of her center spine. She wants to tie up just a shot, and she breaks right in behind her blade just ever so slightly. Again, a minor criticism on a heifer, does a lot of things right. We got this one in second. I think you take this one out of the mix, and this is a heifer you can get pretty fired up about. So much turn to the base of her rib, still very neat in terms of her look and her proportionality here from the side profile. When she takes off and goes, I'd like to set her back in her knee just a touch and see her have that same attractive set to her hind leg as our class winner, but certainly one that does a lot of things right in terms of moderation, bold turn, and a good look from the side profile. Heifer that comes here in third is one that I think you certainly appreciate for her added projection and look from her shoulders forward, her added length of body, and just weight per day of age here in this particular class. She needs to be set back and a shot more comfortable off of both ends. I'd like to tidy her up in her chest floor or see her a bit bolder in her heart and floor. If we could offset one of those, I think then you'd appreciate that heifer for all of her added size and scale in this particular setting. Good class there. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
Final call for Angus exhibitors in Class 10. We're short two head, 39-0-117 and 44-888. We need you in staging.
Oh, what a fun division this has been, and the three of them represent a lot of good. And I said, that pair is real world cattle, and I love that about them. Maybe don't come quite in contention with the pair ahead of them just because they don't have the extras. But again, hats off to you for your efforts out here and getting that pair shown and presented out here, extremely high quality. So obviously the decision comes between the next two heifers directly ahead of me. There's one that I said function describes her, and function is a fine word for me because anything that functions in life is practice.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And our reserve senior champion, Horned Hereford female, comes to us out of class number 13, exhibited by Paisley Conroy, Chapel Hill FFA. We'll now start to stage for our champion Hereford drive.
Last and final call, Class 10. We're ready to move your animals in the arena. Placings in Class 9, first place honors going to entry 6392. That's Trista Lehman of Wiltbarger County 4-H taking the first place honors. Second in that class went to Abigail Snoddy of the Johnson County 4-H. Third in the class to Wesley Wagner of Falls County 4-H. We're now judging our Class 10 Angus heifers. This will be the final class in this division, so exhibitors with Angus heifers in Class 13, you need to be making your way to the staging area, please. Angus Class 13 to staging.
We're staging for our champion drive in our North Arena in our Junior Horned Hereford show. So what I'll do now is give you a first call for Simmentals. First call, Class 1 Simmentals. We need you to the north staging area. Simmentals, we're going straight into the semi show following our Horned Hereford show. So classes 1 and 2 in our Simmentals show, start making your way to the north staging area.
I think a tremendously high quality drive over here on the Horned Hereford side. Let's put our hands together for all the exhibitors that went back to the barn and those in the ring. Certainly, this isn't a credit to me as a judge. It's just absolutely the quality of cattle that have come. But I haven't been this excited about judging Herefords in a while. And when you get out here and find the quality that you have in the champion drive, it becomes easy to become an advocate for the breed. And obviously, their practicality is just that of rib, body, functionality. And I think they all represent that extremely well. Now, obviously, we're showing them in a show ring, so they have to have the extras in terms of look and just that striking position as you get off to the side of them. And I think all three of the class winners do that extremely well. There's one that just elevates for me, and I think she is tremendously high quality. The decision for reserve becomes closer with a little bit of a discussion, but I think I can go back to basics in terms of functionality and allow myself to utilize one in that decision that just handles herself a little better in the angularity of her blade up front, and she functions with a little bit more ease as she gets out and goes off of her hock. I think a tremendously high-quality Horned Hereford show. I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve.
And there's your grand champion, Horned Hereford female, 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo Junior Heifer Show, exhibited by Aiden Barber from Dumas FFA. Congratulations to you, Aiden. And there's our reserve. Horned Hereford female comes to us out of the senior division. That female is shown and exhibited by Mason Rader, Marion FFA. Congratulations to our champion and reserve, as well as all the youngsters who showed Horned Hereford females here today. Okay, classes 1 and 2 Simmental. We need you in the north staging area. Classes 1 and 2 Simmental. We're about to start your show.
Last class in this particular division, I think we ended on a high note. A heifer here at the front of the lineup. Maybe not your typical show heifer, as we've seen in these other classes, but one that just has a donor cow look about her. Some generating pieces in terms of her feature, her immense body shape, her added stoutness and squareness when you step around and behind the cattle. Still an up-headed, neat look from her shoulders forward. As I said there a minute ago, maybe she's not quite as tidy or smooth in her transition from her shoulder back into her forerib. Maybe not quite as long and level back out to her hip, but this one's build, her body, her dimension, and her feature. I'd be fired up to have that one back at the house trying to raise the next generation. The one that comes here in second, maybe a bit smoother in terms of her general construction, soft and easy keeping in terms of her midrib, one that reads right in terms of her angles here on the stand and makes it a bit surprising. When she takes off and goes, she's a little timid in terms of her step off of both ends. I think as you compare her back to this powerful class winner, she could just be intensified everywhere in terms of foot, feature, dimension from behind, but that one can give you a very good look from the side profile. The one that comes here in third has some added size and scale, length of body here from the side profile, long and comfortable in terms of her strap. In terms of her added frame, I just wish she had some softness to her midrib. I wish she was a bit bolder in terms of her heart and forerib to put it all together with a bit more balance here from the side profile. The heifer that comes here next has some added moderation. I'd claim this one to be a bit easier keeping in her kind than the heifer that goes even directly in front of her. To me, it's her balance that makes her fall out just a touch. Right there in the front side of her shoulder and down into her chest floor, she's got a little more kind of a bark there on the top side of her crest. I don't know that she's quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg. Her basic function is on point. Just like to see it all come together a bit cleaner in her lines. The heifer that comes here next has some added turn and squareness from behind the cattle. Again, I'd like to smooth her up in terms of her look and see her a bit more ladylike in her presence from her shoulders forward. The heifer that comes here next, a bit more of the same round in the turn to the center portion of her body and stout from behind. I'd like to see her a bit more maternal in her look here from the side profile in terms of her presence, shoulders forward, and the shape to her body. Heifer that closes has some softness and that easy keeping look through her midrib. You compare her to an awfully good class here. She just gets out-horsed in terms of dimension, feature, and squareness underneath. Good class there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We thank you very much, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the overview. First place honors here going to Bradley Colson of Oldham County. 4-H, your second place earned by Christina Rosenbaum of Frisco Memorial FFA chapter. Third, Daisy Palisky of Harrison County 4-H. Fourth in the class went to Candace Adcock of Academy FFA. Our fifth place award, Riley Olson of Hubbard FFA. Sixth in the class, Jackson Warden, Winkler County 4-H. And seventh place to Logan Higginbotham, Sanger FFA. This is our division championship drive for our junior heifer championship in the Angus breed. And reminder to you exhibitors in Class 13 Angus. Let's move Class 13 Angus cattle to the arena, please.
Class 2 Simmental, we need you in the north staging area at this time. Class 3 Simmental, start getting on your mind. We've started our Simmental show. We've got all of Class 1 in the judging arena. So Class 2, we need you in the staging area.
It's second call for Class 13 Angus to staging. Let's get our Class 13 Angus to staging, please.
Really a fun division here in our falls, and we kind of lump in our summers, and just such quality from start to finish. I think as we've kind of reflected back on this particular division, really some added stoutness and some true base width and dimension in these cattle, and I think that's certainly something that we need to re-inject into our breeding cattle. I think we've made them so good from the side and so comfortable in terms of their lower skeleton, which is what I tend to lean towards, but I think now as we add some added true dimension back into these cattle is when we really take another step in terms of quality, and we find that out here in this particular group of contemporaries. We started it all off in a very impressive fashion there in that first class, and I thought both those were so massive in terms of their midrib, so dimensional when you get right in behind them. The one that I used just a bit neater in terms of her lines, just a bit fresher in terms of her composition, and we got into that good class winner there in 2, and I thought one that just put together so many good things in terms of her reach and range of motion and athleticism in this particular group, one that still has that added stoutness, but still very ladylike and maternal in terms of her look here from the side profile. One that maybe isn't quite as opened up in terms of her genuine full rib shape as a few of the cattle on either side of her, but one that I think has more than enough in that particular area. The remainder of that calf is incredibly high quality. The third class is one that's so comfortable at the surface and so massive and easy keeping in terms of her center body. I really appreciate her mature cow size as you project her on. As I said there earlier, I like to see her a bit more collected in her top line. She wants to get a shot weaker right in behind her blade and tense up a bit right there in the center portion of her spine. But a heifer, when she gets her all put together, it's hard to pick a major hole in. Then we got kind of the donor cow here that closes us out in this particular division, one that is so big-footed, stout and square in terms of her pin set, massive and round in terms of her rib, maybe not quite as seamless in terms of her transitions as you compare her to a few of these other ones, one that's got some generating power, no doubt. To me, it's a pretty straightforward decision. We're going to use this young man right here to be our division champion out of the second class. We're going to follow right up with Class 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations goes to our division winner coming to us out of Class 8. Class winner there, entry 61-938. Wyatt DeBerry of Lamb County 4-H, and the reserve honors going to our winner of Class 7, entry 63-282, Marcy Ruth Brown, taking the reserve honors here in our junior heifer division. And we're ready to move in our Class 13 heifers. First class of the senior division. You Class 14, Angus, need to be moving up. Final call for 14,690. Final call for 14,690 and 42,328. Final call for 49,690 and 42,328. As we mentioned earlier, when we call in these division champion drives, you exhibitors in the following class need to be at staging because it will move quickly, and we have over 720 cattle to look at today, and we will not slow down. So let's have these cattle at the staging area. When we go to the division drives, we'll be moving right up to the next one. And that sneaks up on people, classes 7 and class 13. If you're in those classes, you need to be listening for those division drives and those class calls and move them up as quick as you can.
Switch gears from Herefords and move into the Simmentals over here and just readjust. As you judge Simmental calves, I think this class represents what you would expect, an absolute array of varieties of type and kind. And so with that, the one I'm going to utilize to win just hit me the hardest as she comes in terms of totals of length and extension in combination with added rib, body, softness, and functionality of structure. When he gets her set, she really hits you hard in terms of her added feature, her added look, and extension up front. The next two heifers are more alike than they are different, and I like their moderation and just absolute practicality. The heifer that comes in second is probably as good in her forerib or sweep to her rib cage and just her dimension as any. Is she as unique up front as the heifer that wins? No, but in the end, her moderation might absolutely be an advantage. The heifer in third is one I call practical, and that's not a word I'm scared to use because her added forerib, the way she comes into her center body, her softness of flank, her softness of center spine absolutely allow her to elevate over the heifer ahead of her. With that, though, is she just a little shorter coupled in general? Yes. So it just makes her not quite as unique. I think as you read this one into maturity, her shoulder might become a little bit bolder, but I still think her softness is definite advantage over the heifer that comes next. Young man, when you get this one set on the side, boy, she garners my attention, and it's because she's so level and attractive in those lines on the standstill. Where I fall out of favor with her is we set her into motion. She kind of wants to get a little harder in that center spine, but if she does all of the right things in terms of softening there and inner rib and body, I think she's one that's super attractive. You want to talk about totals in terms of power? This one initially comes in and I say to myself, I like her kind. Unfortunately, to go with that, though, she's a little cocked out in the set to her hock and gets a little bold in her base. I think all things that can be managed, absolutely, just at what I see as we read her into the future to be concerning. If you keep those things in check, her added advantages in terms of that power could certainly elevate her. Young lady has a heifer here I would call just a little more traditional. And today, she's kind of in that awkward teenage stage where it doesn't all just fit together perfectly. This is still an absolutely tremendously high-quality female. She's got a little more tail head and a little more chest, and so at this stage of maturity, those things stand out to me more, but if she does the right things, I think it becomes a different conversation on the top side of the class. Another heifer here on the standstill, I think she's very nice. She's wide 10. She has dimension. It starts with width up through her chest floor. Unfortunately, though, from a structural standpoint, she handles that hind leg kind of the same. She steps toward the outside of her skeleton, and it just isn't as attractive. And another heifer here, once you get her head up and we get her stopped, I like her. It's when we set her into motion. She rolls forward in that shoulder. It just doesn't allow her to naturally pick her head up out of the top side of her skeleton to grant your attention from the side. But bold, she absolutely is. She has power, and certainly the big basics to make a nice cow. This heifer has more extension than the heifer ahead of her, and she is better in that angulation up front, which allows her to pick up. She's just a little loose construction. All that looseness of construction with a little extra throat. She maybe isn't the quickest to grab your attention, but functionality she absolutely has. So I think she has the skeleton to build into the future, but today, just read her is pretty green in her composition. Same holds true for this heifer. I think her biggest friend is going to be the feed bucket. Today, she's awfully green and harsh, and part of that's just the basic build of her rib, but you do an excellent job of getting this one shown. She's presented extremely well as also.
Class 14, Angus, you need to be in staging. Class 14, final call to staging.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gevert, for that critique of our first class of Simmental females. Winning our first class is Eli Gandy, a member of Johnson County 4-H. Second place honors go to McKenna McCovey from McLennan County 4-H. Third place exhibited by Savannah Rim, Santa Fe FFA. Fourth goes to Hutton Hawkins, Rivercrest FFA. Fifth, Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. Our sixth place exhibitor is Caden Hallbox from Johnson City FFA. Seventh, exhibited by Gavin Birch, Blue Ridge FFA. Eighth, Bodie Dickey, Crossroads FFA. Ninth, Cameron Travis, Thorndale FFA. And 10th goes to Lillian Tucker, Matagorda County 4-H. Now Class 2 in our judging arena. So Class 3, we need you in the north staging area. Class 4, start making your way up to the north makeup arena.
Well, we get done with that last division, and I thought that was a really fun set to sort through. Then we get this first class right back out here, and you got to lock in and really decide where you need to be, because there's awfully good cattle from start to finish in this particular class, but still one, to me, just really elevates herself, and one that comes with those extras. You know, as I've said throughout the day, one that's comfortable at the surface. She's got the right kind of body and everything from a function standpoint, but we grab a gear in terms of extras, high tying, neat looking, just a proud kind of a presence from her shoulders forward, her proportions, and the way she feeds so fresh from her sternum back into her center body and still coming back into a nice deep flank. Her comfort and still attractiveness in her lower skeleton, and added feature, is something that I'm naturally drawn to. Again, her general composition, I think, is something that we all try to strive for with the feed bucket, a heifer that puts a lot of very intriguing pieces together. If you could make this one even just that much better, I'd like to either tidy her up in terms of where her tail head sits in the backside of her hip, or pull her up and strengthen her in her loin just a touch, but that's a very minor criticism on a heifer. Gets me pretty fired up. You take her out of the mix, and I think then you go to ranting and raving about this heifer in second. And one, in terms of basics and function, is certainly unmatched. She is so square and comfortable and has the right kind of athleticism off of both ends. Her mature cow size is probably a bit more on point than even my class winner, one that is so opened up and massive in terms of her center body and still fresh in terms of her composition. Then again, you take her and compare her back to that class winner. She doesn't have quite as much just true foot size. She's not quite as big and extended and just big ring looking as that one that goes directly in front of her. But I think a very nice female to go in second. The heifer in third hit a buzzsaw of a class, and I'm sure that this is one that they're pretty proud of, and they should be. She's one that's very massive in terms of her midrib, presented to a very high degree in terms of her hair coat, stout up high, good looking in terms of her lines here from the side profile. What puts her in the third third, in my opinion, is when she takes off and goes. Just like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends. I think that allow her to have a bit more just true comfort in her center spine, but one that gives you a great look there from the side profile. Young lady's doing an exceptional job getting her shown. We continue down the line. The heifer here in fourth is one that's moderate and easy fleshing and sound off of both ends. Been out horsed in terms of just true dimension from behind the cattle, and one I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her ankle just a touch to move her up in an awfully good class, but a heifer that represents a good kind. One that has more size and scale and just true performance sits here in fifth, and one that's big featured and still comfortable off of both ends. Her balance is a bit off, in my opinion, in terms of her chest forward and how she feeds back into her flank. She wants to break in her center spine, just doesn't have that same ladylike look from her shoulders forward. But in terms of true cow power, that one has it in spades. The heifer that comes here next, one that has some softness to her center body and dimension from behind. Just need to elevate her in terms of her look and her presence here from the side profile. See her reconstructed in the attractiveness to her hind leg. Heifer that closes us out has some added look and femininity here in this final pair. Need more true mass in terms of her center rib. Like to reconstruct her out of her front end in terms of her angles and her squareness. Good set there from top to bottom. I thought that top pair was awfully nice.
Class 14 Angus, final call. We need 52, 491 in staging. Final call over in the Simmental Arena. We need entry number 56243, Holden Hawkins. You're needed in staging. Final call.
The heifer I'm going to use to win isn't the most of anything, but she's the best of everything for me. And it's just her absolute structural functionality that allows me to elevate her. Now, is she just going to be kind of a moderate cow? Yes, but what's wrong with that? I think rib, body, and then she's so ladylike about her head and the way she fits those pieces together. Like I said, is she going to be the biggest one? No, but in this breed, is that a negative? Probably not. I think very, very nice. I think the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of frame size on the heifer that comes next, but she still does it very, very well. I read her to have just a little more looseness out of her hip and functionality out of her hock than the heifer that comes next. Today, she doesn't blend herself perfectly from her shoulder to her forerib and midrib in comparison to the heifer that wins. But if you like them a little bigger in her kind, she has that advantage. She, too, reads so good and flat about her joints, ladylike about her head. Another very moderate heifer. I challenge you to find one that's bigger top than her and has as much true rib, body, and just overall dimension. I wish that her groundwork matched what she had up high in that regard. And today she wants to be a little lazy for the young man, so she doesn't want to just get out and move with absolute authority off of that rear too. I still read her to be more cow-like in terms of functional pieces, the way her shoulder comes into her body than the heifer that's next. As I told you, I saw the disappointment on your face, and I appreciate that, right? This is still a tremendously high-quality heifer who has a bright future ahead of her. We get her stopped, and she's very nice. I think in a world where we do need more true dimension, her width of chest, what she has up high, her pin width, just the substance she sets down on is very, very good. Where I get nitpicky over, though, is from a structural standpoint. She's plenty bold in that shoulder, but the biggest issue I have is the way she utilizes her hip and hind leg, particularly as you get into the set to her hock. But I think cattle can change. We manage those things appropriately, and it can become a different story. Don't give up on that one. That's just how I read her today. You too, young lady. Don't be disappointed because this is a very high-quality red heifer. We run into a challenging class with a lot of types, and so I wonder where she fits here. As I got off to the side and made those initial decisions, for me, she's lower at the point of her shoulder and just doesn't balance us up quite as well from the side. And then she, too, doesn't just handle herself with absolute functionality as she gets out and moves. Part of it's this is a weird surface. She has a bright future ahead of her as well. That's a tremendously high-quality, stout-featured Simmental heifer to end up down here. And then the greenest heifer to round out this class, she has as much flex and function of structure as anything out here. She just doesn't have those extras as we set her into a show ring in comparison to her contemporaries.
Results of Class 2 in our Junior Simmental show. Winning the class is Madison Moore from Robinson County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor is Cash Dale. Cash is from Rains County 4-H. Our third place heifer exhibited by Hayden Weems from Kaufman County 4-H. Fourth was shown by Avery Smart, Liberty County 4-H. Fifth goes to Callie Hake from Royal FFA. And our 6th place female exhibited by Addison Lucas, Fort Bend County 4-H. Now evaluating Class 3 in our Junior Scimitar Show, so we need Class 4 into the staging area.
Class 15, Angus, you need to be in staging. And attention limousine exhibitors, your show will move right into your show at the conclusion of the selection of the Grand Angus and Reserve Grand females. So we will not have a lengthy break. All we will do is get our awards table straightened out, but we'll be calling first class of limousines whenever we get our senior heifer drive in the arena.
We're just hitting on all cylinders as we continue on through this Angus show. Just such quality, and we kind of get into the part of the day where you start to see them turn into moms and see function really take place. And I think this set really exemplifies all of that. The heifer that starts us off, one that I appreciate for added comfort and attractiveness in her lower skeleton amongst this group of contemporaries. She has some added size and frame, and so whether you stand on the right side of that or not, that's up to you. I like her added just scale here from the side profile, her boldness to her center body, one that still puts it all together with a quality look from the side profile. As you reflect back on what we've seen to this point in the day, maybe she's not quite as high tying or as extended shoulders forward. She's maybe not as out there in terms of her lines from her chest floor back into her flank. Everything makes sense on that heifer. Again, when set in motion is when she wins this particular class. The one in second is my favorite in terms of here on the stand, her proportionality, her shortness of shoulder, the way she projects back with that kind of turn to the base of her rib and back into her flank, collection in her top line and neatness of her look from her shoulders forward. Where she trips up is when she takes off and goes. I'd like to set her back in the angle to her knee just a touch. I'd like to see her set down with a shot more confidence there out of her hip and hind leg, but still one I like an awful lot in terms of her broodiness, her moderation, and her look here from the side profile. Again, got one that kind of took that leap into motherhood, standing here in third. She's doing a great job. That one's refinement to her teats, her construction about her udder, and still remaining in the right kind of flesh in terms of her composition is certainly impressive. She has plenty of true body shape and squareness from behind and comfort. Got a bull calf at side that certainly has a lot of good to him in terms of feature and dimension. maybe not wanting to be halter broke just yet, but it's a little early. I think that's all right if he fights it. I think these are all awfully nice. Doesn't have that same extension, that same neatness from the side profiles, those two heifers that go directly in front of her, but function is on her side. I think a bull calf that has a lot of bright future ahead of him. Got one that comes here next, has some added size and scale, just true weight per day of age and length of body. She's fairly comfortable in her movement out of her hip and hind leg. Like to see her tidier right there at her shoulder and see her transition neater from there back into her forehead. Like to see her have a bit more femininity from her shoulders forward as you analyze her in comparison to those heifers that go directly in front of her. One that comes here next is neater and fresher and a shot more feminine. I wish she had that same drop to her midrib to really move up in an awfully broody class, but one I like in terms of her attractiveness, her hip and hind leg, and her neat look from her shoulders forward. The heifer that comes here next, certainly smooth made and comfortable off of both ends, been out horsed in terms of dimension, just a shot through her midrib, doesn't have that same picked up neat look there to her front end. The heifer that comes here next certainly has some added length, true body, and dimension from behind. She, too, needs to go with just a bit more confidence and flexibility there off of both ends, but appreciate that one's broodiness. And then, again, our second pair here in this particular class, one that's doing a nice job, really putting a lot into her heifer calf in terms of just, I guess, making sure that one has the right kind of groceries, and she's right on target in terms of her composition. Mama maybe looks a little green out here today, doesn't have that same true turn through her center body, but flexible nonetheless. Good set of them there from top to bottom. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We appreciate your overview, Mr. Fitzsimmons. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place, entry 43, 465, Duke Groski of Resale FFA, the winner. Second in that class to Michaela Roshi of West Rusk FFA. Your third place award going to Tate Landers of Runnels County 4-H. Fourth to Aspirin Garrick of Harris County 4-H. Our fifth place, Jaden Loeb, the exhibitor, Bridgeport FFA. Sixth, Martina Breedlove of Fulshire FFA. Seventh to Emily Williams of Commerce FFA. Your eighth place going to Colton Brett of the Shepherd FFA chapter.
I think a very, very nice class over here. And the heifer that initially came in the ring hit me hard, and she's going to remain in first place. And I think she's tremendously high quality. Here's an example of where we don't single trait and throw heifers away, because is she the coolest throated one I've seen? Absolutely not. But does it all fit together? Yes. I think she naturally has width. It starts up between her front legs into her chest floor. She's one that's more appropriate in the angulation of her shoulder than the heifer that comes in second. That is a huge sweeping rib and just a functional skeleton to go with it. I was kind of asking the young man in terms of how he's showing her to me. He's got her tilted out, and I understand the functionality of that, but it also kind of twists her up and doesn't show that she still has the totals in terms of length and extension too. You want to talk about one that comes from the point of their blade and extends with a really long neck? She absolutely does, even though she's not the cleanest through her throat latch. The heifer in second is one I want to make a case for because she's just so feminine featured. She's surprising, though, in terms of the true dimension she has as you get to her pin width, and she's one that's so flat jointed and attractive, and for her breed I appreciate those things. But bottom line, as we compare to the heifer initially ahead of her, she doesn't have as much to her. She's more closed up in her chest floor. It doesn't allow her to expand quite as good into her forerib, and but she gets off to the side, and she's one that functions from a structural standpoint so much better than the heifer that comes in third. This heifer to me is a problem because, young lady, you do a tremendous job of getting her shown, and when she's on the standstill, boy, she says, you better look at me and you better do it quick. Unfortunately, because of the amount of power and dimension she has at this stage, it wants to tie her up in her hip, and that she doesn't function quite as well in her hip and hind leg. But if you like levelness of lines and striking attractive pieces, she's undeniable in that regard, and I think she's just more unique than the heifer that comes in fourth. Fourth place heifer, if you want to make the case she's a little more functional in her structure, she absolutely is. That's a big body, deep-sided one, and I debated over that decision because of her practical pieces, but she's got a little extra tail scale head. She's not as unique in her look up front, a little more opened up in her shoulder. The black and white heifer is another one that's going to sustain herself very well in terms of body condition because she has an appropriate shape to her rib cage, depth to her flank, and feedability. She's just plainer off of both ends, not as striking, not as attractive. Team here doing a great job of getting this one shown. I can tell they spent the time of the heifer. She levels up in terms of her lines very nicely, and so because of that, her silhouette definitely draws you in. Today, she's pretty green in her composition. I think her best days are yet to come. Keep after. You're doing a great job there. A heifer that rounds out with the advantage in terms of length and extension of the entire class. Good job keeping with her. She's wanting to test you. That's showing baby calves. She's just a little extreme in terms of that frame size for me. Like to moderate her just a shot. Very nice class.
Limousine exhibitors, y'all be ready. We're getting ready to stage for our senior champion. Lemmy exhibitors, be standing ready at the gate if you're in Class 1.
Well, good pair of them here as we close out in our Angus show, last class of the day. And I'll be the first to tell you, I probably wish that they were both a bit further along in gestation, but certainly a pair that have quality. And the heifer that I used to win, like this one's turn to the upper portion of her rib, her comfort and attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton, her freshness, and her look here from the side profile. As I said there, I wish she was a bit further along, and one that I think as you reflect back on what we've seen to this point in the show, you could stouten her up in terms of just her rear foot and her squareness to her toe, but a heifer that gives you a good look nonetheless. The heifer that comes here in second is one that, again, fresh and honest in terms of her composition. Actually give her the edge in terms of just her attractiveness in her hind leg and her comfort built into her knee. A heifer that still has plenty of turn to the outward portion of her rib. Wish we could soften her up just a bit more. She's a little more gathered in terms of her udder construction and see her longer and level her back out through her hip. Still one that's fresh, sound, has the right kind of turn to her center body. Good pair of them there. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
And taking first place honors in Class 15 is entry 56101, Callie Hornback of Harris County 4-H exhibitor. Second place there going to Ashlyn Depew of Midlothian FFA. They'll be circling around to compete in this senior drive. Once again, Limousine Class 1, you need to be at staging gate.
I'd like to take this opportunity to give the results of our third class in our junior Simmental show. Winning the class is Kane Todd, Needville FFA. Our second place female was exhibited by Holden Hawkins from Rivercrest FFA. Our third place exhibitor, Kirkland Fulton, New Home FFA. Fourth place goes to Evan Baldridge, Aledo FFA. Fifth place was shown by Levi Dixon from Klein FFA. Sixth, Riley Coco from Hayes County 4-H. And seventh, Dawson Arnold, Shepherd FFA. We're now evaluating Class 4 in our Junior Simmental show. After Class 4, we'll move into our heifer calf division. So you Class 7 Simmental exhibitors need to be making your way to the north staging area. Class 7 Simmentals to the north staging area.
We need to have our previous division champions in the calf and junior and reserve from those two divisions at staging. Calf division Angus and reserve, and the calf division junior and reserve at staging. We're getting real close to lining up for your grand drive.
just so happens the way these heifers pull in is just the way I like them as well, and it doesn't take long to find the blaze-face heifer to win, and she's the most unique one out here. So from a show ring standpoint, not only is she striking and attractive, but she truly has the most dimension to her, and she flexes and functions well. Now, is she a little bit of a knothead? That's probably her biggest issue, so the poor young lady's kind of had to struggle to get it done to show me the good in her, but I think very, very high quality. There's some give and take amongst the next three, and they all have advantages over one another. I'm going to use the one that's just the most striking in her lines. She reads the strongest behind her shoulder, the levelest out of her hip. Now, is she a little tubular in her body? Yes. And do I wish her groundwork matched what she had up high in terms of power? Absolutely, and I think that changes the game a lot on this one. But she's big-ended, stout-featured. She's still flat-jointed and attractive in the way that her groundwork lays. Just wish she had a little more of it. Young man's got a heifer here that does rival her because she's so flexible. But she's so loose and flexible at this stage of the game that it just doesn't pull together quite as well, especially as we set her into motion. She's got a little extra set to that hock, too. It could be just a shot more attractive, but still has the absolute length and extension and just more performance than the heifer that rounds out the class. And you can make a case for this heifer, young lady, because she's so tremendous in terms of her rib and body. I love that about her. She looks like one that's going to feed very, very well. She's just awfully moderate out here and gets a little rounder off of both ends in comparison to those heifers above her, but you're doing an excellent job of getting that one shown.
Results of class number 4 in our junior scimitar show. Winning the class is Molly Brady, member of Chapel Hill FFA. Our second place award goes to Tucker Clark from Godly FFA. Third place female shown by Caleb Kerlick, Samuel Clements FFA. And fourth goes to Braylon Davey, Cy-Fair FFA.
As we come to our last division here in our Angus show, it's been fun to sort through. I think we've continued to climb and just elevate in terms of our quality, and we get into this last division and we see that same kind of a trend in terms of look and presence and still those same basics of function, flexibility, body shape. We started it all off here in this first class, and I thought that class from top to bottom was as good as any of them. This one here that starts us off is so neat in terms of her look, her proportionality, the way she's built here from the side profile, her added foot and feature and attractiveness in her lower skeleton and the way she keeps it all together when she takes off and goes. Certainly my kind. I like that one an awful lot. Then we jumped into class 2, and I thought one that certainly in terms of just true flexibility and broodiness elevated herself in that particular grouping. One that to me maybe doesn't have that same extra look from her shoulders forward or tidiness on the front side of her shoulder and down into her chest floor, but certainly a good kind of cattle there. It's awfully broody in her makeup. Then we jumped into that last class and one that's fresh and honest in terms of her composition. She's sound off of both ends. I wish she was a little further along in one. To me, you could stouten her up in terms of her feature just a touch, but a good kind of a heifer here. Gives you a great look from the side profile, and the young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. To me, it's a pretty straightforward decision for our champion, and honestly, a pretty logical place to go for reserve. We're going to keep these two out of class 1 to be your champion in reserve here in this particular division. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, the champion here in the senior division coming out of our class 13, Maddox McCullum, the exhibitor, Montague County, taking senior champion award, and the reserve also coming to us from the class 13, second place there, entry 53097. Congratulations to Maddox McCullum and Brody Shipman from Johnson County 4-H with his reserve. And we'll be lining up our division winners for the Angus Championship Drive. Final call for our calf champ in reserve and the junior division champ in reserve in the Angus show to be standing ready. We're about to move into the grand drive.
bring these 8 individuals out here to pick a calf champion, and I said it in a couple classes that there is just so much variety in terms of type, kind, and build within this breed now. But we find ourselves with 4 heifers out here on the top side that for me are all just very practical. And so what makes a unique show heifer for me is when she can combine practicality with uniqueness of look as you get off to the side of them, and that comes in terms of totals of length and extension. And I think this is a breed you have to be particularly careful about single trait selecting in terms of the way they assemble that front end, as far as being maybe just a little deeper throated or having a little bit of extra leather. But the biggest thing for me is when we get them stopped on the stick, there's one that's just so striking. She's so attractive. I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve in this division. Congratulations, extremely high quality.
Class 1 limousine exhibitors, this is second call for you to go to staging and check in. We'll only have a brief transition break between breeds.
And there's your heifer calf champion coming to us out of class number 1, exhibited by Eli Gandy from Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Eli. And reserve comes out of class number 3. That's exhibited by Kane Todd, Needville FFA. Congratulations to our division winners, along with all the exhibitors in our calf classes. We'll bring in class number 7. So class 8, we need you in the north staging area in our junior Simmental show.
Well, what a way to start us off here on this side of the ring this morning. If you would, please, and you're sitting ringside, go ahead and put your hands together for all of our Angus exhibitors. Awesome set of them from start to finish. We started with that big class with a great deal of quality, and we ran all the way to the end with the right kind of stuff in terms of function, flexibility, and then adding those extras here for the show ring that I think we still need to keep in mind. We started it all off again here in this first division, the one that is so broody and massive in terms of her center body and comfortable off of both ends. I like this one's attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. You project that one on to being a big bred, and I think one that's just going to hit you is so massive and so comfortable in terms of her angles. Maybe not quite as neat and out there looking from her shoulders forward as a few of these heifers that come behind her, but one that has an awfully bright future. I love the way she's built there at the surface. Then we got into Division 2, and that was one that hit me pretty hard in terms of her attractiveness and her hip and hind leg, her freshness in terms of her composition, her bold center body, and her squareness from behind. One that as he gets her all put together, it's hard to put a major hole into that one in terms of just her projection of look from her shoulders forward, her proportions from her sternum, and how she feeds back into her flank. Everything makes sense on that heifer. I think she's awfully high quality. Then we got into this last division, and one that there at a Division 2, I think everything makes sense. This one, in terms of her function, her flexibility, and the way that she puts it all together in her basics, is certainly on point. Then she grabs a gear in terms of extras. She is so neat looking shoulders forward. She's so tidy and neat in terms of her chest floor to still open back with that kind of sweep back into a rear rib and flank. Got a giant set of feet and legs underneath of her, and very attractive in terms of her skeleton when she takes off and goes. As I said there earlier, and I think it's partially just because she's kind of getting to that maturity. Maybe you'd like to pick her up in her loin just a touch when she takes off and goes. But this one's proportionality, those extras she brings to this setting, is something that I'm naturally drawn to. Guys, an awesome set of them here in our Angus show. I thought all the way down throughout them classes, it was awfully, awfully good. One more time, put your hands together for these exhibitors. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
And our senior champion gets the grand honors here, the Maddox McCullum, the exhibitor of entry 58732 from Montague County, taking the grand honors here in the Angus Heifer Show. And we're moving up that reserve, entry 58097 for reserve consideration.
Well, as we go through today, we're going to try to be efficient with our time, but I want everybody to have their kind of time in the spotlight. And this heifer that goes reserve out of that division, I think, is one that certainly needs a little bit of time. She is so comfortable underneath and so opened up and fresh in terms of her center body. One that I think is, you talk about just mature cow size and ones that are going to be efficient when put back into production. This one highlights that to a very high degree. As you analyze her in comparison to a few of these other females out here, maybe not quite as stout in terms of her bone work. Looks like she spit her hair a little bit and maybe doesn't have that same just neat look here from the side profile as a few of these other ones, but one that I think in terms of basic cow function is absolutely on point. There's another heifer out here that hit me awfully hard. I'm going to use this young man here at Division 2 to be reserved. Congratulations.
And there's your reserve overall champion in our Junior Angus show. Comes to us out of the junior division. That was shown by Wyatt John DeBerry from Lamb County 4A's. Congratulations to our champion and reserve in our Angus show, as well as all of the youngsters that showed Angus heifers here today. We're going to start our Lemmy show right away, so we need classes 1 and 2 in our junior limousine show to the south staging area. Our first 2 classes of limousine females, we need you to the south staging area. Also, you youngsters that are fortunate enough today to be named our Grand or Reserve in your respective breed, you'll be given a bio sheet. We need you to get that filled out as soon as you possibly can and returned up to the announcer stand for the Supreme Drive tonight.
I think in a breed where power usually isn't of question, it's okay to go back to basic build, and that's where I land on the heifer that wins. From a functionality, a structure standpoint, she excels the rest of the class, and it took about 3 steps in the ring to realize that. Now, my questions on her is there just enough cow there? But like I said, we're judging Simmental heifers, and so her ladylike features in terms of the shape to her head, the flatness of joints, the way she blends her body into her forerib and up into her shoulder, she assembles with just a very good look of quality. Now, is she a little green in her composition? That can also be a positive because she's absolutely still fresh. That one has future. I like that about her. This heifer here is one that's maybe a little bolder into her forerib. I love the way she patterns up as we get off to the side of her when she's on the standstill. She's very, very high quality. I wish she was just a little more authoritative in the way she gets out and moves, but I still like the way that she puts her pieces together from the side with a little more extension. She ties down deeper into her stifle, one that's just going to have a little more extension throughout her whole life cycle. A very nicely presented heifer here, and if you like power, she absolutely is the answer. She transitions behind her shoulder with the most of that down her top. She's really a big-ended, thick, stout featured heifer. Now, when we're talking about ladylike features, maybe that becomes her issue as well. She's just a little rounder off of both ends of her composition. I'd like to extend her out, flatten her into her shoulder a little bit. So those of you ringside may say, well, then why does this heifer not beat her? And that's absolutely the decision I had to make here. She's one for me that just gets a little easier in her top. She's really flexible in her structure, but she gets out and moves. It just gets a little awkward in terms of the way she assembles those pieces. But I still like her flatness of shoulder, just the way she transitions all of her pieces. Much more ladylike than the heifer that comes next. Absolute powerhouse here, right, young lady? And she is that. And so depending on what you do on the next generation in terms of mating decisions, if we can get that added power but make it more ladylike, I like her kind. Today it's just a little masculine in terms of her shoulder shape and the way she handles herself from a structural standpoint. I could easily see you switching this pair and wouldn't mind if you do. Very, very well presented individual. I love this one from her center body back. You get up into her head shape though, maybe just a little bit coarser in that regard. She gets out and moves. She can handle herself with more ease and function. I think naturally a flatter jointed, more attractive headed, neater shouldered heifer. I don't know if she has an injury or if it's just because her foot size is a little smaller. She's just really hesitant as she gets out and goes. I'd like to see her sound her off of those rear two, but do like the way her muscle lays on her skeleton.
Results in Class 7 in our Junior Simmental show. Winning the class is Shay Sigmund, Giddings FFA. Our second place exhibitor is Judson Voigt from Aledo FFA. Placing third, Aaron Rexroad from Floyd County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer was shown by Lane Schultz, El Campo FFA. Fifth place goes to Grace Collins, Aubrey FFA. Sixth to Carson Wagner, Mineral Wells FFA. And our seventh place female was shown by Keely Whitaker, Cisco FFA. Now bring in class number 8 in our Junior Simmental show. Class 9, we need you in the north staging area, class 9. Excuse me, there's no class 9, so we need class 10 to the north staging area.
Well, we'd like to welcome our limousine show to the South Arena. Have 51 heifers that are entered in this breed show. And once again, our thanks to Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons for officiating and taking care of the judging honors here in our limousine show. This will be first call for Class 2 limousines to staging. First call, Class 2 limousines to staging, please.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and recognize some young people with the Simmental Simbra Association that are in the show arena, assisting our interns and ring steward and judge with the showing of the cattle and passing out ribbons. We have Harper Mao, who is our Texas Junior Simmental Simbra Association queen, here with us, along with Sawyer Mao, who is our Texas Junior Simmental and Simbra Association sweetheart. Also assisting these young ladies is Dylan Earls, who is our Texas Junior Simmental Simbra Director for the West region. Thank these youngsters for being here with us today and assisting with the Simmental show. Also, we've found a Quicksilver One credit card that was lost in the staging area. Heidi Geyer Heidi Geyer, if you're here, we've got a credit card with your name on it. Heidi Geyer. One of our superintendents is trying to claim this, so Heidi, you better get up here pretty quick. In our Class 10 in our Simmental show, we're missing Dakota Franz and Noah Rim. So Dakota and Noah, we need your heifers into the north staging area. We're on Class 8 currently. There's no Class 9, so Class 10 coming in next.
Limousine exhibitors in Class 2, this is your second call. We'd like to remind our limousine exhibitors that this is the smallest show in the South Arena today, and these classes are going to move along pretty briskly. So this will be first call for Class 3, and there's low numbers in these classes, so you can bring Class 4 as well. We've got plenty of room. Y'all be standing ready at the gate, Lemmy exhibitors in the first division.
Really a good way to start us off here in our limousine show. And I think there's some trade-offs back and forth between these first two, and I like them both an awful lot. I tell you where this one wins and does so in a pretty commanding fashion is from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. The way she projects out of the backside of her shoulder with more true full-rib shape, center body, and then feeds back into her flank fuller. She's a bit more collected in her top line, square from hooks to pins, and then so comfortable and attractive in terms of her lower skeleton, where maybe it gets a little close as she's not quite as high tying, maybe a shot more traditional in her look from her shoulders forward, but her proportionality's on point. I love this one's body shape, her freshness, and the way she goes off of both ends. The heifer that comes here in second, again, higher tying, a bit longer, more extended from her shoulders forward, has plenty of turn and sweep to the base of her rib cage, one that's still awfully comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends. Again, you work around the side of this one and continue your way back behind her. She just wants to weaken right out of the backside of her shoulder, both down her top line as well as down in her heart and forehead. One that I'd like to see a bit longer and square from hooks to pins and open her up in terms of her full rib shape, just a shade, but one that I think certainly gives you a good look from the side profile. Continue working on that one, young lady. Her basics in terms of flexibility and reach off of both ends is certainly on point. The one that comes here in third, more moderate in terms of her type and kind, easy fleshing. I think a female you appreciate for just her dense, powerful view when you get right in behind the cattle. To me, she looks a little quicker in her kind. She's a little shorter and more jammed up, shoulders forward, a little shorter and rounder from hooks to pins. I think if you just see her more extended off of both ends, it makes her a bit more in contention there in the top side of the class. Still like her moderation, still like her powerful body type. The kind of browner tinge female that comes here next, again, stout and dimensional when you get right in behind the cattle. You step back off her, and I don't know that she balances up quite as appropriately from the base of her shoulder back into her center body. Like to see her tail head laid neater in the backside of her hip and go with just more true comfort out of her hind leg. Certainly like that one's round, powerful body type. The one that closes out here, again, kind of what you expect from those better limousine females in terms of foot size, comfort at the surface, stoutness when you get right in behind the cattle. Where I wish she elevated just a bit more is in terms of her softness to her center body and the way that her shoulder lays onto her body. Certainly a good class from top to bottom. I like that top pair an awful lot. Congratulations.
First place honors going to Hayden Burris of Bailey County, second in the class to Paisley Riggs of Salina FFA, your third place to Danica Daughtry, Austin County 4-H member. Fourth to Madeline Eaton from ARP FFA, and fifth place to Tristan Purswell. Congratulations to you exhibitors. Class 2 limousine move in. Class 3 limousines to staging. Class 4 be standing ready.
I think flexibility allows me to elevate the heifer I'm going to utilize to win here, and I love her rear bone and foot shape. Not only is she stout-boned, yet it still reads ladylike. I love that about her. She's one that gets out and handles herself so well, and you read her in her transitions from the forward portion of her skeleton into her mid-rib and body, and she's very seamless in that regard. Now, is she just the boldest in terms of her muscular shape? No, but I actually appreciate that about her because it allows her still to balance pretty darn well. Does she have the most attractive attractive mug we've seen? No, I'm going to be a little critical over there, but still a very, very high quality heifer. The heifer that comes in second, this is the decision for me. And here on the standstill is what allows me to do that. So as that drive wore on, young man, you tried to show me that that one's more flexible, and I appreciate that because she absolutely is. This heifer's just more striking, no doubt. She is just chocked full of power and dimension. I love that about her. Her transitions aren't as seamless as the heifer above her. She wants to come in at her forerib just a shot more and get a little more pinched in that regard, and then just doesn't handle herself perfectly as she gets out and flexes, but still good enough for the amount of power she has. Gives you a really neat look as you get off to the side. Like I said, this heifer is flexible. She wants to maybe duck her pins a little bit, though, to reach that track, and so I get down and evaluate those things. She is unique, and that's where I get a little more hard on her. You made this one to have those extras in terms of pieces in the next generation. I think you can build on that foundation very, very nicely. Same holds true for this heifer. In terms of a combination of power with a feminine enough look, she's very nice. What you see is what you get. There's no hair to read through here on this heifer. She's just a little more upright in the angulation of that shoulder for me, and she's starting to come apart a little bit more there, but still very, very high quality. I told the young lady here that outside of this heifer's front end, I really, really like her. She's one, though, that's pushing too much shoulder. She's almost wanting to come over in that knee. I'd just like to fix her angulation there. And then she's got a lot to build on in terms of very attractive pieces with lots of muscularity. Young lady, I said a heifer that obviously has a nose ring, so I noticed that, but she does a great job of getting this one shown, so I can tell she's absolutely spent the time at home. She's just a little rougher in her presentation in terms of being not quite as level and attractive in comparison to some of the others, but she's doing an excellent job of getting her presented.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gefford, for that critique of our class number 8 in our junior Simmental show. Winning the class is Katie Davis, Gray County 4-H. Placing second is Chloe Tompkins from Brazoria County 4-H. Our third place female exhibited by Sawyer Voigt from Aledo FFA. Fourth goes to Lane Vanucci from Friendswood FFA. Fifth place heifer shown by Presley Chappert from Bastrop County 4-H. In sixth place was shown by Addison Forsberg, Taylor County 4-H. Now bring in class 10 in our junior Simmental show. Following this class, we'll move in and pick our junior division winners. So class 13 Simmental, you need to be in the north staging area. Class 13 Simmental, we need you in the north staging area.
Nice class here. I would tell you at the ground is where my class winner really separates herself. Her added foot size and feature, her comfort and attractiveness in terms of her angles and joint work is something that I'm naturally drawn to. I like this one's length and levelness back out through her hip and still puts it all together with a good look here from the side profile. I'd tell you I'd like to see her a bit softer in terms of her midrib. She maybe looks a little dry there today, but certainly has enough outward curvature to her center body. Her angles and the way she's built at the ground is certainly my kind. The heifer that comes here in second is, again, one that certainly has the right kind of reach and athleticism in her lower skeleton, soft and easy keeping in terms of her center body, fresh in terms of her composition, one that I like in terms of just her youthfulness here in this top pair. She's maybe a little rougher in terms of her top line. I'd like to loosen her up in her center spine, pick her up in her loin, and lay her tail head a bit neater in the backside of her hip. She doesn't have that same feature at the surface as my class winner, but one that I think has an incredibly bright future. It all starts at the surface where she just plenty flexible. The one that comes here in third, a bit more of the same. I like this one's squareness in terms of her toe and the round build that she has on the backside of her heel. One that has plenty of outward curvature to her center body and awfully fresh in terms of her composition. At this stage, I wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her midrib, and one that doesn't have that same, again, just squareness when you get right behind the cattle as those two that go directly in front of her, but sound in terms of her angles from the side. Gives you a neat look shoulders forward. The one that closes out here, female that has some ESTs in this class. Again, so big-footed, so bold in her body, so stout when you get right in behind her. On the stand, she can give you a good look. She takes off and goes, and I just got to rock her back and her angles off of both ends where she's wanting to get a bit more stilty out of her front end. Doesn't have that same confidence and reach out of her hip and hind leg. Like her stoutness, like her boldness and her look. Just got to see her go with a bit more flexibility. Good class there, an awfully nice class winner.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. Appreciate your critique. First place honors going to William Boyce of Lipan FFA. Your second to Jenna Depew of Salina. Third going to Grant Doman of ARP. And fourth place to Bethany Blackwell of Iowa Park. And final call for Class 4 to staging in the Angus show. In the limousine show. And limousine exhibitors in Class 7, 8, and 9. These will be small classes in your intermediate and senior division, so we've got room to bring them all.
A pair of heifers that are both nice but very, very different. And I'm going to use the one that's just a little more built for speed. And she's built for speed and angularity and then her body condition as well. And she's one that just reads more true in her composition because she's one that's definitely fresher in that regard. Gets out and goes very, very nicely. A high-quality heifer. We'll discuss her more as we bring her back. The red heifer, as she walked in, I said to myself, that was a hoss in terms of rib and body. There is no doubt we're probably not going to find one that's deeper there. She's still very smooth in the way she puts her pieces together. Bottom line is she's pushing a little more condition for me today, and so getting out and around that from a structural standpoint, she's just a little more cumbersome. I'd like to just see her extend a little higher out of the top side of her skeleton to go with the added rib and body she does have, but still a very, very high quality individual I like a lot of things about. The next two heifers are probably more alike than they are different. I give the nod to the baldy heifer as she gets out and flexes a little better when she's on the go. Just not quite as unique as that pair up ahead of them, but young man, you have one that's tremendously stout. It's not a question of power. She certainly has enough of that. As she gets out and goes, though, she's just a little more restricted in the way she gets out and moves. Like to see her touch sounder.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gifford, for that critique on Class 10 in our Junior Scimitar Show. Winning the class, Dakota Franz from Waller FFA. Our second place female was shown by Noah Rim, Santa Fe FFA. Third place goes to Ella Thomas from Alvarado FFA. And fourth shown by Jared Robertson, Klein Collins FFA. We'll now bring our class winners out of classes 7, 8, and 10. And from these 6 females, our judge, Krisha Gefford from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, will select our champions in our junior division. Class 13 scimitars, we need you to the north staging area at this time. Class 13 scimitars.
Really a fun class to evaluate over here in our limousine show, and the one that wins does so quite handily. And I tell you, this one's kind of my speed in terms of her angles, her foot size, her comfort and attractiveness at the surface. You work your way up. She is so fresh and still has the right kind of turn and sweep to the base of her cage, more than enough dimension when you get riding behind the cattle, and then still projects with that same kind of arrogance and presence there through her front end. Again, I like her proportionality here from the side profile. Is she the most opened up in terms of her forerib shape? Is she the most powerful when you get riding behind the cattle? No, and I'm not going to argue with you on that, but I think she's got more than enough for what she elevates and does to a very high degree in every other area. I like that one an awful lot. 2 and 3 are close, in my opinion. I think as you initially throw your eyes on this heifer in second, maybe she looks a little quick. I would tell you, I think she's fairly adequate in terms of her growth and maturity relative to this age. One that is so comfortable underneath, so opened up and massive in terms of her body, and stout when you get running behind her. You step back off her, she still proportions awfully neat, especially from an individual standpoint. You compare her to the cattle on either side of her, she's not quite as neat and extended from her shoulders forward. She's not quite as long and level back out through her hip, but one that I think does a lot of things right, and I especially like that one, just outward curvature to her center body and her running gear at the surface. The one that comes here in third, again, has more size, scale, length of body, however you want to phrase that, here in 2 and 3, and one that I think as you step back off her in most areas still balances up awfully neat and ladylike, especially shoulders forward and down to the base of her rib. I'd like to see that one a bit truer in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. She wants to turn out. She's not quite as comfortable or I guess coordinated in terms of her movement off her hind two, and then her tail kind of just detracts from her overall balance as you study her ear from the side profile. Harsh criticisms on a calf, still does a lot of things right, and I think has a bright future. The one here in fourth, I think just needs time, honestly. This one is so sound and long and athletic in her stride, big-footed and square in terms of her toe. She has the right kind of collection, and her lines up high and neat and projects good from her shoulders forward. For her added frame at this stage of the game, she needs to come with a bit more softness and turn to the base of her rib, and I think if that comes with the right kind of just management, that one has a bright future because she's so good at the surface. The one that comes here next has a bit more outward turn to her center body. In this particular pair, one that's still high-tying and neat looking here from the side profile. She takes off and goes, and I'm unsure if it's maybe a bit of a injury, but she's a little timid in her step on her back left. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size regardless and just see her a bit with a bit more feature. The heifer that closes, again, one that I like in terms of her lines here from the side profile. When she takes off and goes is where I work her down the line. Like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends and see her more secure right there at her hop. Good set of them there. I think that class winner is awfully nice. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons. And first place honors going to J.C. Parrish of Hardin FFA. Second to Blake Morrow, Bridgeport FFA. Third to Klein Boyce, a member of LaPan FFA. Our fourth place to Brigham DeBoer of Ellis County 4-H. Fifth to Archer County 4-H member Isabel Parkley. And sixth place to Ryder Rodeo of Abernathy FFA. We're moving in our Class 4, final class in the division.
To get out here to pick a division in the Simmentals, I think these three heifers all represent a lot of good, but an absolute lot of difference. And so this becomes one of the more challenging decisions I've had all day. And some of your ringside may say, well, do the easy thing. And that's what I'm going to do. And that's use the one with the most substance that's still ladylike enough in her look. But that being said, I have heartburn because there's one that's so good built, but she's tremendously green in her composition. And does she ever get there? And then there's another one that's still very, very good. And you want to make her the combination of the other two, but I take up issue a little bit with the way her hip naturally ducks from hooks to pins, but still extremely functional. And so I'm going to go ahead and shake the hand of the exhibitor I think hits me the hardest out here, even though I think it's a tremendously close decision.
And there's your junior champion Simmental female. Comes to us out of class number 8, shown by Katie Davis from Gray County 4-H. Congratulations to you. And our reserve comes to us out of class number 10. That female exhibited by Dakota Franz from Waller FFA. Congratulations to our junior and reserve junior division winning heifers, along with all the youngsters he showed in our Simmental junior classes. Now leading in class number 13 in our junior Simmental show. So class 14 and 15, we need you to the north staging area.
A class, in my opinion, just kind of logically falls into place and still has a pretty standout class winner. A heifer here at the front of the line, as I've said throughout the day, if you build them from the ground up, she wins quite handily. Her foot size, her squareness in terms of her base build, her comfort and her athleticism, and the way she still remains so attractive in terms of her lower skeleton and collected in her top line is what I'm naturally drawn to. Still feminine and just ladylike in her look from her shoulders forward with enough true mass as you work your way back in her full rib and how she feeds back into her flank. Everything makes sense on that heifer. I think an awfully nice place to start. Kind of a brown tinge one that comes here in second, that in that particular pair has more true power when you get riding behind the cattle, more turn to the upper portion of her cage, and I'd say just a bit more punch right there in her center stifle and lower quarter. If that's what you're looking for in the limousine breed, this one probably has a bit more of that traditional look. To me, I'd like to see her a bit neater and where her tail head hits the backside of her hip. I'd like to see a bit more of that femininity from her shoulders forward and tidiness on the front side of her shoulder and down into her chest forward. She's not quite as attractive in terms of her lower skeleton here in this top pair. That's kind of a laundry list of things I'd maybe like to change. Getting harsh on a heifer, I still think does a lot of things right from a true function standpoint, body, flexibility, and reach. The red heifer that comes here next has more just weight per day of age, more size and scale, still easy fleshing in terms of her look through her mid-rib and smooth about her shoulder. Where I'd like to modify this heifer is just rock her back in her knee and see her more confident in her step out of her hip and hind leg. She's just a little shorter strided there off of both ends. You get past that, a heifer that still has that broody look through her center body and neat about her shoulder. The one that closes still up-headed and neat in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward. Again, plenty of turn in the upper portion of her rib cage in terms of just that right kind of shape. One, to me, as I step back off her, just like to see her shoulder lay in neater to the outward portion of her body. Like to see her go with more true confidence out of her front end and just remain more attractive and comfortable in her step there off her rear too. Still gives you a neat look, shoulders forward, plenty of turn up high. Good set of them there. I think an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Class 7 limousine exhibitors, you need to be at staging checked in, please. Taking the first place honors in Class 4, Blake Phillips, the exhibitor from Fairfield FFA. Second to Maggie Eaton of ARP FFA. Your third place award goes to Madeline Fredericks of Dayton FFA. And fourth to Caden Jacob Bach of Bryson FFA. We're staging for our calf championship here in the limousine show. Exhibitors with Class 8 and 9 in the limousine show, relatively small classes. It'll move fast, and that whole division needs to be standing ready.
Well, an incredibly good division here to start us off in our limousines. And if you are ringside, please put your hands together for all these kiddos. Awesome set of them. I think some good differences amongst these cattle, but one thing that's consistent is just the way they're built at the surface in terms of their feet, their comfort, their angles, the way that they have that added stoutness, a feature, still plenty of dimension as you work your way up, and the function, I think, is on point on all 8 of these cattle. From there, there's some minor differences in terms of just the way they're built from the side profile, but I think an awfully consistent group in terms of their basic flexibility and their body shape. To me, there's one out here that hit me awfully hard, and I think one that's a true contender as we work the remainder of the day. And then it gets a little closer, in my opinion, for reserve. And so for the sake of efficiency, I'm going to set the mic down and go get you a champion reserve in this division. But again, my hat's off to each and every one of these kids. An awesome set of them here to start us off. Looking forward to the remainder of the limousine show.
And your Class 3 winner taking the Heifer Calf Championship, that's entry 43035, Casey Parrish, the exhibitor from Hardin FFA. And we're moving up 51,928 for reserve consideration.
Wow. What a tremendously high-quality top pair of heifers, and it is splitting hair amongst the pair of them. It was interesting the order these cattle came in, and the one that came in at third, I said to myself, I'm comfortable with one like that to win this class, and then the red heifer came in, and I got pretty excited, and then the heifer that wins the class ultimately came in, and I think that you can go either way here, although the Baldy heifer is just tremendously bold. And to be that bold in terms of your body shape and then handle yourself with the functionality of structure she does is truly absolutely impressive. She extends so high out of the top side of her shoulder. Tremendous in terms of that overall rib and body. I told the young man she's got enough room for 3 calves in there, and she might actually have 2. I don't know. There's a lot to that one, but to still read so female and angular, I love that about her. Not taking anything away from the red heifer. She has more extras in terms of hair. And so I tell myself, if I melt that hair off of her, does she transition just as seamlessly as that heifer, the way her shoulder and forebody is made? Maybe not. Again, being very, very critical of a heifer that I still think is tremendously high quality, very, very good. The heifer in third, like I said, you talk about feminine function, she has those things. Does she just get swallowed by that top pair? Kinda. And so unfortunately, they showed up today, or you'd have a really nice day. I appreciate her freshness absolutely over the heifer that comes in fourth. You do a great job of getting this one stuck, young lady. You're tremendous on the stick. She's just got a little more forward chest. She doesn't balance up quite as uniquely as some of those heifers up above. If you guys want to make a case for this heifer higher, I don't mind if you do. I just like to change the shape of her head a shot. Now that's awfully, awfully critical of still one that's so tremendous. And in this particular class, we find a lot of heifers that have an absolute amount of power and still handle themselves very, very good as far as structure is concerned. She doesn't transition as smoothly in terms of where her chest hits, up into her forerib, and then the point of her belly. She's just a nickel coarser, but to be that stout and still function is very, very good. Young man, I found your heifer and put her toward the bottom of the class primarily because she's the hardest spined for me, and so in Simmental heifers I take that into consideration, but boy, she's undeniable. As you get her on the stick here, you get her to soften into her spine. She's more ladylike than that heifer above her, so you certainly could switch those. Probably the deepest class we've seen today. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors.
And over in the limousine show, the reserve calf went to William Bryce of Lipan FFA.
Results of Class 13 over in the North Judging Arena in our Junior Simmental show. Winning that class is Levi Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. Second goes to Burke Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. Our third place female was shown by Claire Todd from Needville FFA. Fourth goes to Braylon Rasco from Petersburg FFA. Fifth, Callie Gordon, Penelope FFA. And sixth, Balin Jakubek from Ellis County 4-H. Now bringing in Class 14 in our junior scimitars. So Class 15, we need you in the north staging area at this time.
Limousine exhibitors with heifers in Class 8. This is your second call to be in staging. We'll have relatively small numbers in classes 9 and 10 limousine. We don't want anybody to miss a class, so you be standing ready by the gate and move in when the lineup crew asks you to, please.
We're missing entry number 55926. That's Brecken Rasco. In Class 15, we need you to the north staging area along with entry number 51220. Oh, excuse me. 54608, Ethan Gunn from Waller County 4-H.
Good pair of them here up top, and some good trade-offs back and forth. The heifer that I used to win, as I've said throughout the day, as you study them at the ground, is where she elevates herself. Has more true set to her hock, and the way she goes to the ground with a bit more athleticism and just true comfort in her lower angles. One that's further set back in the angle to her blade and knee, and that just allows her to remain more collected in her top line. One that's massive and bold in terms of her body shape, still proportions awfully adequately here from the side profile. Maybe not near as out there looking to the top side of her crest, a bit more traditional about her skull shape as you analyze her in comparison to a few of these other females, but a female that does a lot of things right, I think most especially from a true function standpoint. The one that comes here in second, I think she's one you're naturally drawn to in terms of her proportions. She's fresher in her chest. She's a bit more elevated there to her front end, comes with more extension from her shoulders forward, drops back with the right kind of sweep to the base of her rib and fill back into her flank. Reads right in terms of her top line and collection from her hook bones back. One that as you go to the ground, to me, is where I'd like to set her back and just see her more comfortable there off of both ends, right there at her knee, and she wants to turn out a shot up front. She goes to the ground just a bit more vertical in terms of her hock. Surprisingly, she doesn't move quite as much that way, but I do think long-term that one you'd like to see just a bit more flexibility. Gives you an awesome look. Appreciate that one's added stoutness. The one that comes here in third, I'd give the edge to in terms of her reach and comfort out of her hip and hind leg in the pair of 2 and 3. One that's still plenty bold in the outward curvature to her center body. She's a little front heavy in terms of the thickness of her neck and how she's built down into her chest floor. She doesn't offset it with that same softness in terms of her center rib and back into her flank. Big thing, just like to see her balance up a bit more appropriately. Truly appreciate that one's flexibility in the middle pair. Female that closes, one that's certainly stout and dimensional from behind, goes with plenty of feature to the surface. Like to see her a bit more ladylike in her shoulder construction and how she projects from there on forward. Like to see her more collected in her top line and how she's built back out through her hip. Certainly appreciate her added density in an awfully good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Final call, Class 8 limousines. We're short 61,688. Last and final call for 61,688. You need to be at staging. They're getting ready to move your class in. Class 9 exhibitors in Class 9 and 10. Limousine to staging, please. Class 9 and 10. And taking first place honors in our Class 7, Carter Marburger of Carmen FFA. Our second place went to Jesse Head of Abernathy FFA. Your third place exhibitor was Ruby Meechan of Giddings FFA. And fourth in the class to Casey Myers of Hawkins FFA. In the arena at this time, Class 8 females in the limousine show. Classes 9 and 10, second call to be checked in with the staging crew.
I think pretty similar to the last class. We have a top pair of heifers here that are both very, very good. Beyond that, the black heifer for me is just bolder in her shape, and then uniquely, she still tucks that fresher chest floor into a more uniquely assembled front end structure as well. I think she's very, very nice. Extremely high quality type of heifer. Not to take anything away from your red heifer, she's one that just doesn't balance quite as flawlessly from front to back just because she's starting to push that little extra forward chest and then her shoulder assembly. But you've done a tremendous job of presenting this one. Extremely high quality, very, very functional type cattle. From there, I think there's some decisions to be made, and the next two heifers are more alike than they are different. I read the black heifer here just to have more total extension. You're doing a great job sticking with her. She's wanting to be a pushy Simmental heifer. They'll certainly do that, especially as they get big and bred out here. She's one that has a little extra leather. It just doesn't allow her to balance quite as well as those cattle ahead of her. You want to talk about true dimension? This heifer possesses it. Any angle you look at her, she's stout. I like that about her. She's maybe just a little more open in her shoulder construction to go with that. It happens in the fore portion and the top side of her skeleton as well, but she still remains much more collected in terms of her top line as she gets out and goes in relation to the red heifer. Another one here that's just a stoutie. I like that about her. Tremendous in terms of her pin width, what she has into her quarter. We just need to reassemble her top line structure. She wants to pull down in her loin and then really crank up into that tailhead as she gets out and goes. You do a great job of showing her. I can tell you guys have spent a lot of time at home together. Same holds true for you guys as a pair. You work extremely well together. I like that about your heifer. She's leveled down her top line. Just need to reassemble her underneath to make her softer and more sweeping in that rib cage.
Well, thank you, Ms. Govert, for that critique on Class 14 in our Junior Simmental show. Our class winner is Mackenzie DeBerry from Lamb County 4-H. Second goes to John Gandy, member of Johnson County 4-H. Our third place female, shown by Madeline Betcher from Lexington FFA. Fourth place goes to Briley Morris from Klein Kane FFA. Fifth, shown by Chloe Litke, Austin County 4-H. And Bryson Heckler from Columbia FFA showed our sixth place female. We're now leading in our last class of Simmental heifers of the day. After this class, we'll select our division winners from classes 13, 14, and 15, and then transition into our grand drive. So it won't be long before we'll start showing shorthorns. So you shorthorn people, shorthorn exhibitors, start getting it on your mind. We won't be long before we get to you. Shorthorn exhibitors, start getting it on your mind.
I think they said a couple times over the mic, maybe our limousine show isn't our biggest in terms of numbers, but we've had a great deal of quality through all these classes, and we continue that here in this particular group. One here at the start of the lineup, I like this one an awful lot in terms of her hip and hind leg, the way she's built in her upper hip with that added squareness and dimension. She carries her shape deep and maternal down into her lower quarter and still has that attractive hawk shape and comfort down to the surface. She's bold in the turn to the bottom portion of her rib cage and still fresh in her composition. Everything makes sense on this heifer in terms of her proportionality, the way she's assembled here from the side profile. And again, she takes off and goes, just has more true comfort built into her lower skeleton as we analyze this top pair. Now, she's not quite as neat in terms of her shoulder set. She doesn't have quite as much just thinness to the top side of her neck or neatness in terms of her jawline, and that's where you can like this one in second. She is high tying, very proud in terms of her look, still opens back with plenty of depth in terms of her midrib and fill back into her flank, and her proportionality is as good as any of them here in this particular class. The longer she's out here, and then still when you send her into motion, just like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and see it laid onto her body a bit neater. She's one that's not quite as coordinated in her step out of her hip and hind leg, but again, parked right there. When he gets her all put together, it's awfully, awfully good. The young lady has one here in third. I think as she continues to work on feed and come with maturity or calf, however you want to phrase that, in her mid-body, then you can really get fired up on this one. She's comfortable in her angles. She has plenty of length and levelness back out through her hip. She's tidy about her shoulder, and it still has plenty of presence from there on forward just for added frame. Like to soften her up in terms of her mid-body to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. The young lady that has this one next on the other end of the spectrum, in terms of her condition, I'd like to see this one a bit neater in terms of her composition. I think that allows you to appreciate her body shape and the way she goes there in her general angles. She has the amount of condition here that just makes her more uncoordinated in her movement there off of both ends. The red heifer stout has that added shape and dimension on the top side of her skeleton. With that, she's a shot coarser about her shoulder and just doesn't have that same semblance of quality in her hind leg as she goes to the ground. Still like that one in terms of her broody nature. The female that closes us out here has plenty of depth of body. She's easy keeping in terms of her mature cow size as you project her on. Just like to knock her back and angle to her knee, see her more comfortable and attractive in the set to her hind leg. Still appreciate that one's kind in terms of her midrib and her moderate makeup. Good class there. I think an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Taking first place is Jordan Wellman of Joshua FFA. Your second place honors went to Carson Curry, Abernathy FFA. Our third in the class, Emily Campbell of Commerce FFA. Fourth place, Kennedy Griffin, the exhibitor, Klein FFA. Fifth to Matthew Pettis of Southwest FFA. And sixth place, Caleb Williamson, the exhibitor, Abernathy FFA.
So we round out on your final class of Simmentals here. I find a heifer that I like a lot of things about, and she's what I would hope for in the last class of Simmental heifers. One that has maturity on her side, but yet she's still fresh enough in that regard. That is a big-footed, stout-featured heifer that does a lot of things very, very well. There's a decision between the next pair, but I'd like to commend the exhibitor on your breeding decision here, and I think this is a very nice generational upgrade in the Baldy calf. I think where I'd like to change your cow, the calf is definitely done well there, so hats off to you for that. She's extended, she's attractive, she's obviously putting everything into that calf as well from a performance standpoint. Very, very nice job. Maybe not the extras of the one that beats you there, but still very functional. You guys make an awesome pair down here. You're doing a great job, young lady. A heifer that's really long and extended, like that about her. She too maybe is just a little rougher in her groundwork. Let's give her a big round of applause as she heads out of the ring.
And our results in Class 15 of our Junior Simmental Heifer Show. Winning that class is Brecken Rasco from Petersburg FFA. Second, shown by Ethan Gunn from Waller County 4-H. And our third place female, shown by Abigail Heckler from Columbia FFA. We'll now lead back in our first and second place winners from classes 13, 14, and 15. From these six, we'll select our champion and reserve in our senior division. We're on our senior champion drive in our Simmental show in the North Judging Arena. Following that, we'll stage and pick our overall champion in reserve Simmental females. And then following that, we'll start our Shorthorn show. So you Shorthorn exhibitors, get it on your mind.
Another exceptional class winner here, and one that is so dense in terms of her body and stout when you get right in behind her, and still gives you a maternal view here from the side profile. I think largely in part she's just so comfortable in her angles at the surface and reads right in terms of her toe. One that takes off and goes and remains very collected in her lines here from the side profile. Again, as you reflect back on what we've seen to this point in the show, maybe she's not the tidiest right there at her shoulder. Maybe she's not just the most feminine to the top side of her crest or right there about her jaw, but one that, in my opinion, everything makes sense. She's broody, she's maternal, she's massive, she's comfortable at the surface. I like that kind. The red one here in second is one that mirrors her in terms of her body shape, her dimension, and her squareness from behind the cattle. One, to me, as I step back off her, I just like to reconstruct her shot right there at the base of her jaw and down into her chest floor. We could see her a bit fresher in her composition in those areas, and then see her set back and the angle to her hock and how she goes to the ground. She's a bit more vertical than what I'd like to see. I think if you could change her in those areas, makes it a bit more of a top pair. Still really appreciate that one's broody, massive makeup right there through her center body. The one that comes here in third, the set to her hind leg is absolutely impressive. The way she goes to the ground with that kind of athleticism and reach and range of motion is something that I'm naturally drawn to. She's up-headed and has a proud look there through her front end. Biggest thing for me is I think she needs to be set back and angled to her blade, and that's part of why she projects so high there at the top side of her shoulder. For a little added frame in here in this class, I'd like to soften her up in terms of her center body to make it all balanced, but certainly like that way that one's built through the rear third of her body. Young man has one here that closes us out. I think still a good kind of cattle. She's moderate, she's easy keeping, she's sound. She's one that I don't think will require just a whole lot in terms of additional supplementation. In this class, she's been out horsed a bit in terms of true dimension. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her foot and feature. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice class winner.
And we thank you for the overview. Class 9 winners, exhibitors in Class 10. This is your call. That means Class 13 limousine need to go to staging. First place honor is going to Cole Keaton of Lubbock County. Second to Breland Vyeth of Windhurst FFA. Third place to Kyle Gregory, Montgomery County 4-H member. And fourth to Carter Curry of Abernathy FFA. We're now into our division class 10, final class in our division. This second call for Class 13 limousines to staging.
Good pair here, and pretty different in terms of their type and kind. I tell you, the heifer at the front of the lineup probably most closely resembles my kind in terms of upheadedness, freshness in her chest floor, the right kind of turn to the base of her cage, and still reads as comfortable as any of them in terms of her angles down low. A heifer that I like in the transition from her shoulder back into her forerib. If you could tweak her just a little bit, and honestly, as much as anything, just see her a little better haired. I think that kind of amplify her look here from the side profile. Also like to see her tail head sit a bit neater in the backside of her hip. She doesn't have quite as much foot size as a heifer that comes directly behind her, or probably quite as much density in terms of her body, and I think that's where it gets close. The heifer that comes here in second, moderate, easy keeping, so opened up and massive in terms of her midrib, and stout when you get right in behind her. A heifer to me, as you step back off her, I think is comfortable and attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. I'd like to see her a bit stronger in her view down the top side of her skeleton. She wants to break right in behind her blade just a shot. She has a bit more kind of coarseness to the top side of her tail head, and one that's a little coarser in terms of the feature to her teats here at this stage of the game. I think if you could see her a shot more refined in those few areas, then it makes it a bit closer there in the top pair, because that one is dense in her body and comfortable off of both ends. The heifer that comes here in third has so much drop and turn to the base of her rib, one that's still comfortable in her angles down low. From there, she's maybe a shot more general in her look, from her shoulders forward, a bit shorter in terms of her hip construction, just doesn't have that same neat look in terms of her hind leg when she goes to the ground as those two that go directly in front of her, but I think certainly represents a good kind in terms of body and that easy keeping look. The heifer that closes has plenty of stoutness and squareness in her upper pin set, one that has some added just true performance as you study her here from the side profile. She's one that's pushing a bit more chest. She's a bit coarser in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, and doesn't have that same turn back into her rear rib and flank to really make it all balance up here from the side profile, but certainly appreciate that one's added dimension on the top side of her skeleton. Good class there. I thought an awfully nice top pair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the overview of your Class 10 limousine cattle. Taking first place honors is Weston Austin of Weatherford FFA. Second going to Kason Kaiser of the Hudson FFA chapter. Third, Jack Lewis, the exhibitor from Kinney County 4-H. And fourth, Brooke Madison Walker, Northwest FFA. And this brings us to our Junior Division Championship drive here in the limousine show. So that means you exhibitors in the final division, Class 13, y'all need to be moving to staging and checking in. Class 13, Class 14 and 15 need to be standing ready.
Really a good division here as we get them back out. And I think a lot of similarities in terms of just density and power and dimension as you study, especially here, the front portion of this lineup, and a set of cattle that, in my opinion, had the most true kind of elevation in their assembly, quality of their skeleton, the way that they go there off of both ends. I thought here in the front class, or first class, is one that I liked an awful lot in terms of her hind leg, and one that's set further back and angled to her knee in that particular grouping. Maybe not the extras in terms of look, but I like that one in terms of reach and range of motion. The one that comes out of class 2, so powerful, so stout as you study her at every angle. One, to me, could hook up a bit stronger from her shoulder back into her full rib, but in that particular class, she still had the advantage in terms of flexibility, certainly has a clear-cut advantage in terms of overall dimension. Then we get into class 3, and one that is so cowy and dimensional in terms of her mid-rib, stout when you get right in behind her, and still goes to the ground with that right kind of flexibility and attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. Again, as I said there in class, maybe a shot more traditional in her look from her shoulders forward. Maybe you'd like to tidy her up in her chest forward just a touch, but from her shoulders back, it's hard to build cattle like that. She is so dimensional. Then we get into this last class, and one that I like an awful lot. She maybe not want to cooperate near as much, but that one has as much look and proportionality from the side profile as any of them. I'd give her the edge in terms of her reach and athleticism off of both ends. One, as I said there earlier, and it is a silly criticism, but she's a little flat-haired, and so maybe you're not initially drawn to her quite as much as a few of these other ones, but you really dig in on that female. Her basics are on point. Her lines are on point. Her freshness and her composition here amongst this set of contemporaries is something that, in my opinion, really elevates her to the top. So to me, the longer you're out here and the more you really dig in on them, becomes a pretty logical place to start. I'm going to use this young lady out of the last class to be your champion. I'm going to follow right up with class 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations to our Junior Heifer Division winner. That's entry 47-951, Weston Austin of Weatherford, Texas, the winner of our Class 10 in this division, taking champion Junior Heifer. And the reserve honors going to entry 46-786, Cole Keaton, the exhibitor from Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to our reserve and champion here in the Junior Heifer Division. That'll move us into our first class, a set of the seniors. We have 3 classes. We're getting ready to move in Class 13, last and final call for contestants in Class 13. Buick Limousine Heifer exhibitors in classes 14 and 15 need to be making your way to staging.
Get over here in your last division of Simmentals, we caught a second place there to a tattoo, and so the heifers, that doesn't change the picture on the top side for class winners, and I think they're all very, very nice, tremendously high quality, all really functional type females that represent power and muscularity, but yet do it in a ladylike fashion, and that's where the one that I'm going to utilize to win just excels the rest of them in terms of her joint work, the way she lays into her shoulder. There is no doubt that boldness is on her side, yet she still has the most advantage in terms of extension up front. Very, very high quality. I guess for me, where the heartburn lies is I'm going to end up leaving out a heifer that's very, very good. And in other shows where she doesn't run into a pair like she has, she logics herself to champion pretty easily. And so I could split a pair of cattle up and squeeze her between, but in my mind that doesn't make sense when I tell you on the microphone I still had a very close decision within a class. I'll go out and select the pair that'll be champion in reserve, but there is an honorable mention out here that's still tremendously high quality.
And there's your senior champion female coming out of class number 13, exhibited by Levi Buchanan from Ellis County 4-H. And our reserve is our second place out of class number 13, exhibited by Burke Shipman Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to our division winners as well as all the youngsters who showed in our senior classes of our Simmental breed. We're now staging our division winners from our calf, junior, and senior divisions, and we will select our overall champion Simmental female.
Limousine exhibitors, class 14 and 15 need to be at staging. We've got a single entry in class 15. Don't want you to miss your class. Let's be at staging. This division's going to move along pretty quick, so this will be a heads up for the first class of Charlets. We'll move right into that Charlet show at the conclusion of our Grand Champion drive in the limousine.
Shorthorn exhibitors, we're not going to take a break. We're going to go right into the Shorthorns. So Shorthorn exhibitors, we're bringing in our division winners and going to select our overall champion in our Simmental breed. So we're going to go straight into the Shorthorns, no break. Shorthorn exhibitors, classes 1 and 2, we need you down around the north staging area at this time.
Get over here to pick a grand champion Simmental, and the 3 age divisions represent themselves very well. I think they all fit into that extremely well, and they're very high quality, very deep all the way down. Some of those calf classes ran 5 and 6 deep, and we get them back out here and compare them, and I'm really comfortable with my choice for champion and reserve, and I'm not going to take a lot of time here, and I don't mean that out of disrespect, guys, but when I have my mind made up, we don't need to spend a whole lot more time studying. The 2 calves down here have a very bright future ahead of them. I like that about them. Future is important as you pick a calf. Not maybe necessarily they're there today, but I think they've got a lot of come in them, and that's important. Boy, this heifer is stout. She is powerful. I love that about her. I said earlier maybe the shape to her pole isn't as feminine as some of the other cattle. Got a little more in terms of her tail head laid into her spine, a shot better. And so logically that leads me to a pair of heifers that are extremely impressive. They're going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations, gentlemen.
And our champion and reserve overall comes out of our senior division. Winning our champion Simmental heifer of the 2025 San Antonio Junior Heifer Show goes to Levi Buchanan, Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Levi. And our reserve overall champion, also coming out of that senior division, goes to Burke Shipman, Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to those winners, as well as all that showed in our Junior Simmental Heifer Show. Would like to remind our winners here that you will be given a bio sheet. We need you to get those filled out and up to the announcer stands as soon as you possibly can. We'll need those for the Supreme Drive this evening. Shorthorn exhibitors, let's roll. Shorthorns, been calling for you. We need Class 1 in the staging area, getting set right now to come into the show arena. Class 2, you need to be right nearby. Class 1 and 2 Shorthorns, we need you all to the north staging area.
Another good class here in our limousine show, and I think some good trade-offs back and forth here in our top pair. I'll be the first to tell you, the one that I use maybe isn't initially my cup of tea. She is stout. Holy smokes, is she stout and bold and powerful and big-footed and dimensional, and maybe just a shade, I guess, coarser about her look from her shoulder and there in the top side of her crest. But when you take into consideration the amount of true dimension and power that female possesses and the way she still goes with easily the most true athleticism and reach off of both ends, it's hard to deny that female here in this particular class. And outside of maybe being just not near as feminine in her look from her shoulders forward, she still proportions awfully good from there on back. As you study her center body, flank, the way she's assembled in her hip and hind leg, I think that female's one you just absolutely have to respect for what she brings to this particular lineup. The heifer here in second is one that I tell you I like in terms of just the smoothness of her shoulder, the neatness there in the top side of her neck, one that's a bit smoother and just fresher in her appearance from her jaw down into her chest floor, one that opens back with plenty of center body, and I think one you really have to respect for her starting to bag up and read right in terms of the feature to her udder and the shape and construction in that regard. Still big-footed as she goes to the ground. Where I sort her into second is I want to label her my kind, but I just wish she had more true comfort right there at her hock where she's assembled just a bit more vertical than what I'd like to see. When she takes off and goes, she doesn't have that same range of motion as my class winner. Close decision there. I think they're both awfully high quality. The one that comes here in third out horses the one directly in front of her in terms of body shape and turn to the base of her cage, stoutness when you get right in behind her. She takes off and goes and needs to be set back up front. She's a bit more forward about her shoulder and open at the point of it. I'd like to rock her back at her knee and just see her fresher in her composition, again, from her shoulders forward, but certainly dimensional, powerful. I appreciate that one's added performance. The heifer here on third is on the other end of the spectrum. So fresh, so neat, so comfortable, and her angles down low. She's just been out-horsed here in the top end of this class to the base of her cage and back into her flank, and quite frankly, just overall weight per day of age and overall growth. I think you take that one from an individual standpoint, she's good looking and sound, just need a bit more of her. The one that comes here next, long and extended, smooth-shouldered, has plenty of look from there on forward. To me, it's as you work from there on back. I'd like to soften her up in her midrib, see her longer and level her back out through her hip, and a bit more coordinated in her movement there off her rear too. But I like that one's length and freshness here from the side profile. The one that rolls around here next, bold in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. I like to soften her up to the base of her rib. Like to see her just a bit more confident in her step there off her rear too. The brown tinge female that closes this out, again, fresh and genuine in terms of her composition. Plenty of length and look here from the her shoulder forward. Just like to soften her up in her center body. Like to stouten her up in her feature. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice top pair.
And we thank you for the overview of our class. 13 placings. Justin Head taking the blue ribbon. He's from Abernathy. Member. Second in the class went to Hunter Lee Faust of Harrison County 4-H. Our third place, Owen Graham, the exhibitor, Yo FFA chapter member. Fourth in the class to Laney Lancaster of Harris County 4-H. Your fifth place, Aubrey McKay, the exhibitor from Deer Park FFA. And sixth, Letty Benham of Crum FFA. Fourth to Logan Croft of Moody FFA. Congratulations to these ribbon winners in our Class 13 of the Limousine Show. Class 14 limousines are in the arena at this time. We have a single entry in Class 15. We'll be moving into that senior division. So that means that we'll have a champion limousine pretty short order. So you Charlet exhibitors with heifers in the first couple of classes, you need to be having them standing ready here pretty quick.
I think we have one more class here, but we're certainly getting close to the end here in our limousine show, and one that comes out here and just really adds to the mix. Here at the front of the lineup, a heifer that, in my opinion, reads so honest and genuine in terms of her base width and her build at the surface, her toes, her comfort, her attractiveness in her lower skeleton. It really allows her to have that kind of body shape and turn in terms of her midrib and still remain pretty clean in terms of her composition. A heifer, as you step back off her, maybe not just the biggest in terms of her frame as anything we've seen to this point, but I actually appreciate her moderation, her easy flesh and look, her proportionality here from the side profile, and one that's just going to make it an excellent cow in terms of her base build and her added dimension. Young lady does an exceptional job getting that one shown. It becomes a bit more of a decision here as you work down the line. The heifer that comes in second is the most, I guess, next my kind in terms of her freshness and her look from her shoulders forward, her length and levelness down her top line, her comfort and the way she's assembled there at the surface. She's got a little added frame, and I wish she had some softness to her center body to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. Also like to clean up a few of those auxiliary teats that she's got working back in there, but certainly one in terms of freshness, flexibility, and look. She becomes an awfully logical second. The one that comes here in third has more softness and turn to the base of her cage and fill back into her flank. She's pretty comfortable in terms of her angles, honestly, as you study her there at the surface. It's what makes it a bit of a surprise when she takes off and goes. She's just a little uncoordinated in her movement off of both ends. I think because she's tightened up right there in her center spine, wants to break a bit right in behind there out of the backside of her shoulder, and just doesn't remain quite as collected when she takes off and goes, but certainly moderate, easy keeping in terms of her center body. Female that comes here next, high tying, neat looking and smooth about her shoulder, and the way she's built from there on forward, still fairly comfortable, and her angle's down low. One that's been out horse just a bit in terms of foot feature and overall dimension when you get riding behind the cattle. But from an individual standpoint, that one's moderate, easy keeping, and comfortable in terms of her lower angles. That for the closes out, I think one certainly you like in terms of her added length aside and performance here in the final pair. To me, she either needs to be fresher in her chest floor or have more true body shape and dimension down low to offset that and maybe change up that, I guess, proportionality just a shot more. I'd like to set her back in her knee just a touch too when she takes off and goes. Good class of them there, start to finish. I thought a standout class winner. Congratulations.
Attention in the Shorthorn show, we need Kaylee Corley from Willis FFA, entry number 41816 to the North Staging Area out of Class 3. Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA.
And we're moving in our final class here in the limousine show. I'd like to recognize the winners in the Class 14, and taking that first place ribbon was entry 37653, Kaylee Gaston of the Eastland FFA chapter. Second in the class went to Madison Wild of Falls County 4-H. Your third place to Whitney Bishop, a member of the College Station FFA chapter. Fourth place to Skylyn Brooke White of La Pryor FFA, and fifth to Wyatt Jacoby of Springtown FFA.
To get started with your shorthorn calf class, I am really comfortable with the pair of heifers on the top side here. And that being said, the one that just absolutely hit me the hardest as they came in still remains the best for me. Young man's heifer here is really appropriate in terms of her length of body, and because of that, she just has more depth and sweep to her rib cage. She's fuller and more expansive in her forerib, and it just about allows her to balance up a shot better at this stage of the game for me. Now, young man, your redneck roan here, her color is a little hard to get through initially, and so she followed this heifer in, and I didn't notice her just right off the bat, but you get down and read through her color break transitions, there's a lot of good in that one. Today, she's a little greener in her composition, and because of it, she's harder in her forerib transition for me. It just allows the shape of her shoulder to stick out a shot more, but that is a neat-necked heifer who's got lots of real dimension to her. I love that about her, and she's still, again, even though she's a little longer than a heifer initially ahead of her, she's more appropriate in that regard than the heifer that comes next. I think all that one needs is time, and her best days are yet to come. A heifer here that I like a lot of things about, and initially she's really highly presented. She hits you hard in that regard from a line standpoint. She's striking and attractive. From a frame size standpoint, we could probably moderate her just a shot, maybe make her a little bit shorter bodied and just easier fleshing kind of cattle, but still there's a lot of real dimension and power to that heifer, and I still see her as a little softer in her forerib and flank than the heifer that comes next. Young man, your heifer reads the same, and I guess green is a good thing as a baby calf, but maybe in this particular class it reads the most to your disadvantage. She's the harshest in her lower body cavity for me, but as I pulled her over there, I thought to myself, you know, that pair could easily be switched. She could be third just as easily as she's fourth. She is flexible in her skeleton. She's got a big old foot, really, for how she's built in terms of her bone work. She angulates up nice from the side. Again, another one that I think just needs more time here, and her better days are yet to come. The loud marked heifer is as stout as anything. She's big pinned. Young lady's doing a great job of getting this one stuck. As she gets out and goes, maybe doesn't function and flex quite as easy out of her hip and off her rear, too, as some of the cattle ahead of her, but a nice project there. Just a practical kind of cattle. She's deep-bodied, she's soft, just doesn't read with as much real dimension as some of the cattle. She's a little flatter in her composition, but as they read on to bigger heifers and you keep her lean enough, it might end up being an advantage. She definitely is more flexible than the heifer that follows her. Young lady on the standstill, your redneck here is really attractive. Her lines are amazing in terms of strikingness. I love that about her. She patterns and profiles nicely. We set it into motion, though, needs to flex a little better. Really feminine, elegant, refined kind of heifer that has that advantage in terms of flexibility as she meets the surface. It just doesn't come with enough extras in terms of her power and stoutness of features. She's a little frailer in her basic build. Another heifer here that's very nice on the standstill as she gets out and goes. She's just a little awkward in the way she motions off of those rear two. One thing that I might be being critical of as she meets the surface. I think if you get her to go a shot better, she's very nice. Heifer here wants to drop her pins a little bit, but she's really smooth in the way she assembles up front. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, she's one that's highly presented. Young lady's done a nice job of getting her ready to show. Drops her pins and wants to handle herself a little reared off of her hind leg, but a very nice class.
Single entry over here in the limousine show. We'll have those comments and then your results. Shorthorn show.
Single entry here to close us out in our limousine show, and a pair that I think is awfully good. A cow doing a great job with this heifer calf at side. She's bold-bodied, one that certainly sounded at the surface. Maybe not just the wildest looking from her shoulders forward, or just the absolute softest in terms of her center body. You can tell she's putting a lot into this calf. But I would tell you, in all my years of judging shows and looking at pairs, I think this calf is as nice as anything that I've seen. One that has an incredibly bright future. She is comfortable and attractive in terms of her angles down low. She's one that's soft in terms of her center body, neat about her shoulder, still projects with that added look. I'd say watch out for this one next year when she comes back as her own individual entry, because that one's awfully good. The whole pair certainly has a great look about them. Congrats to these youngsters. They're doing a great job.
Blue ribbon here in Class 15 going to Mason Pace, Iowa Park, FFA.
I'd like to take this opportunity before I announce the results of our first class of Shorthorn heifers to introduce our judge, Krisha Geffert from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. She's worked through our Herefords and Simmental cattle already this morning, done a great job. So, Krisha, thank you for being here and working through the junior heifers with us here today. Our results of Class 1 in our Junior Shorthorn show. Winning the class is John Wells from Van Alstine FFA. Second goes to Harrison Thielen from Willis FFA. Third place was shown by Hunter Jones, Parker County 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor is Dylan Earls from Taylor County 4-H. Fifth place ribbon went to Rayleigh Rhodes from Alvoid FFA. Sixth place shown by Scott Harsfield, Clearbrook FFA. Seventh goes to Allison Green, Crum FFA. Eighth place, Cameron Hill, Burleson County 4-H. Ninth, Indy Sykes, Fayette County 4-H. And 10th place shown by Addie Stutz, Mineral Wells FFA. Currently judging class number 3 in our Shorthorns. Didn't have a class 2, so class 4, we need you to the north staging area. Class 4 Shorthorns, we need you in the north staging area.
Well, an awesome division here as we get to the end of our limousine show, and looking forward to getting these champions back out here for an overall selection in this breed. I think we've seen a great deal of quality from start to finish here in this particular set, and I think we see certainly a lot of just true dimension and flexibility in our class winners, and our seconds still have a great deal of quality as well. We started it all off here in this first class, and as I said there earlier, maybe not initially my cup of tea, but one that just has so much true dimension and stoutness and flexibility and attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. I maybe like to tidy her up there on the top side of her crest and down into her chest floor just ever so slightly, but one that you just really have to respect for all that she brings to this particular group in terms of overall dimension. one that comes here out of this second class that to me just kind of hits you pretty hard in terms of her flexibility, her attractiveness, and her lower skeleton, the sweep she has to the base of her cage, and her look and presence here from the side profile to still, as you work around the backside of her, have that same natural dimension and true power. I think it's something that's hard to do, and in cattle like this, I think it just makes you elevate them in your mind in terms of their quality. What they can do in the show ring, I think, comes second to what this one can do whenever put back into production. She's awfully nice. Then we got this cow that's kind of taking that step off into motherhood and doing an excellent job. Maybe like to change her up just a bit in terms of the spread and squareness to her udder, and one that I think certainly you'd like to see a bit neater there to the top side of her crest. But she's stout, she's flexible, and has an incredible heifer calf here at side that I think takes it a step further, really makes you excited about breeding on this cow because she's soft-bodied, she's smooth in her makeup, she's comfortable and attractive in terms of her angles, and still has that same stoutness and squareness that you find in mama. So again, start to finish, these class winners, awfully nice. To me, it's a pretty straightforward decision. We're going to use this one here at a Class 2 to be your champion. We're going to follow right up with this first class for reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations to our division winner out of Class 14. That's entry number 37653. And Kaylee Gaston, the exhibitor from Eastland FFA. And your reserve honors going to the winner of Class 13. That's 46-132, Justin Head, the exhibitor, member of the Abernathy FFA chapter. And we'll be lining up our division champions here for the Grand Champion Limousine Heifer selection. So, Charolais exhibitors, it's your first call.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install.
And then her angularity, flexibility. She's actually got a huge hind leg, but it's in such a feminine character, it doesn't detract from her look. All of her pieces blend together so nicely. I did say to the young lady, I said, it'd be fun if you could fit this one, because as good as she is unfit, I'd love to see what she looked like if she was. The heifer in second is, you just run into a really tough one on the top side, young lady, but I do read more quality about the way she's made through her head and her shoulder, and just the way she assembles from a profile standpoint as far as her balance is concerned, from the rear portion of her skeleton to up front. We set her into motion, though. For me, she just gets a little wonky in the way she wants to utilize that hind leg, but still a very high quality individual, and I set that aside because she's so much more unique in her balance. The young man's roan heifer is one that's got a performance advantage. There's a lot of cow there, and I like that about her. She's got a little more extension, and she does handle herself pretty good off of her hip and hind leg. She just doesn't balance quite as well. She's a little deeper throated. Well, when she does that, it helps, right? She's got a little more shoulder. Naturally, as I walk around the front side of him, she wants to open up there a little more. I'd like to just make her a little more angular, but very, very nice. Young man's got his work cut out for him here. This heifer's done nothing but want to give him fit, so it's hard to get a good look at her because she wants to push him around. She just isn't quite as good balance from hooks to pins or as level there, but when she wants to fight him, it just accentuates that. But I do like her flexibility, one that can get out and go. On the standstill, this heifer levels up really nicely. She behaves extremely well for you, so I can tell you put in the time at home. If she gets out and goes, though, she just is heavier in the front side than she is from behind. Doesn't allow her to balance perfectly as we get off to the side. Young lady's heifer here is one that's just kind of in her working condition in terms of her degree of condition. She's really, really green. She just needs more time on feed, but she is flexible in her makeup. Just wish there was more of her.
Results in Class 3 in our Shorthorn show. Winning the class is Lauren Gates, Willis FFA. Second place female shown by Kaylee Corley, Willis FFA. Our third place female shown by Rick Ariano, Veteran Memorial FFA. Fourth place goes to Eli Sharross from Harris County 4-H. Fifth place shown by Will Palmer, Crossroads FFA. In sixth place, shown by Angelique Leha from Judson FFA. Bringing in Class 4 in our Shorthorn show. After Class 4, we'll bring in our winners out of Classes 1, 3, and 4 and pick our Heifer Division winners.
Well, back over here in your limousine show, we get them all back out here for our champion drive, and what a good show we've had here. If you're ringside, please put your hands together for all of our exhibitors here in our limousine show. I would tell you, kind of in the mirage of breeds that we sell throughout the year, I don't do a whole lot in the limousine breed, but I just kind of look from afar and really respect what this breed has done, especially here in the last 10 years. I think you've always expected these cattle to be good-footed, good structured, and stout, and how they've kind of taken themselves and taken a step into what I think is true kind of supreme contention in their type and their kind and their look from the side profile is impressive. They made a major step in that direction, and I think we see that out here in these cattle that make it to the middle of the ring. They still have what you always expected in these limousines in terms of dimension and flexibility and foot size and shape, but again, they have that look and presence and proportionality that it takes to win at a big stage here from the side profile. We started it all off here in our calf division, and I thought that one was pretty exciting to look at in terms of her attractiveness in her lower skeleton, her foot size, her softness in her center body, her neatness about her shoulder, and the way she projects with that kind of arrogance and presence to her front end is something that I'm naturally drawn to. She's not quite as just opened up in her forerib as a few of these others that come directly behind her. I think she's got more than enough, and one that has an incredibly bright future, in my opinion. Then we got into that second division, and maybe one that doesn't initially just hit you quite as hard because she's a little flatter haired, but you read through it all, and that's a heifer to me that's very fresh in her composition. She's high tying, and the way she projects back from her shoulder and full rib back into her flank and moves in the right direction is something that I like an awful lot. She's comfortable as any of them when she takes off and goes. Now, in comparison to the two heifers on either side of her, she's not quite as big-footed or stout in her ankle. I'd like to lay her tail head a bit neater right there in the backside of her hip. I think that one's got an awfully good look about her. She's awfully good when set in motion. The one that comes out of this last division is one that I think you can get pretty fired up about. And when you're talking about brood cow look and dimension in her center body and stoutness from behind, she has that in spades. You go to the ground and she's comfortable and attractive in her angles and gets out and goes with the right kind of reach and range of motion off of both ends. And you step back off her, and although she's maybe not quite as out there looking in her presence as the one that comes out of that first division, she still proportions in a very incredible look here from the side profile, and one that I like in terms of her overall proportionality. It's close out here, but to me, whenever it gets close, you got to really lean towards those breds that put it all together. I'm going to use this one to be your champion. We're going to follow right up with that calf for reserve. Congratulations.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
FFA. Congratulations to these limousine winners for our Grand and Reserve honors. And this will be second call for our Class 1 Charolais. Class 1 Charolais, we're ready to have you checked into staging. Class 2, you need to be standing ready.
I think an interesting class on how it all comes together here. And the one that just hit me the hardest in terms of having a combination of show ring presence with some rib, body, and sustainability is the young lady's red and white heifer. She's definitely the stoutest one we have out here, yet she's still very highly presented, a really fresh kind of heifer that's attractive in her look. Does she have a little shoulder to go with her stoutness? Yes, but she still functions so well from a structural standpoint. I much prefer her softness of center, her moderation and rib and body compared to the heifer in second. Now, naturally, I'm drawn to lines like the heifer in second has, and she is striking. And absolutely, as she comes in the ring, she still reads that way. She's still young in her show career in green. I just read her as a little harsher in terms of her frame size, and I'd like to body her down a little bit to go with all the length and extension and attractive pieces that she has. But in this particular class, I still think she reads with the look of quality in comparison to the heifers that come next. If you want to say this heifer is more dimensional, she is. There isn't a lot of hair to read through. What you see is what you get. She extends with rib and body, and I like that about her. She's just not as sharp off either end of her skeleton. She gets a little rounder and a nickel planer in relation to that heifer that comes next. There's still just so much more substance there than the heifer that comes in fourth. In fourth, again, is another heifer that she draws me in because she's so attractive. She's parallel in her lines and striking in that regard. Unfortunately, it just needs to come with more substance. She's a little harsher. She's a little frailer in her groundwork. I still read her to be more appropriate in her angle.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Now, young lady, this changes the game when you get her set like this. Unfortunately, she tells her true story as we put her into motion. She's kind of high in that spine and off into her hip, and so I put her down there just because she's not as level in terms of her lines, but I certainly could see that heifer reading a little higher up. If she gets more comfortable in the show ring, she just kind of wants to act like a knothead and shows off her worst pieces, but you do a great job.
Results of Class 4 in our Junior Shorthorn show. Winning that class is Jessica Stansel from Maypearl FFA. Our second place award goes to Elizabeth Wells, Van Alstine FFA. Placing third, Colin Van from Onalaska FFA. Our fourth place female was shown by Blake Bryant from Alvin FFA. Fifth place goes to Mackenzie Reed from Frisco Memorial FFA. Our sixth place female was shown by Anastasia Levy from College Park FFA, and seventh goes to Riley Ruiz from Sci-Fair FFA. We'll now bring in our class winners out of classes 1, 3, and 4. From these females, we'll select our division winners in our heifer calf. So, you Class 7 Shorthorns, you need to be in the staging area at this time. Class 7 Shorthorns, we need your entries in the staging area at this time. Class 7 Shorthorns.
To get out here to pick calf champion on the Shorthorn side, I'm very, very impressed with the quality that ran all the way through here, but I find a pair of them for champion and reserve that I think that are not alike, but complement each other very nicely. And when I think of what makes a nice Shorthorn heifer, I think which one has some stoutness in terms of feature, the flexibility from a skeleton standpoint, and then puts it together with that wow look from the side. And I land on one that just has that edge in terms of extras, bone, foot, muscularity. Young ladies, white heifer will be champion. Young man of class 1 will be reserved.
Our champion in our calf division in our junior shorthorn show comes to us out of class number 3. That's shown by Lauren Gates from Willis FFA. Congratulations to you. And our reserve comes to us out of our first class. That's shown by John Wells, Van Alstine FFA. Congratulations to our calf division winners in our shorthorn show, along with all of the youngsters that showed in classes 1, 3, and 4. Now leading in class 7. So class 8. We need your shorthorn heifers. Class 8 shorthorn heifers, we need your entries to the north staging area at this time. Class 8, we need you.
Charolais heifers in class 2, you need to be checking into staging. This will be first call for class 3 to make their way over to the staging gate. Class 2, final call in the Charolais show. Here in our San Antonio Junior Heifer Show in the Charolais division, want to thank Mr. and Ms. Bill Arlett Jr. for the continued support of providing a special buckle for the grand champion Charolais heifer exhibitor in memory of Mr. Arlett Sr. Thank you all again for being with us and providing this special award.
Well, an awesome way to start us off here in our Charolais show. Got a lot of quality from start to finish. Kind of a little bit of a rowdy bunch. Maybe these heifers aren't wanting to cooperate near as much, but when they get them all put together, this is an awesome set from start to finish. I think all the way down the line, a heifer down there at the very end that still has a great deal of quality, and if managed correctly, can certainly be in contention by the time they roll around, become big breds. The heifer that I used to win, no question, this is the place to start. And in terms of big feet, comfortable and attractive angles off of both ends, one that projects neat out of the top side of a smooth shoulder and still comes back with a fresh and bold body type. This one remains very collected in her lines and I think does a lot of things right, especially at the surface. I'm a big feet and legs guy, and that one's as good as any of them by a long shot. Maybe you'd like to open her up just a shot in her heart and full rib, but I think with time and feed, that'll continue to get better. The remainder of that calf is certainly impressive. The one that comes here in second is unmatched in terms of body shape, full rib, turn to the base of her cage, and now she fills back into her flank. She's pushing on it a little bit on the halter more than what maybe this young lady would like, but I think you still can read that that one's right in terms of her angles and gives you a good look here from the side profile. She's not quite as tidy right there at her throat latch, maybe not quite as neat on the front side of her chest floor, but bold-bodied, massive in her rib, and comfortable off of both ends. That kind's going to continually work up. The heifer here in third, I think you could argue proportions as well as any of them on the stand. She's very neat and attractive from her shoulders forward. She opens back bold in terms of her center body and very fresh and crisp in terms of her lines. One that's attractive in terms of her skeleton here on the stand. I'd like to pick her up just a shot from hooks to pins. I'd like to intensify her in terms of her bone work, just a shade to move up in contention with those two directly in front of her. I like that one a lot from an individual standpoint, stopped and set up. Young man has one here in fourth. Her best days are clearly ahead of her, but this one is built awesome. From the ground up, so comfortable in her angles, so soft and maternal in terms of her forerib and the way she comes back into her center body, high tying, neat looking. She's just green, honestly. In this particular class, she's been out horse just a shot, but one that's built like that at the surface and her basics are put together the way that hers do. She's going to work up in every class she goes into. The one that comes here next on the stand can give you as good a look as any of them. Very neat and flat about her shoulder. Projects good in terms of her jawline, cute-headed, opens back bold in terms of her shape and her center body, and fairly attractive here on the stand in her hip and hind leg. She doesn't ever want to just go, and it makes you kind of question the way she's built there at her shoulder and down into her knee. She's not quite as confident or as fluid in her movement, but that one's got some awfully fun pieces when you study her from the side profile. The heifer that comes here next, again, the front two-thirds of her body are certainly impressive. High tying, projects with some added presence there through her front end, bold in her transition from her shoulder back into her forerib, and soft in terms of her center rib. To me, she needs to come with a bit more flexibility right there at her hock and as she goes to the pastern to make it match what she has built there through her front end, but one that I think certainly, if managed correctly, has a great deal of success still coming her way. We keep going down the line. Young lady's got one here that's opened up in terms of her center body, one that's stout and powerful from behind, doesn't balance up quite as appropriately the base of her shoulder, and from there on forward, she's a little shorter more often her hip, but certainly powerful and opened up in her midrib. This heifer here has some fun pieces. She's high tying and extended shoulders forward, soft bodied and stout up high. She's a little coarser in the transition from her shoulder back into her forward, a little tighter back into her flank, like to rock her back at her knee. If we can make those pieces come together a bit more seamlessly, she becomes more in contention. The heifer that comes here next, stout and dimensional up high. I'd like to see her have that same turn right there at her heart and forward. See her a bit more comfortable and confident in her step there out of her front end. Young man's got one coming to her next. Bold and powerful up high. Like to soften her up to the base of her rib. See her a shot more comfortable in her step there off those rear two. This heifer coming around here next has more softness in her center body. In that particular pair, she's got to be rocked back and angled to her shoulder and knee and come with a bit more turn back in her rear rib and flank. Heifer that comes here next, I like this one's turn to her center body, and I like her at a dimension from behind. She's a little plainer and just doesn't balance up quite as appropriately from the side profile. And the heifer that closes, as I touched on earlier, neat looking, comfortable in her angles, just needs time and feed. Good set of them there, start to finish in our Charolais.
Attention in the Shorthorn barn. We need exhibitor number 38204, Elliot Wilkinson. We need you to the north staging area, Elliot Wilkinson.
Charolais exhibitors in Class 1 and taking the blue ribbon in that class. 13-head competition. Chloe Grace Wise comes out on top with a, she's from Mason County 4-H, second in the class, going to Emmy Harden of Penelope FFA, your third place. Bella Parks is the exhibitor, Hood County 4-H member. Fourth, Briggs Jones from Hunt County 4-H, taking fifth place in the class, is Ashlyn Chrisman of Hardin FFA. Sixth to Ella Vincent, member of the Lavernia FFA chapter. Seventh, Conley Martin, the exhibitor from Wilson County 4-H. Eighth place, Casey Randall, a member of Concordia Lutheran FFA. Ninth to Savannah Kelly, McClendon County 4-H member. And 10th place went to Branson Brush of Hardin FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 1. Class 2 Charolais in the arena at this time.
I'm not here to make projections or accusations in terms of age in relation to where these cattle are shown, but what I am here to do is just evaluate the cattle that are brought to me and make decisions based on what you're comfortable with. And your environmental limitations can let you decide what you do in this class. And in my particular mind, I find a heifer that's the most unique in terms of foot size and bone and stoutness and extra feature. Is she the biggest framed? Yes. And is she perfect? Certainly not. She wants to get a little loose in the way she handles her pieces and holds herself together, but is that a big framed heifer that doesn't have enough substance? Absolutely not. And when she does pull her pieces together, she still gives me a very unique look from the side. I just read her as the loosest and most functional in her structure, and as we read in females, that becomes important. I want to make a case for this heifer because she blends herself so well in terms of her pieces. I do appreciate her moderation over the heifer that wins the class, but with that, if she had a perfect hind leg, it'd be a different story, but she wants to hawk on a little for me. As she meets the surface on those hind legs, she just doesn't set down quite as square, but still a very high quality individual I like a lot of things about. So then I say to myself, on the standstill, do I love one? Yes, and that's this heifer in third. And before we set her into motion, she proportions as good as anything. Yeah, she's got a little to her throat latch. It just goes with her kind. She's easy feeding, soft in terms of her ribbon body. Unfortunately, as we do set her into motion, that's where I take up issue, and I just wish she hinged looser out of her hip, motioned better out of her rear hock. If she does that, it becomes a different story on the top side of this class, but I have to keep those priorities in mind as we're evaluating females, and that's where this heifer does have that advantage. She's one that handles herself pretty loose and flexible. She's angular up front. I'd like to change her about her head, and she also isn't the stoutest featured one out here, but I think her pieces proportion well, and she balances pretty nice. Young man's heifer here's got more stoutness, and I do like that about her. She reads with way more dimension. She feeds out behind her shoulder with more real top shape and power from behind. She also comes with a little more shoulder with it, and at times she wants to get set out on you there, and it just accentuates that issue. Just like to blend her a shot better. Feminine and refined kind of heifer here, but that too is what works to her disadvantage. Just not quite enough cow there compared to the top side. A heifer here that just doesn't balance quite as well. She reads deeper into her chest floor and then wedges the wrong way up into her flank, so she just doesn't grant your attention from the side. Lots of length and extension on your heifer. Just wish it came with more substance. Deep-bodied, really, really flexible heifer. She has that advantage over a lot of them on the top side. It just isn't held together by as much substance. Your heifer has as much width as anything out here, just needs to be softer in terms of her skeleton to read higher.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gevitt, for that critique of class number 7 in our junior shorthorn show. Winning the class is Hayden Wallace from Hill County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor, Lady Brumley from Hunt County 4-H. Taking the third place ribbon is Piper Carr from Lamb County 4-H. Our fourth place exhibitor is Peyton King, McKinney FFA. Fifth place, shown by Aiden Mesler, Iowa Park FFA. Our sixth place ribbon, taken by Lacey Watkins, Marlin FFA. Seventh goes to Hadley Scott, New Home FFA. Eighth, Kaylee Cargile from Nueces County 4-H. Ninth, Reagan No, Klein Collins FFA, and 10th place goes to Mia Gutierrez from Thomas E. Randall FFA. Now leading class number 8 into the North Showing Arena in our Shorthorn show. So class 9 females, we need you in the North staging areas, just one. So class 10 be getting on your mind.
This is final call for Class 3 to staging in our Charolais show. It'll be your first call for Class 4. Final call for staging of Class 3 Charolais. I want to thank all of the spectators up in the grandstands supporting these young people. And I think most of you know that our judgings here in the junior show at San Antonio are live streamed. And if you've got friends and relatives and neighbors back home that weren't able to be here, be sure and inform them on how to follow the action here in the judging arena as it occurs. TaylorFort.com, the live streaming address, along with the link on the San Antonio Rodeo Livestock official page.
Very good class of Charolais heifers here, and never a question on where to start. This heifer at the front of the lineup, I think it's pretty fun to evaluate. Again, similar to our last class winner, got giant feet and very attractive in terms of her angles at the surface. One that's certainly bold in terms of her center body and has a right kind of turn to the base of her rib, especially when you take into consideration, I think she's as fresh and honest in her composition as any of them here in this particular grouping. One that as you continue and evaluating this female, long and extended shoulders forward, got a stout and maternal kind of a head on her, very collected in terms of her top line. She's attractive in her angles. I'd say if you want to perfect this one, maybe you could see just a bit more set right there at her hock, but she uses it adequately. She reaches good out of her upper hip. I think a great place to start in this class. The young lady's doing a great job getting her shown. The one that comes here in second, I think as you analyze this one for what she brings to the table, so maternal and opened up and massive in terms of her midrib, as comfortable as any of them there off of both ends. One that's still neat about her shoulder and has the right kind of proportionality here from the side profile. You analyze her in comparison back to my class winner. She's maybe not quite as just neat looking there from her shoulders forward or right there about her jawline. Maybe not presented quite as highly. One that could be just a shot stouter in terms of her foot size and her feature right there in terms of her toes, but her basics are on point. Soft bodied, easy keeping, comfortable off of both ends. That kind's going to continually work up all day. The one that comes here in third, I'm drawn to this one's flexible build. This one's reach and range of motion off of both ends, plenty of turn to the upper portion of her rib cage, and when she gets her all put together, she can give you a very high quality look. To me, I wish she had a bit more softness in her midrib and how she's built back into her flank relative to her chest floor to make that all balance up a bit more appropriately, but from the ground up, that one is built right in terms of her angles. The one that comes here in fourth on the stand, I think certainly gives you a neat look. Smooth-shouldered, high-tying, flat to the top side of her neck, deep and bold in terms of her center body. She takes off and goes and is just a bit more restricted out of her hip and hind leg, where I'd also like to just pick her up from hooks to pins. You change her there off her rear two, and that one really becomes in contention. The heifer that comes here next, again, sound and comfortable off of both ends. She's pretty soft in terms of her makeup here from the side profile and smooth about her shoulder. She's just a bit deeper about her shoulder, deeper from her crest down into her throat latch. One that for having some added depth in terms of her chest doesn't offset it with added depth in terms of her center body. I like her reach and her range of motion. Just like to see her balance up a bit more appropriately. The heifer that comes here next, certainly powerful and dense in terms of her body type and her shape up high. I wish she went with more confidence and flexibility there off of both ends. Just a little timid in terms of her step off those rear two, but certainly appreciate her added power. The one that comes here next, long and extended, smoother in terms of her makeup here in this particular pair. Like to soften her up in terms of her center body for her added frame to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately, but she's big-footed and comfortable in her hind leg. Heifer that closes certainly extended in her type and kind, fresh in her composition, just a little raw out here today. Like to soften her up in terms of her general makeup. Good class, an awfully nice class winner.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll have those results for you in a moment. Final call for Class 3. Charolais is to staging. You'll be moving in the arena next. Class 4, let's bring them up and check them in the staging area. Taking our first place honors here in Class 2, that was entry 62-247. Caitlin Sullivan, the exhibitor from the Hill County 4-H. Second in the class went to Brianna Bringsley of Montgomery FFA. Your third place award, Jordan Campbell, the exhibitor, Fort Bend County 4-H member. Fourth to Natalie Opal Smith of the Brazoria County 4-H. Our fifth place, Kaysen Yargo of Anderson Shiloh FFA chapter. Sixth in the class going to Nicholas Alderman of Sherryland FFA. Seventh earned by Ethan Gomez of the Concordia Lutheran FFA chapter. Sixth place, eighth place, Madison Funderburk of the Robertson County 4-H. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners in Class 2, Charlotte.
A really nice pair of white heifers on the shorthorn side, and the heifer I'm going to utilize to win just kind of swallows the other one in terms of performance. There's just a lot more cow there. You get her on the 3/4, she's bolder at every angle you look at her, and then she extends that neck so much higher out of the top side of her shoulder because of the angulation up through her shoulder and the way she lays into her knee. Now, is she perfect? No, there hasn't been one that has escaped me today yet that was. She just needs to be modified a shot in the shape to that hock. She still gets around good enough, but that's where I'd like to change her. I want to make this one the upgrade in that regard because she is a little better in the set to her hock. There just isn't quite enough cow there as I compare them. She's one that just wants to get a little more forward in that shoulder as well, but I'm being critical of one that I just have to appreciate her practicality, and I think that word best describes her out here. She reads a lot leveler out of her hip than the heifer that comes next. Young man, you as well have another heifer that's just very practical. She just kind of logicked herself up here into third. She's a little softer centered than the heifer behind her. She flexes a little better off of her hock as well. Now, part of that is she wants to slope from hooks to pins, and after she just peed, she shows us naturally she's not the levelest there, and that's where I'd like to change her. Don't mind if you like this one of the pair, because when you get her stuck from the side, she is so level on the top side of her lines, but with that comes harshness underneath in her forerib and into her flank. She's one that just doesn't hit me quite as soft as some of the other cattles. I read this heifer to be more pliable in terms of her rib shape. She does come with that softness to her flank in comparison to the heifer ahead of her, but she gets a little flatter. She wants to crank up on that tail head. There just isn't quite enough true cow power there, and so some of you may say, then why not use the easy doing white one to beat her? And I don't disagree, because she is that. She's easier doing, really one that's going to handle herself well as far as maintaining that degree of condition and production. It just gets rounder and less attractive as we get off to the side of her. I still think, though, she fits into a nice package, especially as we compare to the heifer that comes next. She just balances a little better. This one's a little heavier fronted and reads with less to the back side of her skeleton. One that you show awfully well here, young man, just gets too upright in the angulation to her shoulder. Length of body is on this one side. She's fairly practical as she gets out and goes. Like some of the cattle we've seen, though, she gets a little harsher in her forerib, just that center body. Need to make her naturally softer. This heifer's got plenty to her. I like that about her, and she's good enough looking. She kinks her tail and tightens up in her structure in her entirety. Needs to be more flexible. Big, stout enough featured, one that's got pen width. She's got muscularity. She, too, is a little rigid in her movement. And the heifer that rounds out the class has good from a flexibility standpoint. Unfortunately, her flexibility comes with a sacrifice in look.
Results of class number 8 in our junior shorthorn show. Winning the class is Cannon Clear, Madison County 4-H. Our second place exhibitor is Keegan George, Kirbyville FFA. Placing third in class number 8 is Thomas Butler, Anderson Shiro FFA. Our fourth place heifer shown by Aubrey Cano from Thomas E. Randall FFA. Fifth place ribbon awarded to Caleb Rodriguez, Lake Creek FFA. Placing sixth, Alexis Pacheco from McDade FFA. Seventh, shown by Eli Pope, Wharton County 4-H. Our eighth place heifer showed by Caden Gutierrez from Thomas E. Randall FFA. Ninth, shown by Wade Stutz, Mineral Wells FFA. And 10th, Elliot Wilkinson, Aubrey FFA.
I think a nice class here and an absolutely dominant winner here at the front of it, and one that's certainly my kind in terms of her upheadedness and her neat look, shoulders forward, the way she transitions back into that kind of turn to the base of her rib and fill into her flank, the way that she's so attractive in terms of her lower skeleton and remains so athletic in her movement when she takes off and goes, and certainly stays collected in her lines is absolutely something I'm naturally drawn to. When you get riding behind her, there's a few cattle that come down the line that are a bit stouter, more opened up, maybe down there in her forerib or right there out of the backside of her hip, but one that I think has more than enough true dimension. I love her look and the way that she's built when she takes off and goes. The one that comes here in second, I think, again, it becomes a bit more of a debate as you work down the line. This one's a bit smoother from her shoulder back into her center body. She remains collected in her top line, longer and leveler back out through her hip. And I thought here between 2 and 3, she was just tidier at the base of her shoulder and had more true comfort right there at her knee. I wish she was a bit more neat looking there, shoulders forward and on the top side of her crest. I wish she was a shot more attractive in her hind leg, but she uses her angles good off of both ends. Just like to see a bit more of that look here from the side profile. The one that comes in third, in my opinion, has as much true body mass as any of them and stoutness from behind the cattle. Just like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends and see a little bit of that composition taken back off her. I think that's partially why she's wanting to open up right there at her shoulder and down into her chest floor. If we lean her up and see what that all is built like, then I think you can appreciate her body and her added dimension from behind. The heifer that comes here next there in terms of her hip and hind leg is awfully nice and actually resembles my class winner in terms of her hock set and the way she sets down at her ankle. She has plenty of dimension in terms of her upper pin. So you step back off her, she's just out horsed right here through her center body and specifically then again right there in her heart and forerib. I like to rock her back and angle to her knee just a touch to appreciate some of those extras she brings to this class. The heifer that closes is softer bodied and smoother from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's one that when she takes off and goes, it looks maybe a bit of an injury or she's got a soft spot on her heel, but she doesn't want to set down quite as confidently. She's one, too, that's a bit plainer in terms of her general makeup. Very good class there. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons. Appreciate the overview here in our Charlotte Class 3. We'll be moving in Class 4, final class in this division of calves, and taking first place honors. That was J.C. Littleton of Bowie County 4-H. Your second place went to Harris Kelly, McClendon County 4-H member. Third to Jet Mahoney of Pasadena Memorial FFA. Fourth, Molly Welsh, exhibitor Troy FFA chapter. Fifth in the class to John Ollerman of Sherilyn FFA.
Single entry in the shorthorn side over here that really meets the surface with lots of substance in terms of her foot size, bone, and you read her up from a compositional standpoint, and I think she has honest muscle shape and not excessive in the degree of condition. Just a nice project for the young man. Let's give him a round of applause as he heads on out.
Results of class number 9, winning the class, Easton Messler, Iowa Park FFA. Congratulations to you, Easton. Bring in class 10 in our junior shorthorn show.
Really a fun class to evaluate here. And again, a pretty decisive winner, in my opinion, one that just wins because of the way she's built there at the surface. And I don't want to get to sound like a broken record, but to me, that is the utmost importance. This one's foot size and shape, and the way that she goes with that kind of reach and range of motion is what I'm initially drawn to. Then you analyze her further. She's fresh in her chest floor, neat and tidy in terms of her presence from her shoulder forward, opens back with plenty of turn to the base of her rib, has some surprising stoutness when you get right in behind these cattle. Again, one that I think has an incredibly bright future, and even today gives you a very commanding look. 2 and 3 are a bit closer, and the heifer that goes in second, to me, is smoother in her transition from her shoulder back into her forerib. She's one that's more comfortable in her step off of both ends, but most specifically right there at her hock, one that gives you a very neat look in terms of her presence and proportionality, shoulders forward, and then freshness right there at the base of her body. I think a female that's certainly you like an awful lot. She doesn't have quite as much just true set right there at her knee as my class winner. Doesn't have quite as much drop and turn to the base of her rib as heifers on either side of her, but I think from an individual standpoint, one that you like an awful lot. The one that comes here in third has as much true depth of body as any of them, and if you're going in here and looking for that, this is that female. Absolutely 100%. Still has plenty of stoutness when you get right in behind the cattle. Honestly, her depth of body is starting to take away from her balance just a touch. Makes her look harsher right there in her heart and forehead. She's one when she takes off and goes, doesn't have that same elevation of quality in her lower joint work. She's assembled a bit more up and down in her angles there off of both ends, but certainly appreciate that one's body. I think one that can give you a good look when set up on the side. The heifer that comes next, I actually prefer here in that particular pair in terms of her flexibility and reach and range of motion, one that's very collected and loose in terms of her center spine and gives you an up-headed look, shoulders forward. She's a little harsher right there in her heart and forerib. She wants to open up right there at the base of her shoulder, just a shade and some minor criticisms that work a good female down in an awfully high-quality class. Heifer that comes here next, sound and comfortable off of both ends, has a moderate, easy-keeping look about her. I'd like to see this one have a bit more foot and feature, see her have a bit more true mass to work up in an awfully stout class. Heifer that comes next, long and extended here from the side profile, a little uncorded in her movement off of both ends and forward-added frame, just like to soften her up in terms of her center body. An absolute beast coming here next, and certainly one that's stout from every angle. To me, she's a little heavy in terms of her condition. She doesn't transition quite as neat from shoulder to forerib or have that same confidence in her step off of both ends. Young man's heifer that closes sound off of both ends. I like that one's freshness. I like her to look on the top side of her skeleton, like to soften her up in terms of her center body and stouten her up at her ankle. Good class, an awfully nice class winner.
And taking first place in the Charolais Class 4, Caton Willett, the exhibitor, Falls City FFA member. Second in the class is Sophie Bradshaw of Randall County 4-H. Your third place, Coleman Smalley of Sterling FFA. Fourth to Random Swab of Marion FFA. Fifth in the class, McKenna Munston of Rockdale FFA. And sixth place, Acevedo Rodriguez of Maverick County 4-H. Seventh to Samantha Malham of Brenham FFA. And Carter Gear taking eighth from Shelbyville FFA.
I'm not here to play poker. I'm here because I'm passionate about the cattle industry. And when this heifer walked in, I kind of got the warm fuzzies. And I told the young man, I said, could you tell by the look on my face that I liked her? He kind of smiled, but I think that functionality really describes her. And she's so practical in her skeleton. She really is the best in a lot of areas. She puts together a lot of good, one that excites me a great deal. The heifer that comes in second is stouter. There's no doubt that dimensionally she's wider. She's just more three-dimensional in her overall shape. It just doesn't come with the extras in terms of uniqueness of front end assembly. She's one that's pitched a little further forward. It becomes harder to get her to hold her head up, and she's just a nickel harsher spine. Now, I'm being awfully critical of one that I love the bone shape on, the way she meets the surface. For a bigger, more mature one, she's still very, very attractive. She's fresh in terms of the way she comes to me in the show ring, just not quite as unique as the one that wins. Same holds true for this old gal. You do a great job of getting her shown. She's just wanting to come apart a little more naturally in her shoulder, so you got your work cut out for you, keeping that assembled correctly from the side. But I do like her true red meat, muscularity, wideness, and stoutness of feature. Although those aren't heifer words, that's where I'd like to change her to, is just make her a little more attractive. but still a very high quality individual. Same reads true for this heifer. Her shoulder assembly just doesn't allow her to balance perfectly as you get off to the side when you compare the rear of her skeleton to the fore portion, but she is flexible. I like that about her. She's still a tremendously high quality individual. Wants to open up at the top side of her shoulder just a little more, like to change her in the angulation. Still a lot more unique than the red heifer that comes next. This heifer is just a little frailer in terms of her feature in relation to the expression that she does have, because dimensionally she's wide enough. She just becomes frailer at the surface, need to make that match better so she balances a nickel better. You do a great job of getting this one shown. You get her stuck from the side. Her lines from the side really draw me in. I just wish that it came with more substance underneath. She's a little harsher. And then this is just a moderate, really easy doing kind of female. She just needs to go better at the surface to go with that.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that critique of our last class of junior females. And winning the class number 10, Winston Dreyer, Toller FFA. Our second place female, shown by Brooklyn Bevins, Johnson County 4-H. Our third place award goes to Paisley Dreyer, Toller FFA. Placing fourth, Nathaniel Green, Parker County 4-H. Our fifth place female, shown by McKinley Cardwell, Columbia FFA. Sixth, shown by Amberly Cardwell from Columbia FFA. And our seventh place female, shown by Zachary Werchin from Travis County 4-H. We're now bringing in our winners from classes 7 through 10 back into the North Judging Arena to select our divisions champions and our juniors.
Back over here on the Charlet side, we've had awesome calf divisions from start to finish in all these shows that we've gone through here this morning, and we continue that trend here in our white cows. I think all four of these class winners and seconds, for that matter, incredibly high quality. We started it all off here with an impressive fashion in Class 1, and as you talk about just bone work and flexibility, this effort here out of this first class is certainly impressive. Big-footed, comfortable and attractive off of both ends, bold and fresh in terms of her composition and the way she's assembled right there at her center body. I think smooth in terms of her shoulder construction. Everything makes sense in that particular regard. We get a few of these other heifers back out here. She's a little deeper necked. She's one that for her chest floor and where it sits in her and her sternum, she doesn't have quite as much drop in terms of her center body from just a proportionality standpoint. But again, that one's built at the surface. Her smoothness, her stoutness, and the way that all comes together, something that I'm naturally drawn to. Class 2 was one that I liked there an awful lot, and I thought one pretty handily in that particular class. Outside of one area, she is so fresh and neat looking and bold bodied, one that's certainly attractive in terms of her build here from the side profile. I'd like to see her have a bit more set right there at her hock and see her set down with just a bit more confidence off her rear twos. We get a few of these other class winners back out here, but certainly her lines and her presence, her freshness and composition is on point. Then we got Class 3, and one that, as I said there earlier, certainly my kind in terms of her reach, her flexibility off of both ends, her softness in terms of her center body, especially in relation to how neat she is in her chest floor, one that still has some added power. When you get right in on the top side of these cattle and study her right there at the center of her spine, you work your way back. Maybe you could square up just a shot from hooks to pins. But that is one killer-looking, sound, comfortable female that has the right kind of freshness. I thought it was kind of sealed up, honestly. And then we got in this last class, and I think it makes it just that much harder because a female that adds to the lineup in terms of her added comfort there at the surface, her boldness and freshness in terms of her center body, her up-headed, comfortable nature there through her front end, the way she's assembled in her center spine. I think the biggest difference between classes 3 and 4 is this one comes with a bit more squareness and levelness from hooks to pins. I wouldn't say she's just the stoutest one out here, but the other female that I think is truly in contention, I wouldn't hang with that title either. So it's a close decision in my opinion. There's one out here that as she came out really hit me hard. I'm going to use this young man out of Class 4 for champion. Going to follow right up with Class 3 for reserve. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, your division champion going to the winner Class 4, Keaton Willett, the exhibitor from Fall City FFA. And the reserve honors going to our winner of Class 3. That's entry 64-670, Jaylee Littleton of Bowie County 4-H member. Congratulations to our division champ and reserve in the heifer calf division of the Charlet show. And Class 7, Charolais ready to move into the arena.
I think another nice division, and again, an example that quality comes in different shapes and sizes, and a lot of that is represented out here. They have right out of the first class, tremendously big bone, one that's got some frame size, but some softness to go with it. Does she hold herself together perfectly in terms of her pieces? We could maybe get a little critical of her transitions there, but still, you have to appreciate that one's stoutness as she steps down on the surface. She's one that's very, very nice. The white heifer on the standstill here, she's undeniable in terms of the way she balances her rib and body. I love that about her. We set her into motion, and I asked those questions in terms of her hock. Is it perfect? No. Is it functional enough? Absolutely. But she's really, really attractive as you get off to the side. Young man had a single entry here that's a very practical kind of cattle. Maybe not as unique as some of the others out here that she's in competition with, but I do love her at the surface in terms of her bone and just the way she sets down from a functionality standpoint. And then if you were listening earlier, I already showed you my hand, and I think I'm pretty confident that this is the best one. Young man here is going to be champion, and the second out of his class will be reserved. Congratulations.
And our champion in our junior division comes to us out of class number 10, shown by Winston Dreyer from Toller FFA. In second place, also coming out, a second in reserve in our junior division, coming out of class number 10, shown by Brooklyn Bevins from Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters in our junior shorthorn classes.
Attention in the barn, we need our Class 8 Charolais to staging, and Class 9 moving toward the staging area. Class 8, first call, Charolais to staging, please.
Attention in the barn, and primarily to our polled Hereford exhibitors. At the conclusion of the Shorthorn show here in the North Arena, we'll take a 25-minute break before we start our polled Hereford show. So, you polled Hereford exhibitors, after the conclusion of the Shorthorn show, we'll take a quick 25-minute break in the North Arena and start back up. So polled Herefords, Shorthorn conclusion. Look at your watch, add 25 minutes. That's your start time.
I think an interesting class here, and maybe not quite as dominant of a winner, but certainly one that, as you logic it out, works her way to the top. The heifer here that has the most true reach and range of motion in conjunction with still having enough softness and turn to the base of her rib cage. I think then you deem her the most maternal in terms of her type and kind. Still gives you an adequate look here from the side profile, not as out there looking as a few that we've seen to this point here in this show, but sound, comfortable, big-bodied, fresh in her composition. She needs to work up. The heifer here in second is one on the stand that I like in terms of the turn to the base of her rib cage, the added stoutness she has from behind, still transitioning neat from her shoulder back into her forearm. Why she works into second is she just needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder and down into her knee, have a bit more true comfort. I'd like to see her tail head sit a bit neater in the backside of her hip just to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately, but certainly appreciate and respect that one's body shape and turn from behind. The heifer here in third just needs time and feed, honestly. She's soft and easy keeping in terms of her midrib. She's fairly comfortable in her angles off of both ends. You work around the 3/4 shot is where I need to open her up in her forerib and see a bit more turn in terms of her center body. She's one that gets out horsed just a shot when you get right in behind these cattle, but certainly her function of flexibility, range of motion, and having that easy keeping look through her center body, I think she just, again, needs a little time on feed to pull it all together. The heifer that comes here next, very collected in her top line, smooth about her shoulder and comfortable in the step to her hind leg. One that for her added frame, I got to soften her up in her mid body. She looks a little harsh out here today. She wants to push forward in her shoulder just a touch, but certainly some pieces in that female that I like. An absolute broody, sowy kind of a female that comes around here next, so opened up, so massive in her ribs, so stout from behind. To me, it's starting to work to her disadvantage. She looks a little coarser in her general makeup right there about her shoulder, the top side of her crest. She's not as comfortable or confident in her step off of either end, but certainly respect that one's added dimension. The female comes next, moderate, easy keeping. One that certainly has plenty of stoutness when you get right in behind these heifers. One, to me, I'd like to see her just a bit more refined in terms of her udder. She's getting a little coarse there and honestly starting to come down with some milk, which is a little concerning. And one, to me, for her added dimension up above, I'd like to see her a bit stouter there at the surface where she comes across a little fragile. Heifer that closes has some neat pieces in terms of her look and design down her top line. Got to soften her up in terms of her center body to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. Good class there from top to bottom. A nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thanks for the overview. First place honors going to Keston Garrick of the McLennan County 4-H. Second, Wyatt Aldrich of Giddings FFA. Your third place award to Gavin Moreno, Cy-Fair FFA member. Fourth to Aaron Blahuda of El Campo FFA. Fifth to Eddie Wrong of the Spring Branch FFA. Sixth to Rulis of the J.B. Alexander FFA chapter, and seventh to Chase Goodwin of Lake Creek FFA. We got Class 8 moving in, and you Class 9 exhibitors in the Charlet show need to be in staging.
Is she a big cow? Yes, she's a big cow. But is she a good cow? Yes, and that's why this heifer wins, guys. We could moderate her a little bit, but what's wrong with size when they have substance and doability and angularity to go with it? I think she's an awfully nice place to begin. From there, there's a lot of give and take out here, and I'm going to use one that obviously holds the advantage in terms of moderation. I like that about her, and she's maybe a little more appropriate in the angulation of her shoulder up front. I just don't read her as unique in terms of her added feature and just those extras as we compare to the heifer above her. Her bone work doesn't quite match what she has up high in terms of her muscularity. Young lady does a nice job of showing her. There's no doubt, though, she is the upgrade in terms of substance over the red heifer that comes next. This one is very ladylike. I like that. I like her angularity. She blends her pieces very well from the side. Part of that, though, is because there just isn't as much to her. She isn't as muscular. She's narrower and flatter in her construction, but one that I really like as far as her moderation. And she just puts herself together as far as her pieces are concerned better than the heifer that comes next. Now, the roan heifer, she has more substance. There's no doubt than the heifer above her. She extends behind her shoulder with more dimension down her top. She's wider at her pen set and holds that advantage from behind as well. It just kind of comes in pieces for me. She's a little coarser about the point of her shoulder. She opens up high, then pinches right there behind it as well. She isn't perfectly level behind her, out of her hip as well, but still, when she finally pulls herself together, she can give you a nice look. And so I don't mind if you read that one higher up. I think it becomes a little bit confusing in this particular class after we get outside that heifer that wins. Here's another heifer that you might say, well, she does have the advantage just in terms of total length and extension, and there's no doubt that's true. It just kind of comes with a sacrifice and feedability for me. She's harsher in her center. Bottom line, she needs to be leveled out of that hip structure as well.
Attention in the Shorthorn barn, we need out of class number 15, Kyla Morrow from Midlothian. We need your heifer. Entry number 36788. We need you to the north staging area. Results of class 13 in our junior Shorthorn heifer show. Winning that class is J.C. Collins from Riviera Coffer FFA. Our second place shown by Ashlyn Wood, Roosevelt FFA. Third place shown by Kaylee Simon, Caldwell FFA. Fourth, Leighton Robertson from Wimberley FFA. And our fifth place shown by James Babcock from Gainesville FFA. We now have class 14 in the arena on our north side. So class 15 Shorthorn heifers, we need your females into the north staging area. And again, Polled Hereford exhibitors, we will take a quick 25-minute break at the conclusion of the Shorthorn show. So I'll make an announcement and give you a specific time, but as of now, we're going to take a 25-minute break at the conclusion of the Shorthorn show. Attention in the barn. We've had a wallet turned into us. No ID, but some cash in it. There's some few cards in there that if you can identify what these cards are, that I think would be sufficient to turn it over. But we've got a men's wallet. It's a Justin brand wallet that was turned into us at the, and here comes Donnie again. What are we going to do with him, Harvey? That superintendent job must not pay very well. He's after a credit card. Now he's after cash. Anyhow, wallet. If you're missing a wallet, come to the announcer stand.
Again, a good class here in our Charolais, and I'm going to start talking them as they peel around here because I think that's where my class winner really separates herself. Her looseness in terms of her center spine, her foot size, and her reach off of both ends. One that's still fresh and honest in terms of her composition and has that added body shape there to the base of her cage is something that I think certainly in this class elevates her. One that maybe isn't quite as tidy there to the top side of her neck. She maybe not quite as refined about her head, but again, broody in her center body. Easily has the most true comfort built into her lower skeleton. A great place to start here in this class. 2 and 3 are pretty similar in terms of their type and kind. The heifer that I used in second to me is just a bit more collected in terms of her top line right there to the back side of her shoulder. She's bold and round in terms of her body type. Has plenty of feature there at the surface and gives you a proportional view here from the side profile. I'd like to set her back off of her up there in her shoulder and down into her knee. See her a shot more comfortable right there at her hock as she goes to the ground. And I think that kind of shows up just a bit right there in her center spine where she wants to ball up just a bit. But parked right here, you get around for 3/4 shot. That one gives you some impressive views. The heifer that comes here in third, again, a bit more of the same. Proportionality is on point. Freshness in terms of her chest floor. She projects even with a shot more high look there out of her front end. Neater in terms of her jawline and how she's naturally built right there at her chest floor and has that right kind of sweep back into her center body. To me, when she takes off and goes, she has the most struggle off of both ends here in these top three. She wants to, again, just kind of tighten up right there in her center spine. Doesn't have that same turn right there in her heart and forerib. A female that can give you a good look. When she takes off and goes, it just comes in a few more pieces. A stout and dimensional kind of a female that comes here next. I like this one's body shape and dimension. To me, she's the one that lacks a bit more of those extras in terms of look and presence, shoulders forward, freshness in terms of her composition, and cleanliness in terms of her joint work. She's powerful and dimensional. Just like to see her a bit neater from the side profile. Heifer that comes next on the other end of the spectrum. Neat shouldered, high tie, and collected in her top lines. Very crisp in terms of her lines from the profile. To me, she needs to be softened up and a bit bolder in terms of her center body to work up any higher in this class, but she can certainly give you a good look. Heifer that comes here next, again, neat in terms of her shoulder set, comes with plenty of up-headedness from there on forward and length and levelness back out through her hip for being a little bigger in her natural frame size. I wish she had a bit more softness in her center body to accompany it. She too needs to be freshened up right there at the top side of her neck, but certainly one that's sound off of both ends, has plenty of length of body. Female that comes next has that added look and presence and cleanliness to the top side of her crest, has plenty of length in terms of her design from there on back. She's constructed a bit more up and down, and her angles off of both ends is naturally just a bit flatter in terms of her center body. Certainly like that one's look up high. Like to see a bit more of her in the middle portion of her body. The one that comes next is soft and easy keeping in terms of her midrib, has that easy flesh and look in terms of moderation in conjunction with it. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Like to see a bit more look and eye appeal, shoulders forward. Heifer that closes has that added stoutness, has that added dimension from behind, got a giant set of feet and legs. Like to reconstruct her there out of her front end. Like to see her a bit more maternal in her view here from the side profile. Good set, an awfully nice class winner.
Thank you much for the overview of our Class 8. And taking the blue ribbon in this class, entry 41980, Dossie Vincent, the exhibitor from Lavernia FFA. Second in that class going to Parker Scout Kellison of Florida FFA. Third place, McKenna Rankin, the exhibitor from Dayton FFA chapter. Fourth to Emily Flupp of Crawford FFA. Fifth place, Carolyn Smith, the exhibitor with Tatum FFA. Our sixth place, Addison Moore, Bastrop FFA chapter. Seventh to Whitney Rogers of Hunt County 4-H. Eighth place, Anna Butts, the exhibitor from Lubbock County 4-H. And ninth place, Breeley Yargo, Anderson Shiro FFA chapter. It's taking us to our Class 9 here in the Charolais show.
I think the white heifer out here for me is just the maternal upgrade. And it all starts at her head. I think she's very feminine in that regard. And then the angulation to her shoulder for me is just the most appropriate of the initial three. And all of which allows her to remain more comfortable in her spine. She gets her stop from the side and she gives you an awfully nice look. Now, is she perfect? No, and we'll get into that as we bring her back her division and further evaluate her, but that's a pretty darn nice one in this particular class. The decision comes for me between the next two, and I'm going to use the roan heifer. She's just a little softer in terms of her spine, and for me, she handles herself with a little more functionality because of it. Now, is she just a little plainer up front in regards to the heifer that wins? Yes, and that's how she finds herself in second, but that's still a very nice one who has substance and some flexibility to go with it. Now, if you want to talk about power and dimension down one's top, she's got a really big, bold shape to her rib cage. This heifer is very nice. It just kind of comes in pieces for me, and it all starts with the angulation up through her shoulder and the way she assembles her spine to go with it as she gets out and goes. Now, those are critical terms for a heifer that's carrying a baby and has that disadvantage out here in terms of still staying really good and functional and mobile. She's very fresh, extremely highly presented. Young lady, your heifer's just a little bit of a performance disadvantage in comparison to the cattle on the top side. There just isn't quite enough of her, but her functionality as structure certainly would allow her to elevate in other classes today. A nice project for her.
And thank you for that overview of class number 14. And winning the class, Finley Jones from Aledo FFA. Our second place ribbon goes to Isabella Bomar from Ector County 4-H. Our third place shorthorn female showed by Audrey Fowler from Bonham FFA. And fourth goes to Emery Robertson, Wimberley FFA. Now bringing in our last class of shorthorn females into the north judging area. After we place this class, we'll bring our winners back from 13, 14, and 15 and pick our senior division winners.
Well, another good pair of them here, and I'd say as you initially throw your eyes on them, they're probably a bit more alike in their type and kind than they are different. They're both soft-bodied. Both certainly have a maternal look about them from the side profile and plenty dimensional when you get right in behind these cattle. From there, the heifer that I used to win, just a bit tidier everywhere. Neater on the front side of her shoulder, and where her chest floor sits in her has a bit more projection of look there out of her front end, and a bit neater on the top side of her crest. She comes back with plenty of just neatness down her top line and back out through her hip. I like this one's fresh turn to the base of her rib, and now she feeds back into her flank. She's not perfect. I'd like to set her back at her knee and square her up when you work around the front side of her. Right there, she wants to kind of draw everything in and be a little more uncoordinated in her movement there up front. Outside of that, and I think she still holds together in a very impressive fashion when she takes off and goes with that kind of look, that kind of body, and that kind of freshness and dimension. She needs to work up. Again, the heifer in second, so big-bodied, still has an attractive and comfortable look there out of her hip and hind leg. Plenty of stoutness when you work on the top side of these females, and has that length and extension shoulders forward. Got a little more crest, got a little more forward chest, a little tighter right there in her heart and forehead. I'd like to lengthen her from hooks to pins and see her a bit more refined in her teats. I think those are some minor little critiques that make it a tough pair here. One that still has an awful lot of good in terms of body shape, added stoutness when you get right in behind them. The heifer that comes here in third, probably a little different mold of our initial trio. She's sound off of both ends. One that's very fresh in terms of her lines here from the side profile and collected in terms of her view from her hooks to pins. One to me has a little more depth in terms of her shoulder and genuine chest floor relative to being a little harsher right there in terms of her midrib. Throws her off in terms of her general balance, but I like this one's flexibility. I like her lean composition. The heifer that comes here next has more softness and turn to the base of her rib, has more stoutness and dimension when you work right in behind this pair. One to me as they take off and go, once they get a little rough rougher down her top line, doesn't hook up quite as strong from her shoulder back into her forehead, wants to cut back up into her flank. Just doesn't have that same ladylike appearance here from the side profile, but she's stout, she's dimensional, and I respect all those pieces about her. Heifer that closes, has some added length and extension. Again, fairly fresh in terms of her composition for her added frame and length from the side profile. Wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her center body to balance up just a bit more appropriately. Good set of them there. I think certainly a nice top pair. Congratulations.
We appreciate the overview, Mr. Fitzsimmons, and taking blue ribbon here in Class 9. That's entry 57-726 of Georgia Gudo of the Fannondale FFA chapter member. Third in the second place in the class, Aubrey Slaughter exhibitor, Bells FFA. Third to Catherine Butts, Lubbock County 4-H member. Fourth going to John Doyle of Concordia Lutheran FFA chapter. Fifth to Molly Steelman of Bowie Austin FFA. Class 10, final class here in the division. And we'll be making first call for Class 13 in our Chorley show. Class 13 exhibitors to staging.
I asked the young man if this heifer just woke up cranky, and he says, no, she's always been that way. And I guess in this particular class, sometimes the good-looking ones just act bad, and that's her. And I wish she'd behave a little bit better for him, because I think it's discouraging on his end that she doesn't want to show herself off. But we finally get her stopped over here, and I think her attributes are pretty obvious, and that's stoutness and power, but yet she still remains female in her look from the side, one that stayed pretty darn fresh at this stage of the game as well. She'll be fun to evaluate as we bring her back. I have her here that does have the advantage in terms of totals as far as length is concerned, if you get back to her hip, and just overall length of body, and I don't know why we seem to be allergic to that nowadays, but with that, she just doesn't balance quite as well for me, and we could stouten her up from behind. I think it would allow her front end to balance better into her body shape as you get off to the side. The same reads true for this heifer. She's just got a little bit more of that forward chest at this stage of the game, and then reads up into her flank, and so she wedges the wrong way for me to paint the picture of balance from the side. But you're doing an excellent job of getting along with and showing that one.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that critique of class number 15, our last class of Shorthorns here today. And winning that class is Grady Jennings from Grayford FFA. Second goes to Kyla Moreau from Midlothian FFA. And third goes to Rosie Knight. We'll now bring in our first and second place exhibitors out of classes 13, 14, and 15. From these 6 females, our judge will select our champions in our senior division. Again, Polled Hereford exhibitors, we will take a short 25-minute break at the conclusion of the Shorthorn show in the North Arena. I will give you that specific time after we select our Grand and Reserve overall Shorthorn heifer. But you Polled Hereford exhibitors, you follow the Shorthorns, and we'll take a 25-minute break after the conclusion of the Shorthorn show.
Really a broody kind of a female to start us off in this particular class, and one that is so massive in terms of her midrib, so stout when you get right in behind her, and still lays it fairly smooth onto her body. A female that I think you'd really like in terms of her angles and her comfort built into her lower skeleton for how dimensional she is from there on up. Maybe not just the most tidy right there in the top side of her neck. She's one that has a little more right there at the base of her chest, but I think you expect that in a female that's at this stage here in her gestation, at this maturity, and for as massive as she is. To me, everything makes sense on this heifer. She's a great place to start in this particular class. 2 and 3, I think, are a bit closer, but still a fairly logical place to go here next, and one that's sound and comfortable off of both ends. She's high-tying and neat-looking shoulders forward. I think has enough depth of body, especially here in our final pair. I would like to see her fuller and deeper right there in her heart and forehead. I'd like to see her a bit longer and leveler from hooks to pins to make that a bit more of a conversation up top. but certainly a female that has some quality pieces from the side profile. Heifer that closes, a bit more of the same. She's sound off of both ends. She's fairly athletic in terms of her movement to me. For a little added frame, I'd like to soften her up in terms of her center body, especially when you consider she's got a little more right there at her chest floor. Nice female in terms of her reach and range of motion. Just need to see a little more of her. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In Charolais Class 10, first place honors go to Lexi Huss of McClendon County 4-H. Your second place award taken by Noah Silvas of the Harris County 4-H, and third in the class to Kenneth Mount, Brazoria County 4-H member. And we'll be lining them up for our junior champion drive. That means you exhibitors in class 13 of the Charolais show need to be checking in at staging. Second call for class 13 Charolais to staging.
Another good division here in our Charolais show, and I think certainly a great deal of quality. Probably comes in a few more different shapes and sizes here in this particular division, but quality nonetheless. We started out all off there in our first class, and one that I liked there in that particular group of contemporaries in terms of her flexibility, her reach and range off of both ends, soft and easy keeping in terms of her center body. We have a few that come with a bit more look and presence here and behind her, but certainly one in terms of her basics is on point. Class 2 I thought was interesting, and one that certainly worked her way to the top that just was built better than everything else. Big-footed, comfortable off of both ends. I think still the most attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Very cowy in terms of her look here from the side profile, specifically right there at her center body. One that maybe has a little more right there about her crest. But again, everything makes sense on this female, and I really like the way she's built there at the surface. Then we got into Class 3, and I think as good as any of them here from the side profile in terms of her freshness, her proportionality, her levelness in terms of her lines, the way she's built from her sternum and feeds back into her center body and flank. To me, she's the one that maybe has a few question marks from a flexibility standpoint on this end of her lineup. I'd like to set her back at her knee. I'd like to see her set down a shot more secure right there at her hock, but certainly one that gives you an incredibly good look here from the side profile. Then we get into this last class, and we start to turn into kind of a bit more cows in terms of dimension and broodiness and power, one that has all those pieces and still lays it smooth onto her body. I'd argue that she's still as comfortable as any any of them. In terms of her lower skeleton, you step back off her, and again, she's one that maybe you'd like to tidy up to the top side of her crest or right down in her chest floor, but to me, she's to the point in her career where she has a bit of an excuse. That's okay to me, especially when you take into consideration how bold and powerful she is from there on back, and still fairly fresh in terms of her composition. I think this one does a lot of things right. She's one that I think represents this division awfully well. I'm going to use this one to be our champion. We're going to follow right up with the second class to be reserved. Congratulations.
Class 8.
Did he say 8?
8.
We need all of our division winners that for our calf and our yearling back to the Shorthorn Arena. We need our calf and yearling division winners, calf and junior division winners back to the Shorthorn Arena. All previous division winners back to the arena.
Congratulations going to Lexi House of McClendon County for the junior championship. Reserve honors went to Dulcie Vincent, of winner of Class 8 from Lavernia FFA.
Each of these particular heifers won their classes pretty easily, and so I spend a little more time evaluating and getting comparative as I get out here to pick a division champion, and I think they all represent a lot of good. And so in my mind, I'm thinking on to the next generation and what can you do with them, and I think they offer a lot of versatility, and so that's where it becomes a bit challenging in my mind on the direction you want to go. I keep coming back to one then, and I say to myself, does she look maternal? And I think that's her biggest advantage out here, and there is another one that assembles the same pieces in terms of functionality to go with it. Then you kind of have a wild card out here, and she's got some wowie pieces. She's big-haired. She's dimensional. You melt all of that hair off of her, though, and I get more critical of her angularity as we compare her to the other two heifers out here, particularly up through her shoulder and the way that assembles. And then as she gets out and goes, she kind of wants to do that rigid tail kink and just isn't quite as comfortable as some. But I do love her crazy pieces in terms of bone and functionality, and the young lady gets her stuck. She does a great job from the side. Like I said, one that assembles with maternal pieces. She isn't perfect, but I still think she's awfully nice. Young lady's white heifer will be the champion for me.
And there's your senior champion.
Just to stick with the same type and kind, there's another one out here. Just reads so maternal in her rib and body. Young man's heifer here is going to be the reserve. Congratulations.
And our champion in our senior division comes to us out of class number 14, exhibited by Finley Jones, Alito FFA. And our reserve champion comes out of class number 15.
We need these now.
And that's Grady Jennings, Grayford FFA. We need exhibitor number 46751, Winston Dreyer. We need your heifer back to the north staging area. And we need John Wells, entry number 39358, back to the north staging area. We're about to come in for our champion shorthorn drive, and we're missing your division winners. You want to show for champion, get them back.
Over in the South Arena, Charlotte Class 13 underway. This will be first call for Class 14 and 15, single entry in 15, so things are going to move pretty quick toward the championship drive here in the seniors. Class 14 and 15 to staging. We still have that wallet that was turned in. If you've misplaced a wallet, looks like a young gentleman's wallet. Please come to the announcer stand, describe it. We'll be happy to get it back to you. Red Angus exhibitors, for your information, we will not be observing an official lunch break here at the South Arena. We have 437 entries in the breeds showing in the South today, and we do not have the luxury of taking an official lunch break. We will have a brief transition break, allow some of our ring help and our judge to grab a little nutrition on the run here, and then move right into your Red Angus show.
We found a cell phone that was found in the East Women's Restroom in the cattle barn. So if you're missing a cell phone found in the East Women's Restroom, we've got it up at the announcer stand.
Another really good class here, and I think one that just works her way up, has no major holes, and still some of those extras that we've been talking about continuously throughout the day. You start that one at the ground, she has the most true comfort and flexibility, one that just remains more collected in terms of her lines from the side profile. She's not quite as just naturally big framed as the two cattle that come directly behind her, but I actually think it aids her overall balance, her eye appeal, her mature cow size you project her on. She is fresh and bold in terms of her body type. She's square in terms of her base build off either end. And then again, her proportionality is certainly on point for being the one that I'd give the edge to in terms of looseness in her center spine and her reach and range of motion there at the surface. The one that comes here in second, no doubt, has more drop and turn to the base of her rib. She's stouter, more dimensional from behind. She easily has the advantage in terms of weight per day of age. One, to me, I'd like to set back an angle to her shoulder just a touch. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her crest. I'd like to see that one a bit longer and level her back out through her hip, and then have that same comfort in terms of her hock. And now she sets down and off her rear too as my class winner. Some minor criticisms back and forth. I think both those females are awfully nice. That's not taking anything away from the heifer here in third. When she first came in, those other two hadn't made it out here yet. I thought this would be a very nice class winner. She still has a great deal of quality in terms of her lines when this young lady gets her all pulled together. Her softness and maternal look in terms of her center body, one that's smooth in terms of her muscle pattern. She's a bit more fragile in terms of her base build there at the surface. She's one that doesn't set down with quite as much confidence off her rear too, and isn't quite as bold right there in her heart and forerib. Again, some minor criticisms on a female, I think, can give you an absolutely killer look. Heifer that comes here next, long and level in her top line, fresh in terms of her composition, sound off of both ends. She's one that I think needs a bit more drop and turn to the base of her rib to balance up here from the side profile. I like to rock her back in her knee just a touch to see her more confident in her step out of her front end. Heifer that comes here next has a bit more turn down low in terms of her base, base of her rib, one that still has plenty of stoutness from behind the cattle. She's moderate and easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. She takes off and goes and is just a bit more rigid in her step off of both ends. It shows up in her center spine where she wants to tighten up just a touch. Young man has a heifer here next. I think as you read through it all, is sound, is comfortable in her angles, has plenty of depth of body. She's really pushing some chest, and she's one that I think that honestly starts to show up in terms of her dew claws and her toes where they're starting to get a little long because of that excess feed it doesn't keep her quite as balanced up or as comfortable in terms of her step here from the side profile. The heifer that closes, certainly stouter and more dimensional, has some added foot size and feature. One, to me, just is starting to look a little coarse in her general makeup, a little shorter and rounder back out through her hip. Doesn't have that same ladylike maternal appearance as those females ahead of her. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
I think the Shorthorns have been very, very fun to sort through, and certainly could have been aligned different if you had someone that laid their priorities elsewhere. And for me, hip and hind leg function and mobility is extremely important, and I think that absolutely plays into my decision as I get out here to pick an overall grand champion on the Shorthorn side. And there's one that I just like a lot of things about. She's just really, really functional. She's extremely female in her look, and it's Valentine's Day. You got to pick the one you love and just go with it. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve. Let's put our hands together for all these Shorthorn exhibitors.
And your grand champion Shorthorn female, 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, comes to us out of the junior division. That's exhibited by Winston Dreyer from Toller FFA. And our reserve champion comes to us out of the calf division. That's shown by Lauren Gates from Willis FFA. Congratulations to all of our students that showed in our Shorthorn show, and particularly our champion reserve overall. I have got Mr. Harvey 1240 on my phone, so that makes 1:05 start time in the North Judging Arena for the Polled Hereford show. That's not to line up, that's to walk them in the ring. So you youngsters need to be here getting them lined up, because we're going to walk them in at 1:05.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back on the Charlet show in the South Arena, I'd like to remind you of our progress here, class 14 in the arena judging, and we'll share the results of class 13. First place honors in that class went to 52,555 Carson Evers, the exhibitor from Burleson County 4-H. Second to Avery Hunt with Harrison County 4-H. Our third place award, Kinsley Atchison, the exhibitor from Mason County 4-H. Fourth to Haley Garrick of McClendon County 4-H. Your fifth place went to Carol Priola of Schulenburg FFA. Sixth to Daniel Molina, J.B. Anderson FFA member. Seventh to Logan Belt of Valido FFA. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 13 of your Charlet show. attention in the barn. We still have that men's wallet that was turned in. Looked like an exhibitor owned it. No identification, but we'll be happy to return it to you if you can identify it and tell us about some of the contents within.
Well, again, as we've seen throughout this whole Charlet show, a great deal of quality from start to finish. And the heifer that I used to win, to me, does so still quite handily in terms of her flexibility, her reach, and her comfort there at the surface. One that is so massive and broody in terms of her center body, still fairly smooth in terms of her overall makeup and the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her full rib. A heifer, as I step back off her, maybe we've seen a few that are a little neater from their shoulders forward, maybe a little longer from hooks to pins, but one that is so massive, so dimensional, still my favorite in terms of her flexibility and her way she's built there at the surface. The heifer that comes in second, as you initially throw your eyes on them, has that same stoutness up high, has that same turn to the base of her rib cage. She analyzed her further. She's really long-bodied, which I appreciate, but it makes it a little harder for her to balance up. Right there at her heart and forerib, and how she feeds back into her flank and udder, one that's assembled just a bit more up and down in terms of her hock. I don't know that it trips her up majorly in terms of her, flexibility, but her range of motion there out of her hip and hind leg is compromised just ever so slightly. I like her freshness and her look from her shoulders forward. I like her turn up high. I like to see her go just a bit more confidently. The heifer here in third is one that's actually my preference in terms of her reach, her flexibility, and her joint work there at the surface. She's awfully good-footed as well. To me, as you work your way up, although she's got enough turn right there through her center body and freshness from her shoulders forward, she's a little harsher in terms of her forerib and how she's built back into her flank. She's one that has just a little more bark on her right there on the front side of her shoulder and down into her chest forward. If we could tidy her up in a few areas, I think then you can really appreciate what that one brings to the table in terms of her flexibility underneath. Got a heifer that comes here next, stout and powerful and broody in terms of her center body. When she takes off and goes, I think it's pretty evident to see she needs to be rocked back and her angles off of both ends. She wants to tie up in her center spine just a touch more, but she's moderate. She's easy keeping and dimensional, no doubt. I think you got to respect that in that particular female. Young lady has one coming here next. As I initially throw my eyes on her, she's probably as much my kind as any of them in terms of her femininity, her added look and presence from her shoulders forward, her softness in terms of her center body and her flexibility off of both ends. With that, as I work around from this three-quarter shot, she wants to flatten in terms of her full rib. She doesn't have that same body shape or dimension when I get right in behind the cattle. I'd like to stouten her up in terms of her ankle just a touch. Young man has one coming here next that is so stout. When you get right in behind him, she's one I'd say honestly has as much show steer production in her future as any of them. To me, she needs to be rocked back in her ankles just a touch. I'd like to see her a bit more ladylike in terms of her appearance from the side profile. Got a pair, obviously I commend these things all day long for working into motherhood. One here that I think certainly putting a lot into her heifer calf. Heifer calf is bold-bodied, sound, comfortable off of both ends. Mama has that same flexibility and dimension up high. She's a little greener and a little harsher right there in terms of her center body. I'd like to reconstruct her just a touch in terms of her utter squareness. Heifer that closes us out here, one that has some added size, some weight per day of age, some flexibility off of both ends. She's a little harsher in terms of her body for all that added frame she brings to this particular class. She's a little coarser and plainer in terms of her look here from the side profile. Good class there. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
And we thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the overview of our Class 14 placings. Taking the blue ribbon in that class was entry 51871, Connor Cameron of Rivercrest FFA chapter. Second in the class, Camille Gear of Shelbyville FFA. Our third place went to Trevor Harney, a Montgomery County 4-H member. Fourth in the class, Jaden Mata, the exhibitor out of Demet County 4-H. Fifth going to Jackson McCullum of Friendswood FFA. Our sixth place award to Matthew Wagner of Mineral Wells FFA. Seventh, Lalana Velasquez of the Klein Kane FFA chapter. Eighth, Samuel Warland of Parolin FFA. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners here in Class 14 of the Charlet Show.
Truly, my hat's off to each and every one of these pair exhibitors throughout the day. I know I've been, I guess, complimentary to them, but I truly mean it. I think this is a tough project to bring to town. Obviously, you have two mouths to feed and two animals to try to keep under control, keep full, and keep everything looking right, and these exhibitors are doing a great job. This Charlet pair certainly does that same thing. I think this one is a female that you like in terms of her foot size, her flexibility, her look, and her presence from her shoulders forward. Still staying in pretty good rig. For putting a lot into this heifer calf at side. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what bull it is, but there's a Cavigny Charlet bull somewhere in this state that's doing an awesome job, because this calf at side is good looking, bold, stout, powerful, comfortable in terms of her angles. I think that one has a bright future as well. Awfully good start to finish here in our pairs in our last class. Congratulations, these exhibitors.
And taking the blue ribbon here in Class 15 is entry 44 to 46, Augustine Russell of Sci-Fair FFA with his pair. And this will bring us to our senior championship drive. We'll be getting Class 13, 14 winners back in the arena, along with our single entry from Class 15. They'll be competing for that senior championship award here in the Charlet Show. Then we'll move into our grand champion drive. While we have a moment, we'd like to once again thank the Arlette Ranch for providing a special buckle in memory of Mr. Bill Arlette Sr. That'll be going to the grand champion heifer exhibitor here in the Charlet breed. And a reminder to Red Angus exhibitors, we're just going to have a transition break. Won't be an official lunch break, but it is a transition break. Give our lineup crews a little chance to rotate out, and our ring help and the judge an opportunity to grab a couple of bites of nourishment. But we'll be moving into your Red Angus, and we'll be calling for your lineups. So listen for those class calls.
Well, finishing strong here in our Charolais and looking forward to getting these champions back out here in a minute for our overall selection. We started it all off here with Class 1, and that was a female to me in terms of her freshness, her genuine body shape, her reach and flexibility off of both ends. Really elevated her in that particular class, one that I like in terms of her collection lines, one that's so proportional in terms of her look here from the side profile. She doesn't have as much size and scale as the females that are kind of surrounding her, but one that I think has more than enough true frame. I like this one's moderation. I like her easy keeping look. She's my preference in terms of her base build underneath. The heifer that comes out of Class 2 has, again, some added stoutness in terms of her pins, some added boldness in terms of her body, one that still can give you a good look here from the side profile. I think as you compare her to the female directly in front of her, not quite as attractive in terms of her lower skeleton or her foot size, not quite as tidy in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, but she's broody and cowy nonetheless. Then we got that pair that closed us out there a minute ago, and I thought a cow that's doing a great job. Got an awfully high-quality heifer calf at side. I think, again, a very good pair as you analyze that one all throughout. Maybe not quite as bold in terms of the turn to the base of her rib cage, maybe not quite as bloomy as the females that come directly in front of her for obvious reasons, but I think high quality nonetheless. To me, it's a pretty straightforward decision out here. Then I'm going to take one more look for reserve. Young lady here out of Class 1 is going to be your champion.
And our champion goes to 52,555. Let's move up our second place out of Class 13 for reserve consideration. And again, congratulations to our senior winner, Carson Evers, Burleson County 4-H. And our second place coming out of the Class 13, taking reserve honors here. And that heifer exhibited by Avery Hunt, Harrison County 4-H member. Well, that'll take us into our grand champion lineup. We need all of our calf champion in reserve and the junior champion in reserve, be it staging at this time for the Grand Champion Drive lineup here in the Charolais Show. At this time, moving into our South Arena are our three division champions and their reserves in the Charolais Show. And our judge, Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons, will be making his selection for the overall grand champion and reserve grand champion Charolais heifer here at the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show.
Well, an absolutely excellent set of them here in our Charolais show. And if you're ringside, please put your hands together for all these exhibitors. Awesome job. These kids are really working hard out here, and again, brought us a very high quality set of females. We get them all back out here, and I thought they're in our calf division. We kicked it all off in a very impressive fashion. A heifer there at the front of the lineup that is so comfortable in her angles, so attractive in terms of her lower skeleton, very fresh and honest in terms of her composition. I like that one in terms of her body shape and still square and level from hooks to pins, and that was a major deciding factor there in that particular pair. I thought both those were awfully nice. This heifer really projects with a lot of look and a lot of future, in my opinion. I think that one's best days are ahead of her. I still like her an awful lot today. The heifer that comes here out of this second division is one that's just so massive and broody in terms of her center body. She's as stout as any of them when you get right in behind her and comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends. We get her stacked up with these other ones that are on either side of her. She's probably not quite as long and extended shoulders forward or tidy right there at the base of her shoulder and down into her chest forward. She could be a bit longer and level her back out through her hip and maybe not quite as just attractive in terms of her foot. I'm not trying to put together a laundry list of criticisms on this female because I still think she's incredibly high quality. It's just a very good lineup, and I think we got to dig in and decide where we need to be. The heifer that comes out of this last division, one that maybe if you want to say she doesn't have as much size and performance of these other ones, I wouldn't argue with you, but from there, it's hard to put a major hole in this one. Very comfortable off of both ends, attractive in terms of her skeleton, as fresh in terms of her composition as any of them, and one that's very level and collected in terms of her lines, proportional in terms of her overall makeup, one that, again, gives you just a fresh, high-quality, feminine look here from the side profile. Again, maybe she's been out-horsed in a couple areas, but I think that female does a lot of things right. To me, this is as tough as a decision as I've had in our, overall champions here throughout the day so far, but there's one out here that hit me awfully hard. I'm going to go get you a champion reserve. Put your hands together one more time for all of our Charolais exhibitors on an awesome show.
And your junior calf taking the champion division, grand champion honors here in our Charolais show. So we'll move up our reserve from the calf division, number 64,670 for reserve consideration. The reserve going to our senior heifer, that's entry number 52555, Carson Heifers of Burleson County 4-H. Congratulations to Caden and Carson for their championship honors here in the Charolais show. We'll be taking a quick transition break. And in about 5 minutes or so, be listening, Red Angus exhibitors, for your lineup instructions.
I'm showing 105, so we need to have all Class 1 polled Hereford heifers ready to walk in the show arena. Need you in that north staging area. All polled Hereford heifers, Classes 1 and 2. Need you ready to go. Attention in the cattle barn. Class 1 polled Herefords. We need Kendall Richter. Entry number 40768 to the north staging area. Kendall Calk and Jace Peterson. Jace Peterson, 60812 is your entry number. We need you to the north staging area. Kendall Calk, entry number 40743. Need you to the north staging area. And Kendall Rector, entry number 40768. We need you to the north staging area. You're about to miss your class. Class 1 polled Herefords need you ready to go in the north staging area. Class 2 will walk you in here real quickly. Kendall Rector, Kendall Calk, and Jace Peterson need you to the north staging area to start our polled Hereford show. Class 1 polled Herefords and Class 2, we need you at the north staging area. Polled Hereford show is starting. Class 1 Polled Heifers is in the ring, so Class 2, we need you in the north staging area. Class 3 Polled Heifers, let's bring them on down. I'd like to recognize a young person here that's assisting us in the ring with the awards, and we have Ms. Haley Foster. She's from Coleman, Texas, and she's the Texas Polled Hereford Sweetheart. So, Haley, we certainly appreciate you being here and helping us with our Polled Hereford show today here in San Antonio.
Attention Red Angus heifer exhibitors. We invite you to check in your heifers. We've got 15 head in Class 1. Let's begin checking them in. 15 Class 1 Red Angus heifers into the arena. This will be your class call for staging.
It didn't take but a step into the ring to realize the heifer I'm going to lead off with is high quality. And she is striking, she is attractive. And we took a lunch break, and then suddenly as she came in, I was right back in the game. I love a lot of things about this one. You want to talk about one that is built right from the ground up? It's her. She's built for speed in terms of the long run. She's one that's going to remain so fresh because she assembles with length and extension. Boy, I could talk about that one for a long time, like a lot of things about her. There's some decisions amongst the rest of the cattle, and initially, young man, your heifer didn't hit me that hard. But I get down and evaluate her, and you go to yourself, that's just a pretty darn practical one that's going to be big enough upon maturity, yet have moderation to go with it. Is she overwhelming in terms of her ability to have her bone work match her muscle shape? No, and I hope as she matures that becomes a little more proportional. The other thing is she's not fit. If we could put glue in that one's legs, I think it becomes a different story. But you just want to evaluate a little later maturing type cattle compared to the two behind her, and I think she has that advantage. Young man's got one here that you want to talk about substance. She's got it, and that is a big stout foot, a lot of dimension, power, and all the things that go with it. We're talking about baby calves, so can she stand the test of time? That's where the questions are. You want to keep that one lean. She's got a little bit more shoulder, but boy, you like them with substance. She is the answer, and she certainly has that. Your heifer's just got a little bit of brain dysfunction today, right? So it becomes a little harder to get down and evaluate her. Naturally, she's maybe just a little harder spine, and she just doesn't want to show herself off and just settle into that. If she does those things, I think the conversation on up into second can become different. Today, she just doesn't want to work with you quite well enough to get down and evaluate her true build. Two very nice, moderate kind of heifers that are probably more alike than they are different. I read a little more dimension in the young man's with the cowboy hat. Again, cattle that are really green and earlier in their show career. Once she stops and balances for him, I think it will become good. Now, how big will this one get? That's where my questions are, but I think she reads really immature, and so she's green, even though we're within the same month of age here. I think she's going to just fit into a nice little moderate package, maybe not quite the performance of some of the cattle ahead of her, and certainly that holds true for the heifer that's directly behind her. A little more traditional type heifer here, and I don't mean that in a negative. She just isn't as unique in terms of her stoutness of feature in comparison to some of the others. Just very, very practical, and I think she's going to go on and make a great cow for the young lady. All the way down in this class, cattle that have rib, body, feedability. I like that about this heifer. She just became more feminine and refined compared to some of the other cattle in terms of her stoutness and groundwork, but she's so smooth in the way she assembles. I think she does the right things in the future. Very, very nice. One that has a stoutness advantage here. She just doesn't balance quite as well as we get off to the side of her. And the same reads true for the heifer that rounds out the class. Just like to stouten her up a shot, but you're doing a great job of getting her shown. As soon as she settles in, I think it'll become a different story. Nice job.
Well, our Polled Hereford Show is off and running with a real strong first class, and I'd like to thank our judge, Ms. Krisha Geffert from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, for being with us here today and evaluate our Polled Herefords. She's already done our Herefords and Simmentals and Shorthorns and done an excellent job on those breeds. The results of class number 1, Peyton Alexander from Somerville County 4-H. Second, Keaton Kirkendall, Woodson FFA. Our third place exhibitor is Austin Newman from Fannin County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Danielle Zilberstein from Community FFA. Fifth, Braxton Lockhart, Burleson County 4-H. Sixth, Caden Gersh, Whitney FFA. Our seventh place heifer shown by Kendall Kalk from Bowling FFA. Eighth, Brindley Allen, Hunt County 4-H. Ninth, Kendall Rector, Bowling FFA. And our 10th place Polled Hereford female shown by Jace Peterson, Longview FFA. We now have Class 2 in the ring at this time, Polled Hereford Show, north side. So we need all Class 3s in the makeup area, north side. Class 4, start getting it on your mind, Polled Hereford heifers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, over on the South Arena, we're about to begin our Red Angus show. Class 1 Red Angus have 15 entries. As soon as we have all of our personnel in place, we'll move that class in. This will be call for Class 2. Once Class 1 moves out of the staging area, we'll be ready to receive Class 2.
I think the least amount of division I've had in a class so far in terms of quality from top to bottom, and yet I do still find a lot of debate with how I align these on the top side of the class because I like a lot of things about the heifer even in fourth and fifth and third, and then I end up with a top pair here that I'm going to call more similar in terms of their construction. I'm just going to go back to initial impression. In terms of rib and body, young man, actually I'm going to switch these. You're ahead of her. Sorry, I forgot to do that when I went to get the microphone. In terms of rib, body, and doability, and that's where the heifer that initially hits me did so. And she is monster-footed, stout-featured. She's one that, upon maturity, is she going to be just huge? No, I think that's going to be an advantage in terms of just overall moderation. She's still good enough looking. She's good in terms of her running gear. Is she super unique in terms of her look? No. But I think if you manage that one appropriately, she can still absolutely stand the test of time. The heifer that comes in second is probably the most alike her in terms of true spread or rib and just overall honest dimension, red meat yield, and standing down on some substance of bone and foot. Now, is she the most rocket-fronted? No, she's got a little bit of leather up front. But you get past that. What you see is what you get. There's no hair to read through in that one, and I appreciate her angularity. This heifer, we get her on the standstill, and she's super level down the top side of her skeleton. I really like that about her. I just like to change her shoulder assembly a shot and the way that it comes into her forerib a little bit, but still very green in her show career, and I can certainly see her added look being an advantage over those two heifers above her. This one's the most challenging to me, because initially when they come in, I say to myself, that is a good-looking one, and I always lend to those kind. Unfortunately, we get on the three-quarter of this one, I just don't see enough to her right now. I'd like to make her just a little stouter to go with her added frame size and extension, and then I think it becomes an absolute different story because of her flexibility. Today, she's just a little bit narrower in her composition. Again, young lady, if you're disappointed, I certainly could see this heifer higher up in this class, so that she's definitely still extremely high quality. Of the initial few, she just gets the plainest up front for me today, and so I make my sort there. But is that practical, sound cattle? Absolutely, and I like that about her. Young man, you have one here too that reads with a lot of future, and I like that. And as she settles in and behaves a little better for you, it becomes a different story. Today, she wants to fight him on the halter. Because of that, she kind of comes up short in her step, and then she falls apart as we get off to the profile of her. But again, I think a lot of that is due to her brain dysfunction out here as a calf for the first time.
Well, thank you for those comments on our second class of polled Hereford females. Our class winner is Holden Rader from Marion FFA. Second in Class 2 goes to Caitlin Clapper, Montgomery County 4-H. Our third place heifer exhibited by Ryla Wolub from Whitney FFA. Placing fourth is Toby Melson, Gregg County 4-H. Our fifth place showed by Callie Allison from Community FFA. And sixth goes to Stockton Kachira. I know I screwed that one up, but sorry about that, Stockton. Sixth place from Liberty County 4-H. Currently evaluating class number 3. So only have 3 head in this class. Class 4 will be up next, then we'll go into our calf division. So class 7, polled Hereford, start thinking about it.
In the South Arena, we're pleased to have with us a queen for the Texas Red Angus Association, and that's Miss Caitlin Tompkins. Catherine, thank you for being with us, and the Princess Katie Cotton. Thank you, Katie, for being here to assist in the awards presentation for our Red Angus show.
We're missing some exhibitors in class number 4 in our Polled Hereford show. We need entry number 39514, Chase Henson from Crum FFA, and exhibitor number 44478, Haley Alago from Arlington FFA.
When the young lady gets the heifer, I'm going to start off with Set. She really gives you a neat look from the side. She's so strong in her top line. She remains level out of her hips. She has real lean meat and muscle to her. She's got some width through her chest floor. I like a lot of things about her on the standstill. We set her into motion, and at times, and I don't know if it's just the surface, she wants to be just a little wonky on that rear pastern. But again, I wouldn't hold that against a calf that shows for the first time on this surface. It can be a little unforgiving in that regard. I read her appropriate in her angles. I think she's the freshest one out here. Between the next two heifers, I appreciate the moderation in the loud marked heifer, and she's one that's just softer in her spine and remains leveler from hooks to pins. She is going to be plenty darn moderate as we get into maturity, and so will she be as tall-shouldered and unique as some of the cattle we've seen? No, but she does set down a little better on that rear pasture, and even than the heifer that wins, she's actually got a ton of substance, a foot and bone to go with it as well. Frame size advantage here in this heifer in terms of length of body totals, absolutely, and when she gets her stuck, and we're right here on the side, I like her. We set her into motion, though. She wants to roll forward in her shoulder just a little, kind of come up into her spine, and it affects the way she utilizes her hip, but that's still very good cattle.
Well, thank you for that critique of class number 3 in our Polled Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class, Abby Wallop from Whitney FFA. Second, Reese Pinkerton, ARP FFA. And our third place female was shown by Quinlan Dietrich from Lorena FFA. Now bringing in class 4. Conclusion of class 4, we'll pick our division, our champions in our heifer calf division. So you class 7, Polled Hereford exhibitors, class 7, need to start making your way to the north staging area. Class 7 Polled Herefords, bring them on down. Superintendent says to announce our sweetheart again, and she deserves a double take. And that's Haley Foster. Haley, wave to the crowd. Let everybody know who you are. There you go. And she's from Coleman, Texas. And she's our Texas Polled Hereford sweetheart. So, all seriousness, Haley, thanks for being here and helping pass out ribbons. And we appreciate you helping with the Junior Polled Hereford show.
Really a fun class to sort through. A lot of different types and kinds here in this early stage first class of our Red Angus. But the one that I used to win, in my opinion, there's no major discussion that can be had that could talk me out of it. One that is so opened up and massive in terms of her midrib, so dimensional when you get around and behind her. You step back off her, she still proportions the most ladylike and maternal in terms of her look and eye appeal here on the side profile. Neat in her chest floor, up-headed, has plenty of presence, explodes back into such an impressive kind of a body, and still very comfortable in her angles as she goes to the ground. I'd like to change her up just a shot in terms of her heel depth, but I think outside of that, she's still very comfortable in her step and one that does a lot of things right whenever you analyze her at this stage of the game, and then is still projecting her on as a big bread. The one that comes in second has some overwhelmingly dense pieces, so giant-footed and big-legged and powerful-bodied, stout when you get around and behind her, just got a stout skull about her and reads very strong in terms of her overall character up through her head, and then has that same view as you work your way on back. One, to me, I like this one in terms of her angles. She just looks a little plainer from her shoulders forward, and I think that's kind of a weenie way out, or I guess a way that you can't really break one down, but she does have a little depth in terms of her throat. She's one that's a little deeper in terms of her chest. She's not quite as bold in terms of her heart and forehead as my class winner, but outside of that, that is a female that gets you fired up, and I think has some impressive generating pieces. The one that comes here in third continues to work her way up because there's nothing wrong with her. Honestly, she is sound. She is good bodied. She has enough dimension. I think she gives you a quality look here from the side profile. It's mostly whenever you go to comparing this one back to those two directly in front of her, she's not quite as stout-footed. She's not quite as overwhelmingly big-bodied. She's not quite as opened up from behind. She's not quite as high-tying. None of this is majorly wrong with her, but again, she just kind of comes into a nice third-place spot whenever you analyze her with the two directly in front of her. The heifer here in fourth, again, has some class-leading pieces. She's the longest hipped. She's comfortable and attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg as she goes to the ground. She has some added just length and extension here from the side profile, and then again, takes a long and athletic stride there off of both ends. She honestly is so loose in terms of her spine. She almost gets a little weak right there out of the backside of her shoulder, one that I'd like to see just a bit stouter in terms of her jawline. She's got kind of a long, narrow face, and it detracts from her balance whenever you study her there in the profile. Still like that one at the surface. The one that comes here next, moderate, easy keeping in terms of her kind. I like this one in terms of her attractive and comfortable hip and hind leg. She's a little deeper about her shoulder and her chest floor, a little more jammed up from there on forward. But again, shoulders back, that one does a lot of things right. On the other end of the spectrum, one that is so long and extended and late maturing in terms of her type and kind, comfortable in terms of her angles there at the surface. From a three-quarter shot, I got to open that one up in her forerib. I'd like to see her just a bit deeper and fuller back into her rear rib and flank and how she projects from there on back, because she's got a neat look, just need a little more of her. This heifer right here, and I would tell you specifically this showman is absolutely killing it. She does an incredible job getting her shown, getting everything put together. This heifer is bold and stout, has a good look from the side profile. She takes off and goes, and one that just wants to kick up in her center spine. She's not quite as comfortable or attractive in terms of her angles, but again, young lady doing an exceptional job getting that heifer shown. She can give you a very good look. Again, young man doing a great job with this one. I like her body shape. I like her stoutness from behind. She's just a bit more vertical in terms of her angles off of both ends. She wants to get a little weaker right in behind her shoulder. Strengthen her there. I think she can move up a spot or two. Heifer coming here next, long and extended in her type and kind, round in terms of her body and punchy in terms of her shape from behind. I like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends, see her just a shot more comfortable in terms of her overall movement. We work on down the line. Young lady has one here next, moderate, easy keeping. Like to see her with a bit more flexibility in her front end, specifically right there at her knee, and see her hook up stronger from her shoulder back into her forward. Then you really appreciate that one's kind. Got one that's a little darker to her edges, and I like this one's bold body type and stoutness from behind. She too just doesn't want to go with that same confidence or authority off of both ends. Like to see her neater right there at the point of her shoulder. One that's late maturing coming here next, smooth made, good looking, shoulders forward. Like to stouten her up at the base of her rib. Like to see a bit more feature there at the surface. We continue down the line. Got one that's stout, hipped up high. Like to see that same stoutness and dimension to the base of her rib to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. But I like her feature. I like her attractive hind leg. Young lady has one coming here next. Again, stout footed, bold and dimensional from behind. A little more up and down in her ankles. Like to see her go with a bit more flexibility. Young lady has one coming here next. Has plenty of power from behind. Like to see her balance up just a bit differently from chest to flank. Young man closes out with one that's good looking, fresh in terms of her composition. Need a bit more of her. Need a bit more dimension from behind. Great class, top to bottom. Thought that was an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzsimmons. First place honors in this class going to J.C. Atkinson, bowling FFA member. Second in the class went to Greer Bella of Throckmorton County 4-H. Your third place award to Jillian Hardy of Mason 4-H, and the fourth place award, Rebecca Dunn of Titus County 4-H. Your fifth place to Maxie Lewis, Jack County 4-H members. Sixth to Briley McAnally of Natchez FFA. Seventh, Casey Gorbert of Huffman FFA. Eighth to Baxton Hunt, Walker County 4-H. Ninth, going to Jenna Byers of Dayton FFA. And 10th place, Darby Smith, Tatum FFA. Congratulations, ribbon winners. Class 2 Red Angus in the class call for Class 3 Red Angus. You need to have them moving to the staging area. Class 3 Red Angus to staging, please.
The longer I study him, the more I like the heifer here on the end that I'm going to utilize to win. And she isn't the most unique, but I think she adds up the most good in terms of being more problem-free than the other two heifers. She's one that handles herself really well in terms of her hip and hind leg. That's a big pinned heifer up high. And you get back and study her look from the side, she still puts it together in an awfully attractive package. She's softer spine. She functions and flexes a little bit better out of her hip and hind leg. Heifer in second, as they initially came in, I was absolutely drawn to. She's so flawless in the way she blends herself from the side, and I love that about her. She just doesn't want to get out and flex with a ton of authority off of those rear two as I compare her to the heifer above her, and so I take issue with that. She's still a little harsher in her center as well. The problem for me comes in three, because standing still right here like this, I want to use her. She's the best presented one. She's extremely fresh as well. Bottom line is, when she gets out and goes, she wants to pull down in her loin, and then she misses her stride by a shot. And so I stay true to foundation, and that's where I'm going to be hard on her. But I don't mind if you like her to win the class, because she is pretty unique as you get off to the side in terms of rib, body, and functionality. Just like to change the way she handles herself in those pieces. This one doesn't get credit for being the most like a lady up through her head and front end, and so I get a little critical for her there. But if you like the pieces that go with that in terms of bone and foot, she's very, very nice. She sets down onto a good hind leg as well. Just like to reassemble her up front and make her a shot more attractive. She does have the length and extension, and I think can run the long run a little bit leaner than the heifer that comes next. You're doing a great job of trying to get this one shown. I appreciate your efforts out here. She's just kind of a what you see is what you get kind of cattle that's going to go on and make the next generation big-bodied and easy feeding just like her. But in here, she's a little rounder. She's one that's going to push some more condition earlier in her stages of life, although that is her advantage over the heifer that comes next. Young lady, don't get discouraged, because if this heifer does the right things, she's very attractive, and I love that about her. And so when we're judging young Herefords, we want them to be able to go the long haul. But for me today, it's a little more extreme in terms of frame size. She's greener in her composition. I just like to body her down and make her more three-dimensional in her overall shape. But she definitely has the advantage in look over the heifer that comes next. This is just a practical kind of cattle here, maybe not the performance advantage of the class, one that maybe is behind a little more in terms of weight per day of age, but still very good in terms of flexibility. The next two heifers are probably more alike than they are different, like to just soften them in their center a little bit, but both of them are doing an excellent job of getting cattle shown that are going to go on to make nice cows for them.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on our fourth class of Polled Hereford females. Winning that class is Hadley Doris from Erath County 4-H. Our second place ribbon goes to Madison Coffrin from Deer Park FFA. Placing third, Leland Green, Cleburne FFA. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Chase Henson, Crum FFA. Fifth goes to Cheyenne Feller, Gillespie County 4-H. Our sixth place ribbon went to Grace Melson, Gregg County 4-H. Seventh, McKenna Camp, Ellis County 4-H. And eighth goes to Maylee Rooks, Rogers FFA. And ninth, Haley Alejo from Arlington FFA. Now bringing our class winners from our first four classes, and as well as our seconds from these 8 females, we'll select our division winners in our heifer from our heifer classes.
Another really good class here. And this class winner, in my opinion, wins and wins in pretty commanding fashion. So good in terms of her body shape. Easily the most flexible and still attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. I think truly elite for this breed in terms of her toe shape and spread. One that has a setback offer, maybe not just the most tucked up in her chest forward or just the wildest looking in her projection from her shoulder forward, but the way she's assembled from there on back, I'd argue you'd have a hard time finding a Red Angus female built like this in terms of her proportionality of body, her hip and hind leg. Again, the way she's built at the surface, very nice place to start. The heifer here in second is one that I like outside of one particular area. She's high tying, neat shouldered, very fresh in terms of her body, collected in her lines down her top line, has plenty of angle built into her shoulder and knee right there off those rear two. She got enough foot size and feature. She's just a bit more upright in terms of her ankle and doesn't want to set down quite as comfortably right there in terms of her rear foot. Outside of that, that is a fresh and neat looking kind of a female. It gives you a killer look again relative to this breed. The one that comes here in third, I like this one's outward curvature to her body, her stoutness from behind. That one still has plenty of projection of look and eye appeal from her shoulders forward and fresh in terms of her composition. Of the initial trio, she's just a little harsher in her heart and forward. She's one that I'd like to rock back in her angles there off of both ends, but still one that gives you a great look when parked on the stand. Dark red heifer is one that I think has some awfully unique breeding pieces. She is big-footed, very stout and square when you get right in behind her, bold, and has plenty of outward turn to her center body. Just gives you a very dense look throughout. She's one that's not quite as just maternal and feminine in her view from her shoulders forward. I'd like to see this one set back at her knee just a touch and go with more confidence to move up higher in this particular class, but I appreciate that one just added stoutness in her feature that she brings this particular class. Heifer that comes here next, I like this one in terms of her lateness of maturity and her youthfulness here in this particular setting. She's high tying and fresh in terms of her jawline and down into her chest floor, comfortable in her angles off of both ends. I think feed and time will be her best, favor, in her favor, however you want to phrase that. She needs to be opened up in terms of her body, specifically right there at her heart and forward. Now she feeds back into her flank. She's one that doesn't have that same feature right there at the surface when you analyze her ankle and down into her foot. Heifer that comes here next, broody and practical in terms of her type and kind, pretty easy fleshing and her general makeup. One, to me, just not near as attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Like to pick her up and smooth her out in terms of her build off of both ends. Young man has one coming here next that's sound and has an attractive hip and hind leg. One, to me, just a little out of balance in terms of her shoulder and her chest forward, how she feeds back into her flank. She, too, I'd like to square her up at her knee and see a bit more projection of look, shoulders forward. Heifer that closes, long and extended, neat-looking shoulders forward and hook bones back. As you get in between there, she's just a little coarser and rougher in terms of her design. Doesn't transition quite as neat. Like to open her up in terms of her body shape. Awesome class, start to finish. Really like that class winner. Congratulations.
We've got a division going on in the North Arena, and we'll let them talk that, then give you the Class 2 results in the Red Show.
Well, what a division here. And I don't know how many times I've had a class of calves come in and a winner come out so strongly that I spent the rest of the time searching for one that rivaled her and almost was comparative, even though we weren't to a champion drive yet. And the bottom line is there's one out here that's good. She wins, and in my opinion, easily. Young lady out of Class 1. Congratulations.
And our heifer calf champion comes to us out of class number 1. That's Peyton Alexander, Somerville County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Peyton. Bring in Keaton Kirkendall up, who was second in that class.
The decision from there gets much, much, much more challenging, and it was in those classes as well. And I keep going back to one, and I say to myself, she's basic in her build. And I don't mean that in a negative way, and some may say their show heifers find the unique pieces. But when they're bold-bodied, they're functional, they're flexible, and they just look like they can go out and make nice cows, it makes sense to me. They're still in the conversation. Young man right here is going to be my reserve.
And our reserve comes out of class number 2. That's Holden Rader from Marion FFA. Congratulations to our heifer division champions, as well as all the youngsters that showed in our heifer classes. We're now bringing in class number 7 into the north judging arena. So class 8, we need you in the north staging area. Class 9, start bringing them on down. 7 in the arena, 8 in the holding pen. We need 9 traveling to the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, over on the South Arena, our Red Angus Class 3 being evaluated at this time. We'd like to share with you the results from Class 2. First place honors in that class went to Marcy Wilms of Kaufman County 4-H. Your second place to Colton Gober of the Haskell FFA chapter. Third ribbon won by Samuel Hardwick of the Weatherford FFA. Fourth in the class, Annabelle Morris of the Montgomery FFA. Your fifth place award going to Dixie Snodgrass, a member of Glen Rose FFA chapter. Our sixth place to Kinley Kutak of Flatonia FFA. Seventh in the class, Redford Lewis, the exhibitor, Jack County 4-H member. And eighth in the class to McRae Elliott Tramnell of Graham FFA. We need our class 4 in staging. You Red Angus exhibitors, want you to know that classes 5 and 6 are your champion classes, so Class 7 Red Angus, you need to be standing ready. When we move out Class 4, we can check in those Class 7 Red Angus heifers.
Well, the quality keeps coming here in our Red Angus show, and one here at the front of the lineup I think gives you a pretty commanding look from the profile. High tying, neat looking, very proportional in terms of her design, fresh in her composition, round in terms of her body, and still goes to the ground with a clear advantage in terms of comfort as well as attractiveness. No major holes in this one. I'd be excited to see this one back out here in a class or two for our division championship. I think she's awfully nice. The heifer in second is one that, again, fresh in terms of her composition, sound off of both ends in terms of her angles, and she still remains very collected in her lines here from the side profile. I like her neatness in terms of her shoulder. Now she still comes with that femininity from there on forward. So you ask yourself, why does she go second? Just not quite as much in terms of full rib shape and down into her heart. Like to stouten her up in terms of her base width and her foot size ever so slightly, but certainly one that I like in terms of her basics. A heifer here in third from her shoulders back, I think is truly impressive. Round and opened up and massive in terms of her center body, and remains very full and collected back into her rear rib and flank. She's attractive and comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg, and has some added squareness and stoutness from behind the cattle. up front is where I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder. I think that allow her to carry herself with a shot more presence there out of her front end and have a bit more of that up-headed, neat look from there on forward. Still like that one an awful lot in terms of just her easy flesh and look and her center body and her attractive hind leg. Young man has an awfully nice one here in this light red female, big-footed, stout in terms of her general feature, has plenty of softness to her center body, makes you think she's just going to be a good kind of cow when put back into production. She's a little rougher in her transition from her shoulder back into her forerib, like to lay her tail head a bit neater in the backside of her hip and see her come with a bit more presence there through her front end, but her basics are on point. Young man's doing an awesome job getting that one shown. Young lady has one coming here next, maybe has a bit more up-headedness and neatness from the side profile in this particular pair. I like this one in the round turn to the center portion of her body. She's a little long and uneven in terms of her toe. I'd like to see that one a bit more attractive and secure in terms of her hock placement and rock her back in her knee just a touch. But a female in terms of round body shape and squareness from behind, she certainly has it in her favor. Another dark red heifer coming here next, broody and massive, has the advantage in this particular class in terms of weight per day of age. She's one I'd like to see a bit more attractive in terms of her lower skeleton. Like to see her shoulder lay smoother onto her body and be a bit neater from her navel back into her flank from a balance standpoint. Still powerful, still high performing in terms of her type and kind. The light red heifer that closes shapely up high, square in her upper pin set and fresh in terms of her composition. Just got to see her go with a bit more confidence and flexibility there off of both ends. Again, very high quality class from start to finish. I like that class winner an awful lot.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. First place honors here in Class 3 going to Maddie Henderson of Academy FFA. Our second place award, Savannah Grimes of Henderson County takes that. Third in the class, Ty Cook of Bonham FFA. Your fourth place exhibitor, Crockett Gunther of Fayette County 4-H. Fifth in the class to Caitlin Holscher of Runnels County 4-H. Our sixth place going to Caden Schrader of Burleson County 4-H. Seventh to Presley Ann Brooks of Liberty County 4-H. Congratulations to our ribbon winners in Class 3. Class 4, Red Angus in the arena at this time. We'll be staging at the completion of this class for our calf champions. So, Red Angus, Class 7, time to you move in staging. Class 8, need to move up. We have a single entry in Class 9. The division will move pretty quick.
I back and forth on this class probably more than anything I have all day, and I land on a heifer for me that has the maternal advantage, and it all starts up front with the shape to her head, her extension out ahead of her blade. She's one that's just ultra ladylike. Now, does she spin out a little bit up front? Absolutely. And so I initially want to get pretty critical of that, but it's not a function issue. It isn't a femininity issue. And so you get back to her basics, and she's still monster bodied, has plenty to her. And I think her degree of condition is maybe a shot more appropriate than the other two for this stage of maturity. Now, initially, I want to use your heifer, young lady. She's so smooth in the way she transitions her pieces. You get down and melt the condition off her, though. I question whether her added width is because of muscularity or white. And then I evaluate the shape to her head, and I just get a little bit critical. I wish it was a shot more ladylike there. And if she gets out and goes, she's not just perfectly flawless in terms of meeting her track. Now, part of that is she's kind of lazy. She doesn't want to get out and go for you, but I get a little bit more critical as the drive wears on those things. But initially, I like a lot of things about her. I could see this one going on and making some phenomenal steers, and she's pretty darn good in her own regard, and so it becomes challenging again. So I like a lot of things about her kind, her moderation, her muscularity, and the way she handles that hind leg. Her head shape isn't perfect either. She's starting to push a little more forward chest. When she does that and gets really alert, it makes the conversation a lot more interesting on the top side. You could say, well, why don't you make this heifer like the one that wins? Because she is feminine, and I do appreciate that about her. If she had more to her from the backside, I think it becomes a different story. Bottom line, she wants to hawk in and just gives up that red meat muscle shape of the cattle ahead of her. But flexible, functional, like the way she handles her pieces. Heifer here that's just a little more upright in her angles, extremely well presented though. I can tell he's absolutely spent some time at home. Really moderate, easy feeding kind of cow that's going to go on and do good things in that regard. A little bit more conservative in terms of her frame size as far as her head shape and her growth indicators show me, but still tremendously soft-bodied in relation to the two cattle that come out next. Your guys' heifers are more alike than they are different. They line up pretty nice in terms of the top side of their skeleton from a parallelness standpoint, just harsher on the under portion. Need to drop them in their forerib and flank a little bit. Nice class.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on Class 7 in our Junior Polled Hereford show. Winning the class is Lila Doris from Erath County 4-H. Second in that class is shown by Lily Liao, Waller County 4-H. Placing third in Class 7 is Addison Wilde, Falls County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Philip Miles, Rice FFA. Placing fifth, Benny Whitmer, Meridian FFA. Sixth place goes to Ryland Bade, Cuero FFA. Seventh, Allison Nava, Klein Forest FFA. And eighth, Sophie Hebert, Longview FFA.
Another very impressive class here at our Red Angus heifer here at the front of the lineup. A little short on ears, but long on functionality. And as you study this one from the ground up, her actual foot size, her comfort, and the way she's built in terms of her angles is certainly something that I'm naturally drawn to. She's big-bodied, has that easy-keeping look here from the side profile. And then again, smooth about her shoulder, reads proportional from there on back, has enough up-headedness and look and projection from there on forward. I think a female does a lot of things right here in this class and wins in a pretty commanding fashion. The heifer that comes in second, I think certainly mirrors her. On the stand is one that's moderate, easy keeping, bold in terms of her center body. She reads pretty comfortable in terms of her angles. Again, there on the stand and smooth about her shoulder. One that when she takes off and goes, she wants to shuffle a bit more and doesn't ever hinge quite as comfortably there out of her hip or is quite as loose right there in her center spine. So it makes her appear just a bit more tight in her movement there off of both ends. But no question, she's still comfortable in her angles. She's right in terms of her body shape, still fresh in her composition. I think a nice one to go there in second. The one in third, smoother in terms of her shoulder, flatter in terms of her neck, and the way she's built there on the top side of her crest, has plenty of length and extension from there on back for her added frame. I wish she had a bit more softness in terms of her center body. I wish she was just a bit more attractive in that set to her hind leg, but I like that one's added weight per day of age there in the top three. Heifer that comes here next has as much raw shape and power as any of them when you get right in on the top side of these females. One, to me, as I step back off her, maybe isn't quite as surprising that she's got just a bit more right there at the point of her shoulder. She's not quite as comfortable or attractive in terms of her lower angles. I like to clean her up in terms of her toes. She's getting a little long and uneven. Stout and dimensional, just like to see her a bit more ladylike. Heifer that closes certainly has that added performance in this particular class. She's deep-sided, has enough dimension from behind. She needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. And I like to see her just a bit bolder in terms of her body. She's got enough depth. Just like to see a bit more outward curvature there. Good class. I think an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons, for the critique of our animals in Class 4. First place honors going to Molly Burnett of the Iowa Park FFA. Second in the class, J.C. Flem of Klein Kane FFA chapter. Third, Kennedy Dobson, the Lavaca County 4-H member, taking the third place honors. Fourth, the McKenna Carter of Cy-Fair FFA. Fifth to Eli Summer of Madison County 4-H. Congratulations to all of those ribbon winners. Class 4 completed. That brings us to our calf champion drive.
Really a fun division to sort through as we get these calves back out here in our Red Angus show. And as we started off there, it was pretty commanding from the beginning. The heifer that kicked us off, one that's fresh in her composition and so maternal in terms of her appearance here from the side profile. As I said there earlier, I'd like to see her a little deeper heeled, but outside of that, she's very comfortable in her angles off of both ends, proportional in terms of her lines. I think that female's got an incredibly bright future. She's not the longest and squarest in terms of her build from hooks to pins, and I think that's where you can get fired up about this heifer that comes here out of this second class. Her build in terms of her hip and hind leg and how she goes to the ground with that kind of reach and athleticism and still attractiveness in her hock and the way she's assembled there at her ankle, I think is something that gets me pretty fired up. Her bold body type, her added dimension and turn when you get right in behind these cattle, and still the way that she puts it all together from the side profile is something that I'm naturally drawn to. I'd tell you, I don't know that I'd want her any chubbier in terms of her composition right there at her chest floor, but she still reads on target from there on back. A female that does a lot of things right. I think you'd have to put a lot of miles on to see females built like those two are to that first class. The one that comes here out of class 3 is a bit neater from her shoulders forward, a bit tidier in her chest floor, one that's still very fresh and clean in terms of her lines. She's not quite as opened up in her heart and full rib or quite as attractive in terms of the set to her hock as those two cattle that go directly in front of her. But again, one that, if managed correctly, has a lot of good coming her way. Then we get in this last class, and one that, as I said there a minute ago, her function is on point. Big-bodied, easy keeping, comfortable off of both ends, smooth in terms of her makeup, and still has enough natural thickness when you get riding behind her. She's not near as high tying or out there looking from her shoulders forward. She could be a bit tighter right there at her throat latch and a bit neater in terms of her jawline. But a female, in terms of real-world perspective, does a lot of things right. To me, it's pretty straightforward out here. There's two that hit me hard, and I still think they logic out pretty easily. The heifer here out of Class 2 is going to be your champion. We're going to use Class 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking our calf division champion is entry number 49417 out of Class 2. Macy Lynn Wims, the exhibitor from Kaufman County 4-H, and the reserve honors going to our winner of the class, first class in our Red Angus show. That's Jace Clay Atkinson of Bowling FFA. Congratulations to Macy and Jace on their division championship. This will bring us to Class 7 here in the Red Angus show. Class 8 exhibitors, you need to be moving into the staging area, please.
The heifer I'm going to use to win hit me very hard as she came in the ring, and she still does that. Boy, that one is so uniform in her lower body depth, and from her shoulder back, she just is really, really good. Now, is she just perfect in terms of the way she assembles in her throat latch? No, but does it all absolutely fit together? Yes. Part of it is she wants to hold her head directly up in the air. If you tip her chin down, I think it changes the story there a little, but being very, very critical on one that I'm pretty darn comfortable with winning this class. From there, there's decisions to be made for me, and the heifer in second, I wish she would pronate differently as she sets down on her rear foot, and that's what I get to looking at and trying to figure out. Wish she'd set down just a bit square, but you've managed it very well to this point. She's extremely fresh in her presentation. I just read her to have more true shape than the heifer that comes directly behind her, but wish she'd set down just a nickel different. This is the kind I wanted to make mine, right? And as you get in and look at her muscle shape, it's extremely feminine. It's very attractive. She's just a little rounder off of both ends. I'd like to make her naturally level her down her top, and then the same reads true with the way she's assembled up front. But boy, if you like a flexible one, she is that. I love her ribbon body. Presentation is amazing on that one. True meat animal shape, if we're talking about the next generation and putting them into production, this heifer heifer is very, very nice. She reads with as much squareness behind her shoulder and pin width as you get behind her as anything. Her fore portion of her skeleton, for me, just needs reassembled. She gets to go in north, south, east, west there, and then she comes in at her forerib to go with it. But I like her muscularity. Same reads true for this heifer. Is she going to make cattle that are good in terms of their type and kind and possess muscularity into that next generation? Absolutely. But we get to talking about her as an individual and a heifer out here. Does her head shape just read really ladylike? And that's where I get a little more critical of her. Then this is the polar opposite, right? She's truly female in all angularity and the look about her. She just kind of gets lost in terms of shape for me. She gets out horsed by the rest of the class here, is at a little bit of a performance disadvantage. But boy, you want to talk about an elegant one, she certainly is that. So you come back to this heifer, and she does have more power. And again, power is not a ladylike word, and you evaluate her at her udder and again up through her neck and front end. I just like to make her in general more ladylike. This heifer has that advantage. She blends with smoothness. She's as long bodied as anything. Comes with a sacrifice in substance. The polar opposite, big bodied, easy feeding kind of cattle, just round her off of both ends. I get a little more critical of this heifer, and it's primarily the way she handles herself out of her hip and hind leg, but very well presented. You get her shown well. Again, another very extended one, tremendously green in her composition. We just need to get more body and time on feed for that heifer. The next two are just a little rougher in their presentation today, just not quite as unique as those above them, but flexible enough in their skeleton. Good job sticking with that one, young lady. You made it through, and she's doing great now.
Well, thank you, Judge, for those comments on our Class 8 in our Junior Polled Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class, Ryder Day from Meadow FFA. Our second place female exhibited by Juliana Miller, Woodson FFA. Third goes to Augustus Sexton from Gonzales County 4-H. Our fourth place female shown by Tia Miles, Ward County 4-H. Fifth goes to Gage Slover, Bastrop County 4-H. Our sixth place female shown by William Tackett, Iola FFA. Seventh goes to Elizabeth Trees, Italy FFA. Eighth, McKenna Slough, Northwest FFA. Ninth place female shown by Xander Dietrich, Lorena FFA. And 10th place goes to Camp Love, Callisburg FFA. Now leading in class number 9, Junior Polled Hereford Heifers in the North Arena. So class 10, we need you in the North staging area.
Back over here in our Red Angus show, really a good class here, and I think a top pair that elevates themselves and then deserves some conversation back and forth. The heifer that I used to win, to me, has more true set and comfort built into her front end, shoulder, knee to the ground, one that has just a bit more looseness in terms of her center spine. She's one that I prefer in terms of her attractiveness of her hip and hind leg, and still opened up and massive in terms of her center body. A female I'd like to see strengthened just a shot right out of the backside of her shoulder. I wouldn't call her just the most feminine in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. So if we could tweak that one in an area or two, I think then that elevates her even that much more here in this particular class. She's still a great place to start in an awfully good class. The heifer that comes here in second, a bit smoother about her shoulder, one that I think just gives you a very complete look here from the side profile, especially on the stand, in terms of her uniformity from her chest floor, center body, and flank, the way she's built from her hook bones back out through her hip, her added stoutness from behind the cattle. I step back off her, and I wish we could just set her back in her angle there up front. I think that'd allow her to project with a bit more presence there out of her front end. I wish she sat down with a shot more confidence there out of her hip and hind leg. Neither end is a major issue, but I think that, again, elevate her in a class that's awfully good and make her just that much more in contention there for that winning spot. The heifer that comes here in third, long body, level in terms of her design down her top line, round in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage, and stout and attractive in her hind leg. Just like to change her up in her balance from her chest floor. She wants to cut back up into her heart and foreb just a shot. She doesn't have that same sweep in terms of her center body, and now she feeds back into her flank as those two females that go directly in front of her. Again, in a good class, that'll work a good one down into third. The heifer that closes us out, certainly one that's sound off of both ends. She's fresh and honest in terms of her composition. Been out horsed a bit here today in terms of body shape and dimension. Like to square her up in terms of her hip and hind leg. Good set of them there. Again, an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Appreciate the critique from our judge, Mr. Nick Fitzpatrick. And we are congratulating our winner in the class. That's Hadley Sue Tremmel, Graham FFA taking the blue ribbon. Second in the class, Jolie Ann Lester of Gonzales FFA. Third place to Lydia Brownie of Ellis County 4-H, and fourth in the class, Avery Henderson is the exhibitor. LaGrange FFA member. Congratulations to our ribbon winners. Class 8 in the arena at this time. Single entry for Class 9. You can get him into staging. This division's going to move real quick for so Class 10, Red Angus, you be thinking about making your way toward the staging gate.
A pair up top here that couldn't be more different, and I'm going to use the more ladylike of the pair, and that's the young lady. She's a little more moderate for me. I prefer her head shape a little bit better as well. We could tuck a little fresher chest up into her, especially since she doesn't have the most dimension to go with it. But I just read her as so functional, so practical, and I like that about her. Really, really flexible as she gets out and goes as well. Initially, young man, as your heifer walked in, I thought, well, there's the answer. It took me a while to read the good and the one that beats you, and I still like her a great deal. She's just a little Roman nose, not the most attractive about her head. She just doesn't balance perfectly from the front to the back side of her skeleton. Just a little bigger cow, but still a very nice bigger cow. I think they make a nice pair, just very different. The heifer that comes in third is a lot like her in terms of that added extension. It just comes with roughness off of both ends in terms of a presentation standpoint. A little crestier about her neck, a little coarser about her tailhead. Like to lay all of her pieces a shot smoother into her. Here's one that's got that added extension up front. When the young lady gets her head up, she has it in her. After that, though, we need to reevaluate her hip structure, change her into her hind leg a shot. But I think she's one that's maintained herself better in terms of her degree of condition at this stage of the game. Don't mind if you want to switch the pair because this one is a little bit softer centered. There's no doubt about that. She just got some restriction in terms of her length of stride as she gets out and goes, pushing a little more condition there up front. And a heifer that rounds out the class just at a performance disadvantage in terms of weight per day of age here, but still very feminine in her basic look.
Well, thank you for those comments on class number 9 in our junior Polled Hereford Heifer Show. Winning the class, Addison Donaldson, Refugio Refugio County 4-H. Second, Maddox Tedford, Weatherford FFA. Third goes to Lexi Foster, Coleman FFA. Fourth, Cedar Love, Callisburg FFA. Our fifth place female shown by Aliana Martinez, Seagraves FFA. And sixth, shown by Carter Beck, Falls City FFA. Now bringing in class number 10.
Back over here in our Red Angus show, one here at the front of the lineup, a very logical place to start. Now, female in terms of basic function and flexibility, clear-cut winner, in my opinion, still has the most true body shape and dimension. I'd argue that she's the most maternal in terms of her general makeup and still has as many of those extras in this particular class as any of them in terms of proportionality, the way she's assembled here from the side profile. You could tidy up where her tailhead sits in the backside of her hip. You could maybe see her shot boulder right there at her heart, but one that I think does a lot of things right, and young lady's doing a great job getting this heifer shown. Congratulations to her on her class winner. Young man has a heifer here in second. It's very dimensional in terms of her body shape, very dense in terms of that view when you get right in behind her. One that as I step back off her, I'd like to lengthen her out and pick her up off of both ends. She's a little shorter and rounder right there on the front side of her shoulder. She wants to round off from hooks to pins and isn't quite as secure at her hock as my class winner. But again, bold bodied, stout and dimensional from behind, moderate in terms of her projection and a mature cow size. I think that's a nice female standing there in second. Young man has one coming here in third that's smoother about her shoulder and transitions neater back into her full rib. One that's still sound off of both ends, just been out horsed in terms of those extras. She's a bit more fragile in her ankle. She's a bit narrower when you step around and behind her. She's not near as neat looking in terms of her shoulder set and the way that she comes from there on forward, but certainly one that represents a good kind in terms of flexibility and body shape. The one that closes us out, again, long and extended, fresh and genuine in terms of her composition. I like that one's added shapeliness when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. With that, she looks a bit harsher in terms of her body shape. She's one that's a shot more rigid there off of both ends. I like her look from her shoulders forward. Just need to see a bit more true body shape and that easy flesh and look through her midrib. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
And we thank you for the overview of our Class 8 placings. Taking the blue ribbon was Heidi Brooke O'Quinn of Glenrose FFA. Your second place going to Brent Allen Yeager of Rudder FFA. Third in the class, Ethan Pop, the exhibitor from Wharton County 4-H. And fourth place, Gracie Lynn Hafford of the Johnson County 4-H.
Single entry here, but one that I think you really got to commend in terms of her fresh, ladylike look from her shoulders forward, her comfort in terms of her lower skeleton. She's a shot greener in terms of her body. Like to open her up in terms of her base width underneath, but certainly good looking, lean in terms of her composition, comfortable in her angles. Congratulations to this young man.
And in Class 9, single entry, first place honors go into Jacob Luke Blackman of Polk County 4-H. This brings us to our Class 10 here in the second division for 5 entries here in Class 10 of your Red Angus show. Red Angus exhibitors in class 13. Let's bring them up to the staging area. Class 13, Red Angus to staging, please.
Just a reminder to all you exhibitors that were fortunate enough to be overall grand and reserve in your respective breed earlier today. You were given a bio sheet. We need to have those filled out as soon as you possibly can and returned up here to the announcers stage. We'll need those for our Supreme Drive tonight. So if you've got a bio sheet that hadn't been turned in, please do so as quickly as you possibly can.
Anytime I spend in this class, it isn't to find the one I like to win, and that's the young lady here on the end. I think a heifer that assembles a tremendous amount of quality. Super angular, and as she meets the surface, she definitely has the decided advantage out here. She has muscle shape, yet she has lean muscle shape. She's really good in terms of her degree of condition, extremely fresh and very well presented. Young man's heifer here just kind of logics into second for me because she also is a very fresh heifer that reads feminine and attractive and angular in her pieces. She's got a little navel. It maybe throws her off from the side, but you get down and evaluate her after that, I certainly find her fresher than the next two heifers to come. You want to talk about a big cow that's still a good cow, and I think it's this heifer. She's good in her foreribs. She's deep in her center portion of her body. She stands down on plenty of circumference of bone. She remains stronger in her top line than the heifer that comes behind her, and that's her biggest advantage. Now, could we tuck a fresher chest up in her? Absolutely, and that's where I'd like to change her. I like a lot of things about this heifer, young man, and she's really good in terms of the way she sets down and functions off of that hind leg. When she gets into motion, though, she really wants to pull down in her loin. She gets a little weaker in her top. She's got just a nickel more shoulder, but she's still very, very attractive and female in her cow character, and that's how I find her over this heifer. If power is your wish, then this is your answer, and I don't disagree if you like this heifer higher because of that. She's stout, she's powerful, she's muscular. I just like to change the way she assembles from a ladylike features standpoint. She gets a little bit coarser to me, but certainly one that could read her way up in this particular class. A heifer here that just falls out of balance in terms of quality in comparison to some of the others from a functionality, a structure standpoint, wants to crank up in her tail head, but she's really smooth in the way she assembles those pieces.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gefford, for that critique on class number 10. Excuse me. Winning the class is Ainsley Williams, Van Alstine FFA. Placing second, Robert Harris, Carthage FFA. Our third place female shown by Sailor Douglas from Bland FFA. Fourth goes to Jake Grosclose from Erath County 4-H. Fifth, Lena Ottmers from Gillespie County 4-H. And our sixth place female shown by Luke Williams, Community FFA. We're now bringing our winners out of classes 7 through 10. And from these 8 females, our judge will select our champions in our junior heifer division.
Back over here in our Red Angus show, and I think a pretty easy place to start in a dark red female that's fresh and feminine in terms of her look and her design. She's bold and round in terms of her body type. Still takes the longest, most athletic stride there off of both ends of her skeleton. One that maybe you could see a bit more attractive in the set to her hind leg. But man, I think one that gives you a great look everywhere else. I like her fresh composition here in this set of contemporaries. The one that comes in second has a bit more turn to the base of her rib cage. One that's a bit stouter when you get right in behind this top pair. Gives you a good look in terms of her stout hind leg when she goes to the ground. I think everywhere she just has a bit more to her. With that, she's got a little more bark right there at her chest floor and on the front side of her shoulder. I'd like to lean her up in terms of her composition on the top side of her shoulder and up into her crest. I think if you can lean her up in all those areas, it allow her to remain a bit more coordinated in her movement, make that a bit more of a top pair. Still like that one's dimension and her added density in her midrib. The heifer that comes here in third, certainly one from her shoulders back, is powerful in her cage, stout from behind, still comfortable in terms of her hind leg. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and her knee. Again, lean her up in terms of her composition right there at her chest floor, and the way she's assembled from her shoulder forward just doesn't give you that same feminine look as that heifer that starts us off in this particular class, but dimensional nonetheless. A light red heifer that comes here next, one that, again, moderate and easy keeping in terms of her kind. She too could be freshened up just a shot. I'd like to pick her up and see her a bit more extended in her kind there off of both ends, but moderate, easy fleshing in terms of her general makeup, no doubt. Young man has a heifer that closes us out here that actually I'd argue is sounder than the two females that go directly in front of her. One, to me, just been a bit outhorsed in terms of her body shape, in terms of her base width. She's a bit more moderate and quicker in terms of her type and kind. One that I think just needs to be looser in terms of her center spine as well. Good class from start to finish. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
And here in Class 10 of your Red Angus show, first place honors going to Brinkley Ann Pick of Mount Calm FFA. Second in that class to Cone Wilson Johnson, Swisher County 4-H member. Third to Piper Riggs of Salina FFA. Our fourth place award, Katie Cotton, the exhibitor, Harrison County 4-H, the organization, and fifth in the class, Jackson Knox Valentine of Ellis County 4-H. We'll be staging for our junior champion drive, so that means Red Angus heifers in Class 13, you need to be reporting into the staging area. Our Class 14, you need to be standing ready.
Class 13, polled Hereford females, we need you in the north staging area. Class 13, polled Hereford females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 14, get it on your mind.
I've been blessed with the opportunity to officiate quite a few college judging contests, and the kids always come in and say something that, to me, I've never really enjoyed when they say it, and they say it really often, and that's big ring presence. And I guess in this particular division, I kind of found myself chuckling because as I pick a division champion out here, I keep coming back to that statement and which one of them has that additional presence. And there's one out here that is very, very functional, and I've probably used that word like a broken record, and some people might not like that word, but to me, that means what's actually wrong with the cattle, and she just extends so much higher out of the point of her shoulder with more totals as far as extension up front, very functional in terms of her structure. Now, I'm not to say she still doesn't have extras because that is still a stout featured individual that has plenty to her. The decision becomes a little bit closer for reserve, but there's still one out here that logic's there for me. And outside of the way she assembles up front, she's very, very good. I'm going to go out and select your champion in reserve in this division.
There's your junior champion coming to us out of class number 10, Ainsley Williams, Van Alstyne FFA. And your reserve comes to us out of class number 8. That's Ryder Day from Meadow FFA. Congratulations to our junior division winners as well as all the youngsters who showed in our junior classes. We'll lead in class 13, be leading into our north judging arena. So class 14, we need you north staging. Class 15, get ready.
You just got to look.
Yeah, these are Reese's.
The golden ones?
Well, the red one too.
The red one too? Okay.
We get back out here for our Division II championship and our Red Angus show, and very good from start to finish. I said there, I think a couple breeds ago, we get back out into this division drive, and they're pretty different in terms of their type and kind, which I think says great things about a breed. To have variety, to have options, to be able to move in different directions and progress is certainly something that I enjoy seeing, and it's fun to sort through. The heifer that comes out of this first class is one that I think when you build them from the ground up, especially in this particular breed, that one does a lot of things right. She's comfortable and attractive off of both ends. She reads right in terms of her heel depth and the squareness to her toe. She's fresh and still bold in her body, and proportions awfully good here from the side profile. Maybe not just the most perfect one in terms of her jawline or the length to her head. You could maybe strengthen her right out of the backside of her shoulder just a touch, but those are minor criticisms on a female. Has a lot of presence, has a lot of body, comfortable off of both ends. I think she's awfully nice. The one that comes out of Class 2 is bold and powerful in terms of her rib cage. Again, in that class, she was my preference in terms of her skeletal build and reach off of both ends. She's one I'd like to lay her tail head, a bit neater in the backside of her hip. I'd like to tidy her up in her transition from her shoulder back into her full rib, but certainly from there back. Bold-bodied, powerful, flexible off of both ends. I think that one, again, awfully nice. Single entry here, one that's fresh and feminine in her type of kind. Need to see a bit more of her, but certainly appreciate that one in her reach and range of motion. The dark red heifer that comes out of Class 4, I thought that one certainly commands your attention in terms of her upheadedness, her round and fresh body type, her squareness from hooks to pins, one that still reads very comfortable in her angles there at the surface. I'd like to see her just a bit more attractive in her hind leg set. I don't know that she naturally has quite as much turn to the base of her rib as another heifer out here, but one that is without a doubt in contention. She gives you a very good look here from the side profile. Maybe they don't fit together just perfectly as two peas in a pod, but there's two out here that hit me pretty hard. I'm going to use a young lady out of Class 1 to be your champion. I'm going to follow right up with Class 4 for reserve. Congratulations.
Class 4 was reserved. So 10.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the championship here in the junior division, that's Hadley Tramnell, and she's from Graham FFA, and the reserve honors going to the first place in Class 10, Brentley Pick of Mount Calm FFA. Congratulations to Hadley and Brentley on their division championship. This will move us into the first class senior division, Class 13, and we have 7 entries in this class. Red Angus heifers in Class 14, you can be making your way to staging and check in, please.
William Faust, we need your heifer in the north staging area. Exhibitor number 42859, William Faust, we need you in the north staging area, Polled Hereford Show.
I want to thank all of the exhibitors today for their cooperation in making the class calls. Had a couple of inquiries about holding tack over in the building for the steer show. Unfortunately, that will not be possible. We're turning the building around, and that will not be possible. So please clear out all tack and personal equipment that you brought to the show. Take it back home with you. Red Angus in class 14 and staging, class 15, you need to be standing ready.
Boy, way to turn up the heat as we get into this class. And I think this top pair is very, very good. And between the pair of them, where one is good, the other is just more. She's more cow for me. I love this one in her forerib. She just balances from the front to the back side of her skeleton better for me because she's so big-legged as you get to the rear portion of her skeleton, stands on a tremendous amount of circumference of bone and foot, has power to her, and like I said, she balances awfully well. Is she just perfectly fresh? Maybe not, but I still think absolutely fresh enough for this stage of the game. Freshness advantage, young man, goes to your heifer. She is beautifully presented. She blends herself so smoothly. She's pushing a little bit of forward chest, but boy, am I being critical on one that's still easily the second best, easily really, really good. It's still a conversation on top. Here as we come into third is another heifer that's just tremendously high quality. You run into a pair of them up there. They're very good. She's probably the freshest chested of the initial three. I like the shape to her head. Bottom line is there just isn't quite as much there in terms of extras as we compare to that top pair. You want to talk about one that stands on a foundation, that's this heifer. She has a monster foot. It extends up on a large column of bone that's still so female and attractive. I like that about her. She's just a nickel planer in regards to extra extension and leak in comparison to some, but I'd take Hereford cows like that all day long. Same holds true for this one. You'd build a herd around her, absolutely. She's very, very good. Maybe at a little bit of a performance disadvantage in comparison to the top side of this class, but beyond that, very, very nice. A heifer that's really feminine in her features, but that too too works to her disadvantage out here. She's the frailest in her composition. I'd just like to see more of her. That's where this heifer has the advantage. She's stout, she's burly, she's powerful. After that, though, she wants to pull down in her top line. She gets a little bit plainer about her head. And then the heifer that rounds out the class is one that I'd just like to modify a little bit in terms of her balance as we get off to the side of her, but flexible she is.
Well, an awesome class here and an interesting top pair. In my opinion, these heifers both have a great deal of quality and bring it to us in very different fashions. The dark red heifer here at the front of the lineup is one that, in terms of that brood cow look, donor cow pieces, she's one that is very fun to evaluate. So massive and round in her body shape, so stout when you get riding behind her. Still very fresh and elegant in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, tidy in her chest floor, fresh in terms of her composition, and one that still goes to the ground on a very attractive and comfortable set of feet and legs. And so you ask yourself, why does it become a bit of a decision out here? Because I do think it's close between this heifer in first and the one that stands directly behind her. She's a little gathered and coarser in terms of her teats. She's a little shorter in terms of her hip construction and maybe comes across just a little rounder, I guess, as you analyze her throughout, but one that, in my opinion, has such elite generating pieces, still comfortable, still fresh, still neat looking from the side profile. Young lady, you're doing a great job getting that one shown. The heifer that comes here in second is one that I think makes it tough because she has that added set to her shoulder and knee. She has that reach and range of motion that I'm looking for out of her hip and hind leg. She's one that comes with some added extension and femininity and freshness, again, here in this particular class from her shoulders forward, and plenty of softness in terms of her midrib. I do think it needs to be brought up. She's one that's not quite as far along in calf. I'd like to see her a bit bolder in terms of her heart and forerib. And to me, she doesn't have that same stout and generating look in terms of her rear third of her body. Hook bones back, the way she goes to the ground with some added security in her hind leg. Some minor criticisms on a heifer in second that I'm a pretty big fan of. Both of those top two are awfully nice. So one that comes here in third, moderate and bold, dimensional in terms of her midrib, easy keeping in terms of her type and kind. She too has a giant high leg as she goes to the ground. I'd like to rock her back in the angle to her blade knee, one that I'd like to lean up in terms of her composition, right there at the base of her chest, and then she's starting to lay it on the outside of her shoulder and open up right there, the top side of it, one that doesn't have that same freshness and femininity from the side profile to move up in an awfully good top pair, but I like that one in terms of her kind, her moderation, and her easy flesh and look. The one that comes here in fourth, is moderate and easy keeping in terms of her kind. She's sound in the turn to her hip and hind leg and the way she goes to the ground. I like to rock her back in her shoulder, and I think that'll allow her to remain more collected in her top line. She wants to kind of kick up in her center spine and roll up on the front side of her shoulder. One that I still think reads right in terms of her midrib and her freshness. The one that rolls around here next, long-bodied from the side profile, round in the outward curvature to her center rib. I'd like to see this one have a bit more balance from the side profile, from her chest floor and how she runs back up into her flank, her attractiveness in terms of her hind leg. All those things can be modified just a bit, but she's stout up high, has plenty of length of body and weight per day of age. The red heifer, her lighter red heifer that closes out, is one that's certainly smooth about her shoulder. She's sound off of both ends, been out horsed a bit in terms of body shape. I like to stouten her up whenever I get riding behind her. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice top pair.
And we thank you for the overview.
I'll have two classes to get.
You got, well, we can't get that far behind.
We haven't had to fight over the mic yet, so we're going to keep it cordial between the two of us. And it's my turn, I guess, to talk these Hereford heifers. We get into a class here for me that I'm pretty comfortable with the place that I'm going to use for first and second. And I think they're both very logically there, and they're both very, very nice. I think the heifer that wins has the advantage in terms of totals of length. She's a little longer hipped, and she's longer from the point of her shoulder and the way she extends up through her front end. She's so flexible, and I think that one reads with a good muscle shape for a heifer, very feminine in that regard. This heifer is really, really good in terms of length of body and proportions until she meets the heifer ahead of her, and that's where I get a little critical. She's just a nickel shorter hipped, but beyond that, that's still a very, very nice heifer, extremely fresh at this stage of the game, and I appreciate that. A heifer here that it isn't a question of dimension. I think she's got enough of that. She's very flexible in in her makeup. Like to maybe clean her up, make her a shot more uniform about her udder, but it kind of goes with her kind, just like to make her more feminine in her appearance. But you're doing a great job of getting that one shown.
And results in Class 14 in our Polled Hereford Junior Show. Winning the class is William Faust, Harrison County 4-H. Second goes to Keely Warnken from Schulenburg FFA. And third, Kennedy Milliken, Arlington FFA. I'd like to take this opportunity to give the results of Class 13, which was previously judged in our Junior Polled Hereford Show. Winning that class was Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Second, shown by Cannon Crisp, Cook County 4-H. Our third place female was shown by Riley Harris, Kaufman County 4-H. Fourth was shown by Macy Helmervik, Roby FFA. Fifth, shown by Brendan Brown, Bullard FFA. Sixth, Laney Cotton, Harrison County 4-H. Seventh, Cameron Fontenot, Brazoria County 4-H. And eighth, Kiana Anjudu, Washington County 4-H.
And ladies and gentlemen, over in the Red Angus show, we'd like to give you the results of the previous class judged here. That was Class 13. First place honors going to Beck DeBerry of Lamb County 4-H. Your second place award earned by Kaylee Bragg of Bell County 4-H. Third in the class to Elliot McKenzie Liebert of Collin County 4-H. Fourth to Kenley Rankin of Liberty County 4-H. Fifth going to Kenley Butcher of Pearland FFA. The sixth place award in that class went to Phoenix Steele of Marlin FFA. Judging Class 14 at this time.
I told the young man I really like that they show in their vests, and it's Valentine's Day, so it's fitting as well. But what a classy breed, and it's awesome that you have such pride in your breed. And a heifer out here that still just represents good cattle. Now, as we set her into the show ring and get comparative, is she just quite as unique as some we've seen? Maybe not, but functionality, absolutely, she has that. The pieces of a Hereford heifer that are going to go on to make a very nice cow for him. Let's reward him with a round of applause as he heads out.
Thank you for that critique on our Class 15 Polled Hereford female, exhibited by Milam Henry, Cal Allen FFA. Need our class winners from 13 through 15 back into our North Show Arena, along with our seconds out of 13 and 14, and we'll select our division winners in our senior classes.
Class 15 Red Angus cattle, you need to be in staging.
some of those classes were really deep and not a whole lot of deviation in quality. So I apologize if I wear my feelings on my face that it is not out of disrespect for the cattle that you guys have brought me. It's been awesome in the Herefords. It's been close, and there's a lot of gut-wrenching decisions out here. And I guess if I take more time here than needed, I'd be remiss because I have my mind made up, and truly I wanted to see them back out here to get comparative. But there's a pair of heifers that go together nicely. I'm going to keep the pair out of the first class together. Congratulations.
And our senior champions come to us both out of class number 13. Our class winner in class 13 will be our senior champion. That's Jarrett Worrell from Mason County 4-H, and second in that class, Cannon Crisp, will be our reserve senior champion polled Hereford female. Congratulations to all the youngsters who showed females in our senior classes. We'll now bring in our previous division winners, and from these 6 females, our judge, Krisha Geffert, will select our champion and reserve champion in our junior polled Hereford heifer show. You Main on Jews exhibitors, we need classes 1 and 2 to the north staging area. We're selecting our champion polled Hereford female, and we're going to start with your breed, Main on Jew, after the polled Hereford. So Main on Jew females, classes 1 and 2, we need you to the north staging area.
I'll be honest there, after that last class, I kind of thought we were done in terms of that kind of quality, and then we get these two out here and really make you dig in, honestly. And similar to that last class, they're pretty different in terms of their type and kind, but man, are they good and have just true elite quality. The lighter red female here at the front of the lineup, it's hard to draw up a red Angus female like this one's built here from the side profile. So high tying, so neat and elegant in terms of her presence, so tidy in her chest floor, and then still explodes back into such a bold kind of a body type, some added just true squareness when you get right in behind these cattle, and one that is so attractive and comfortable in terms of her joint work as you go to the ground. One that as you get comparative from this female and the one that stands directly behind her, because I said there earlier, I do think it is a close pair. She's not naturally quite as deep in her heart. She's one that's a little long and kind of pendulous in terms of her teats as you study her down low. And when she first came in here, before she really got comfortable here with this setting, she wasn't quite as loose right there in her center spine. The longer she's out here, she gets plenty good in that particular regard. She is incredible at the surface. Her body shape, her freshness, and her look here from the side profile is certainly unmatched. The one that comes here in second, again, I like this one in terms of her moderation, her easy keeping look, in terms of her midrib, her added features. You study her right there at the surface. I step back off her, and this heifer still gives you an awesome look in terms of her upheadedness, shoulders forward, still plenty of length and levelness back out through her hip. A heifer that I think everything makes sense on. So you ask yourself, why does she go second? Again, in a comparative standpoint, back to my class winner, got a little bit more right there in the front side of her chest. She's starting to open up in her shoulder just a touch more. She's got a little more bark right there in terms of her pones, and doesn't have that same cleanly look in terms of her upper hip, one that I think isn't quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg. Again, function is certainly on her side. I think she could be just a shot more attractive in that regard, and just freshen her up in terms of her composition. Both those females, awfully high quality. My hat's off to both those young ladies on their females. The one that comes here in third, I think is certainly a generating piece. And if you're trying to make them bigger legged, stouter, bigger bodied, however you want to phrase that, just more everywhere, this heifer right here will do it for you. To me, she's a little coarser in terms of her shoulder. She's got a little more bark on her right there in terms of her chest forward and starting to protrude forward. She's not quite as feminine there on the top side of her crest, and one that I'd like to see a bit longer in terms of her general hip design, but she's still plenty sound at the surface. I like her body shape. I like her stoutness from behind. Dark red heifer that comes here next, smoother in terms of her shoulder, transitions neater back into her forerib in this particular pair. One that, again, as she comes back, pretty smooth in terms of her general makeup and sound out of her hip and hind leg. Like to rock her back at her knee, like to lean her up in her composition and see her balance up a bit neater here from the side profile. The pair is one that I really appreciate in terms of just her udder construction and her neatness in terms of her teats, one that's moderate and easy keeping in her kind. And again, got a nice little calf standing here inside that's good looking, shapely, and sound. One that, to me, the cow just doesn't have that same presence from the side profile, not that same attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. Certainly doing a great job in terms of real world production. Heifer that closes, has plenty of stoutness up high and feature there at the surface. She's one on the stand. She can get her all put together. She takes off and goes, and she wants to roll up in her back and duck off in her pins. One that's not quite as truly maternal in her midrib or have that same femininity from her shoulders forward. Awesome class there. I think a really nice top pair. Congratulations.
Wow, what a tremendous pulled show we've had over here. And you get the 3 individuals out here in contention, and 6, obviously, because all of those divisions were tremendously deep. And it still becomes a very, very close conversation. And ultimately, it comes down to personal preference. And I am just so big on initial impressions. And when I get something in my mind, just ask my poor husband. It's hard to get it to go out of my mind. And so I have an obsessive, compulsive personality. And in this particular division, it maybe has worked to some of the rest of them's demise, because I get stuck on one particular thing, and that's just the way it is. Beyond that, though, guys, no disrespect to any of the cattle I've seen on the Hereford sides. One of the deepest Hereford shows I've seen in a long time. Let's put our hands together for each of these exhibitors. I'm going to go out and select the champion that hits me the hardest in a reserve.
Use that cap. And there's your grand champion female coming to us out of our heifer calf division. That female is shown by Peyton Alexander, Somerville County 4-H. And our champion senior grabs our reserve overall champion honors. Goes to Jarrett Worrell, Mason County 4-H. Congratulations to these 2 exhibitors of our champion and reserve polled Hereford females for 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. We're going to transition into the main enjus. Again, you champions and reserve breed champions overall in your respective breeds, you'll be given a bio sheet. We need these to get filled out and returned to the announcer stand as soon as you possibly can.
Well, we get into our last class of our Red Angus show, and I think certainly quality. And as I said there earlier, it's kind of when the show world turns back into production when we get these things into cow-calf pairs. And both these pairs here up top are doing a great job. The heifer that I used to win is one that I like in terms of her added body shape, one that's comfortable off of both ends, a bit looser in terms of her center spine and projects with a bit more look from her shoulders forward. Maybe you'd like to see her a bit neater right there at the top side of her crest. Maybe she's not quite as tucked up in terms of her chest forward, but again, she's kind of turned into a mother over here, and I think you give her a bit of a pass from that standpoint. Got a really nice bull calf here at side that has that same stoutness and dimension dimensional look right there through his center body. He's comfortable off of both ends and has an awfully bright future. I think this is a great place to start here in this particular class. Then we get this one in second. I think certainly one that you like in terms of her moderate, round-bodied look, one that's stout and shapely when you get right in behind her. She, too, has a comfortable look in terms of her hip and hind leg. I like to rock her back in the angle to her shoulder and knee and soften her up in terms of her midrib just a touch. I think you'd say the same for a heifer calf here at side. We could rock this one back in terms of her knee, see her just a bit softer in terms of her full rib shape. I think that'd help elevate both of these females there in that top pair discussion. Regardless, she's one that I like in terms of her shapely look up high. The young man's heifer that closes us out here, certainly long and extended and fresh in terms of her composition. One, to me, I wish she was a little closer to, I guess, calving here in this particular setting. We got these other ones out here, really makes you think about maybe she should be a shot closer. Regardless, she could be a bit more dimensional in terms of her body shape, be a bit stouter in terms of her feature right there at the surface. Good pair of them. I think up top, certainly a nice one to win. Congratulations.
And we thank you. Class 15 results. First place going to Steve McFarland of Brian Steely, FFA. Second to Elijah Manchaca of the Comell County 4-H. And third went to Justice Christman of Milano, FFA. And we'll take this opportunity while we're staging for the senior drive to share the placings in Class 14, play a little catch-up here. Caden Annie Smith taking first place honors in that Class 14. Second went to Faith Jackson of Friendswood, FFA. Caden was from Shiner, FFA. And third went to Libby Pod of the Cisco FFA chapter. Fourth, Bailey Burnett of Iowa Park, FFA. Fifth in the class to Cullen Kutak of Flatonia, FFA. Sixth went to Emily Carter, member of the Commerce FFA chapter.
The Class 1 and 2 main on Jew females to the north staging area. Classes 1 and 2 main on Jew. That rhymed. Class 1 and 2 main on Jew.
Really a fun division to sort through as we get these Red Angus females back out here in our third division. The way we started it off, I thought was really fun. Here in our first class, one that's moderate and just has a donor cow look about her. So massive in terms of her midrib, so stout when you get right in behind her. Attractive in terms of just her base build, and as she goes to the ground, still fresh and honest in her composition. As I said there earlier, she's maybe a little gathered and a little more, I guess, coarse in terms of her teats there underneath. I wish wish we could see her a bit longer and leveler in terms of her hip. But man, that one gives you a fun look and looks like a female that'll make you some money when put back into production. A really nice female for this young lady. That pair was close for me, and we had kind of the stouter one here at the front of the lineup and kind of a prettier one back there. I thought that the stouter one in that particular pair still had plenty of look and presence. And funny enough, we kind of had that thing or that same scenario 2.0 in our second class, and we had one that's a little stouter and more moderate and dimensional, and then one here at the front of the lineup I'd kind of deem a bit more of the show heifer. In this scenario, we had one that I thought just put it all together a bit more seamlessly in our quote-unquote show heifer. This heifer, in my opinion, does a lot of things right. She is high-tying and neat-shouldered, awesome in terms of her transition from her shoulder back into her center body, deep in terms of her mid-rib, collected in terms of her hip design, hooks to pins, one that goes to the ground so eloquently in terms of her comfort, her smoothness in terms of her joint work. She, too, I think you could change up in terms of her teat. She's a little long and kind of pendulous in terms of the angle to them, but certainly one that in terms of her freshness, her look, her proportionality, absolutely on point. The heifer that stands behind her, I think, is without question in contention. She is so massive in terms of her midrib and stout from behind, goes to the ground on an attractive stout hind leg. One, as I said there earlier, I think what would make it that much closer is if you could just freshen her up in her composition right there at her chest floor and back around her pones. But it was close. I thought both those females were awfully nice. And we got the pair of pairs back here, and the one that won that class, good-bodied, good kind of cattle, maybe not in the same league in terms of presence as those ones that come in ahead of her, but certainly a nice female to come out of that last class. Again, I don't think it's too tough of a decision. I like that first class, but we grabbed another gear and did it all again here out of class 2. We're going to keep these two together for your champion reserve. Congratulations.
Champion and reserve.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking the champion senior division here, that goes to entry 45,977, Caden Ann Smith from our class 14. Also reserve coming out of that class, Faith Noel Jackson from Friendswood FFA, your reserve champion. Congratulations to Caden and Faith on their senior championship honors. Exhibitors with lightweight, Class 1 Chianina heifers, you can begin bringing them over to the staging on the south. This is Red Angus.
Red Angus showmanship winner.
Attention in the barn, Red Angus showmanship. There was a showmanship contest here, and the folks that have earned the awards in the juniors are Heidi O'Quinn, and in the intermediate, Macy Weems, and your seniors, Lindell May Brownie. Those individuals, if you could meet your representative in the back by the staging area gate on the south side, you can get your awards. Congratulations on your showmanship. I also want to thank the queens that have been working with us throughout the show to present those awards, and That's Catherine Tompkins and Katie Cotton, the princess. Thank you, ladies, for your help.
One incredibly good show here in our Red Angus females. If you would please, and you're all ringside, put your hands together for these exhibitors. Again, a fun set with a great deal of quality, and I think this is a breed of cattle that have a great deal of function, and maybe their hang up at times is to get those show ring pieces to all come together, but we found that today, and I thought with a great deal of depth in each and every one of those classes, we get these divisions back out here, and man, did they come together with a great deal of presence and overall look, and still have that same function you expect in a good Red Angus female. We got that one there to that first division, stout-footed, attractive in her angles, bold and dimensional in terms of her body. Maybe you tied her up in her chest floor just a shot, but in terms of just that brood cow look at that stage of the game, one that I think has an incredibly bright future. Young lady's doing a great job getting that one shown. The one that comes out of this second division, I like her added length and her extension here from the side profile, especially in that grouping. I thought she had just a little more true extension from the side profile, long and comfortable in terms of her stride, fresh in terms of her composition, and then had just a bit more true set and looseness in terms of her center spine. One, as I said there earlier, maybe not the most attractive in terms of her head and the way she's built right there in the top side of her crest, but one that does a lot of things right. And again, young lady doing a great job getting that one shown. Then we got in this last division. I thought we really had some true depth and some real heat in that particular division. There's a couple more that came out of here, or that came out of that same division, that I thought if you'd pull these out and put them back in here, you'd still be ranting and raving about them. The heifer that comes out of that division has such presence and elegance in terms of her look from the side profile, such depth in terms of her center body and freshness to the base of her rib, one that is so comfortable in her angles and still has that, I guess, high degree of attractiveness in terms of her lower skeleton. As I said there earlier, maybe you change her up in her teats just a touch, but one that I think outside of that, a female does so many good things together. And then that reserve that comes standing directly behind her from a different mold in terms of her mature cow size, but powerful in her ribs, stout when you get running behind her, has some added true feature as she goes to the surface and still gives you a killer look, especially when set in motion. Maybe you'd lean her up just a shot, but I think that heifer in her own right does a lot of things right, and certainly both those females are incredibly high quality in their own way. To me, it's a pretty straightforward decision. I probably kind of already gave it away, but I'm going to use these two out of this last division for champion reserve. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking grand honors here in our Red Angus show, your senior division winners. That's Caden and Smith of Shiner FFA, and the reserve honors going to the reserve senior, Faith Noel Jackson, the exhibitor from Friendswood FFA. Congratulations to Caden and Faith for their honors here in the Red Angus show, Grand and Reserve champions, respectively. Well, that'll wrap up our Red Angus show. We have 99 Chianina and 67 more, 166 more head here in the south. We're going to need to keep moving.
We start into the main show, and I think tremendously high quality heifers that are very early in their show career, so you have to read through some brain dysfunction on structure and those sort of things, but I'm pretty comfortable utilizing this heifer here to win this particular class. You want to get critical and single trader, yeah, she's got a little bit of leather up front, but does it come with a lot of extension? Absolutely. Angularity, flexibility. There's a lot to that cow. You got to really get up on her to appreciate it, but I think a very, very high quality one. This is the one I'd like to behave better the most, and so it becomes problematic to get down and evaluate her. She's definitely neater necked. That's a cool little head on one that's still bold and three-dimensional in terms of her rib shape. I can't read through her fight on the halter in terms of the way she utilizes that hind leg. If she'd just be a little bit more comfortable, I think it would work to her advantage. But I think she's naturally just a nickel lower at the point of her shoulder in relation to where her hip sets in her as well. So she's just not quite as unique as that one that wins, but still very nice. I want to make this heifer like the one that I utilized to win the class. I love her bone work. It's stout, but it's feminine. She's got a big pin set, lots of outward turn and curvature to her quarter. You get right up in front of her, though. She wants to come in at her knee and kind of twist out. I just like to make her a shot better there. This heifer, too, is one that's wanting to fight the young man on the halter, and so because of that, she reads just a little harder spine for me. Like to change the shape of her head and nose to just get extra critical, but still a very high-quality one that I think is just more striking than the heifer that comes next. Now, I don't mind if somebody likes this heifer because she's got the performance advantage. She's one that's very, very flexible as she gets out and goes. For me, though, she just reads a little bit rounder off of both ends. She isn't just quite as elegant as we set her out here from a show ring standpoint. This heifer is one I'd like to just change a shot in terms of her angulation, but I think her best days are yet to come if she settles in for the young lady. I think one that has a bright future. And probably the naughtiest award goes to this heifer. I feel like I've said that a lot. We switched from Herefords to Maines, and it's evident. She does a good job of sticking with this one. She's a little open in her shoulder, and because of her fight on the halter, that just becomes ever more obvious. I'd like to lay her in there just a touch neater and just a really functional, flexible kind of heifer that's just a little more in her working clothes from a balance standpoint.
Final call for Kianitas in Class 1 to be at staging. We're about ready to begin your show.
Well, we started our main Anjou Heifer show on the north side, and I'd like to introduce our judge, Ms. Krisha Geffert from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Krisha's gone through and evaluated our Herefords, Simmentals, Shorthorns, and Polled Herefords, and now evaluating our main Anjous. Done an excellent job of working through the cattle and working with the youngsters. Her results on class number 1, winning the class is Cutter Dorsey from Lubbock County 4-H. Second in class 1, exhibited by Cole Kate, Parker County 4-H. Our third place exhibitor was exhibited by Bowen Holder, Hale County 4-H. Fourth, Daniel Sullivan, Hill County 4-H. Our fifth place was shown by Lily Vogue from Kendall County 4-H. Sixth went to Peyton Johnson, Fairfield FFA. Seventh, Jocelyn Garza, Zapata County 4-H. And eighth, Aaron Cruzel, Sealy FFA. Now showing class 2 in our main Anjou heifer show. So class 3, we need you to the north staging area, as well as class 4 in our junior main Anjou heifer show. Like to take this time to recognize our assistant, one of our assistants in the ring that's joined us for the Main on Jew Heifer Show. That's Ms. Layla Houghton. Layla, wave to the crowd. Can you hear me? Wave to the crowd. Thank you. You got that queen wave down right there, too. That's cool. And she is our Texas Junior Main on Jew Queen, and she's from Shepherd, Texas. Layla, thanks for being here and assisting us with passing out ribbons and representing your breed association. Layla Houghton, Texas Junior Man on Jew Queen, in the ring from Shepherd, Texas, assisting us today.
I think an interesting class of mains, and with the diversity of pedigrees, you'd expect some differences, and they are that, just very, very different. The one I'm going to land on here, I wish would tuck in a little bit narrower to her chest, young lady, so I'd work to get that set up just a little bit different, but that's being critical, one that still reads ultra female about her head. The shape and angle to her shoulder is good. She has the advantage in terms of center body and dimension, and she gets out and flexes very well as you get behind her, too. Like I said, she maybe stands a little wide there. I'd like to modify her, and we could probably show that out of her. I want to make a case for the little baldy heifer because she's kind of cool. I get down and evaluate her growth indicators, and I say to myself, how big is this one going to be upon maturity, and from a performance standpoint, where will she land? But I think she's very nice in terms of bone work and stoutness of feature. She has a flexibility advantage over the cattle that come out next, handles herself better in terms of her top line. On the standstill, young man, this heifer's nice. You do a great job of getting her shown, and from here, I'm drawn in. She goes into motion when you get out to lead her. She really wants to crank down in her loin area and then kind of pull up into that tail head. It just distracts from her balance a shot for me, and would like to set her back into her knee just a little bit from an angulation standpoint. I still think she reads with that of quality, and it's absolutely a very nice female that just balances up a little bit better than the red heifer. The red heifer is stout. There's no doubt that she extends with as much dimension as anything out here, but her build kind of goes with it. She's just a little piecier and just a little coarser. I still think she handles herself more functionally, though, from an angularity standpoint, and sets down a little better off her rear, too. Young man, today, simply your heifer's just the most rigid as she meets the surface, and part of that can just be environmental, and hopefully it gets better. That's how I read her today, but boy, is she stout. I love that about her. Power, dimension, absolutely. Just like to make it a shot more attractive and a little sounder.
And our results of class number 2 in our Junior Man on Jew Heifer Show. Winning the class is Addison Sopchak from Hardin FFA. Second in class 2, exhibited by Hadley Polarelski, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Our third place female was shown by Reese Schwab, Marion FFA. Placing fourth, Gage Seymour, El Campo FFA. And our fifth place heifer was exhibited by Bryce Patterson, Huffman FFA. Now leading in class 3, so we need class 4 in the staging area. Class 7, Man on Jew, start getting on your mind. Classes 3 and 4 are small in our mains, and we'll go to our heifer division. So we'll need class 7 here rather shortly. We need Mia Steele from Willis FFA in the north staging area for class 4 Man on Jews. Mia Steele, we're missing your heifer. Bring her on down.
Well, I think a fun class to start us off here in our keys, and some good debate here amongst this top pair. The heifer that I used to win remains more collected in her top line. She's neater in her transition from her shoulder into her center body. To me, she's a shot more youthful and just fresher in terms of her look here from the side profile. Still very attractive and consistent in terms of her genuine build as you study her from her hock down. A heifer that I like in terms of her overall appearance here from the side profile. She still remains, again, very collected in her movement and keeps it all together when she takes off and goes. The heifer here in second, I think, makes it tough because she's a little bigger footed. She's got a little more depth in terms of her center body. She's one that naturally just carries herself with a pretty neat presence here from the side profile. You get past that, and one that wants to run downhill just a shot. She opens up right there at the base of her shoulder ever so slightly, and then isn't quite as coordinated in terms of her movement there out of her hip and hind leg, but certainly one that I like in terms of her genuine flexibility in her joint work, her center body, and the way she's built in the outward curvature to her rib. This one that comes here in third has an incredibly cool paint job in terms of her face. She is high tying and neat looking shoulders forward and goes to the ground with some added foot size. To me, it's as you study her right there at the ground though, where I'd like to square her up in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. I'd like to see her bolder in terms of her heart and forward and how she feeds back into her flank. Then you can really appreciate just those extras she has in terms of upheadedness, a proud look, and a stout hind leg as she goes to the ground. Got a white-hearted one that comes here next that I think certainly you like in terms of her reach and flexibility off of both ends, her easy keeping look in terms of her center body. To me, she's a little shorter and wants to kind of close up from hooks to pins, one that has a little more bark right there on the front side of her shoulder. I'd like to see her a shot neater right there in the top side of her neck. Tweak her in a couple of those areas, then I think you can really appreciate the basics that one brings to this particular class. Got a brockle face that comes here next with some awfully neat pieces, big-footed, high-tying, neat-shouldered, got some added presence and youthfulness there from her shoulders forward. When she takes off and goes, she's assembled just a bit straighter from hock to ground, one that doesn't have that same athletic step there off her rear too, so he puts an awfully good-looking one down the line a few spots. Got another white-hearted one that comes here next that I like in terms of her comfort at the surface, her overwhelmingly massive center body here in this particular grouping, and one that's stout from behind. She takes off and goes, and it's a little surprising, but she's a bit shorter in her step because she's tighter right there in her center spine. She doesn't have that same fresh look from her shoulders forward, so you put a powerful bodied one down the line a ways. A baldy that comes here next that's long and level back out to her hip, just like to set her back and her ankles off of both ends and freshen her up in her composition shoulders forward to really appreciate the mass she has right there through her center body. Got a silver one here next that gives you a neat look, shoulders forward and shapely up high. I wish she was a bit bolder in her heart and forerib and had that same attractive hind leg as she goes to the ground. Then I think you can appreciate the added shapeliness and dimension that one has in the upper portion of her rib. The black heifer that comes here next, again, powerful up high, got to soften her up down low, see her a bit more attractive in her lower skeleton. The solid black female that comes here next, stout and dimensional from behind, like to see her more consistent in the way she's built down her top line, like to see her stronger in the way she hooks up from her shoulder back into her forerib. The baldy that comes here next certainly is more collected in her top line, got to soften that one up in her midrib to make it all balance up a bit more appropriately from the side profile. Got a solid black one that comes here next, stout and dimensional up high. Again, got to see a bit more true center body to make it all balance up here on the side profile. Like to see her more coordinated in her step there off her rear two. Baldy heifer's one that certainly like in her reach and her range of motion. Like to open her up to the base of her rib. Like to see that one a bit bolder in terms of her heart. The black and white female that closes us out, certainly stout up high. She's a little quicker in her type and kind. Like to see her go to the ground squarer in terms of her rear foot, and just more comfortable throughout. Good set of them there. Thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
We thank you for the overview in our Class 1, a big Kianina class. First place honor is going to Kenley Guidry, and second to Maddox Stacks. We'll let the judge on the north talk these few head and get back to the description on the large Class 1 of Kianina. Class 2 moving in at this time.
For the majority of the time this class of main heifers walked around the ring, I found myself following this one, and I follow her because I like her. I like her a lot. I think she's one that exemplifies moderation and what we're trying to do within the high mains. She's really good in terms of her length of body. She's got stoutness of feature. It all starts at her head, and then she just draws me in. I think a very, very high-quality individual to win. If she's not here, I say the same about your heifer. I really like a lot of things about her, particularly from her shoulder back. We get up into her front end and get comparative of the other heifer, her head shape. She just isn't quite as attractive and unique as that one, but she's still tremendously high quality as well. A heifer that runs out or rounds out the class here just kind of runs out of gas in her underpinnings, like to make her fuller in her forerib, extend her back deeper to the center portion of her rib and flank. But she's a neat-headed, really up-headed and attractive heifer that you do a great job of getting shown. Just wish she hinged looser as we set her into motion.
Our results in Class 3 in our Main on Jew Heifer Show. Winning that class is Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. Second goes to Kaylee Brown, McLennan County 4-H. In our third place, Main on Jew female in Class 3, exhibited by Larkin Flores, Liberty County 4-H. Now bringing in class number 4.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back here in the South, we just completed the judging of our Class 1, 15 head of cattle in that class. And we'd mentioned first place honors went to Kenley Guidry of Washington County 4-H, and second in that class to Maddox Stacks of Frisco Memorial FFA. I'd like to recognize the rest of the ribbon winners in the class. Taking third place honors was Zachary Casas of Huffman FFA. Fourth place went to Corbin Hamill of Wise County 4-H. Your fifth place ribbon earned by Jaden Holder of Hale County 4-H. Our sixth place, Mackenzie Ray Thompson, the exhibitor from Wise County, taking that ribbon. Seventh place, Andrew Kimbrough, Trinity FFA member. Eighth went to Layla Nicole Birch of College Park FFA. Ninth to Candace Weir of Byron Nelson FFA. 10th to Jessie Marie Smith of Rivercrest FFA. Congratulations to all of the ribbon winners in our big Class 15 to start our Chianina show.
Just a truly powerful heifer here to begin on the main side. The young lady's red and white heifer just gets around the ring so well, especially as you evaluate her up from her foundation and realize just how much cow is there. She extends with so much dimension out of her hips. She ties in deep into a stifle that's still attractive and cowy. We can get a little more critical on her as we bring her back, but no need for that discussion here. She wins pretty easily. Young lady, you have a nice heifer as well. She's attractive in the way she assembles up front. She is bigger framed, and as a mature cow, she'll have that advantage over the other heifer. She just isn't as unique. I need to make her softer bodied and softer back into her flank to compete up higher in this particular class, but nice project for her.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview of Class 4 in our Main Anjou Heifer Show. Winning the class is Mia Steele from Willis FFA. Second goes to Kendall Kutoch from East Bernard FFA. We'll now lead in our first and second place heifers from classes 1 through 4. From these 8 heifers, we'll select our heifer calf division winners.
Well, Class 2 brings some more very high-quality females here in our key show, and the one that I use here I feel very comfortable with. She's my kind in terms of her comfort there at the surface, her opened up and massive body type, her freshness and her composition, and then her look and lines here from the side profile. Very up-headed and neat from her shoulders forward. Again, collected in terms of her top line, enough length back out through her hip, and still has that added dimension here as they take off and go and you step around and behind her. I think it's in motion where she really separates herself over the heifer in second. She's just got more true reach out of her front end, more athleticism out of her hip and hind leg. The heifer that comes here in second has a bit more true stoutness and squareness in her pin set. She's a bit bolder in the upper portion of her rib, and I'd still give her the advantage in terms of true depth of body and feature there at the surface. Still, when they take off and go, like to see her shoulder lay smoother onto her body, like to see her hook up better back into her full rib, and then see her get out and go with more true reach and comfort there out of her hip and hind hind leg. She just wants to kind of set it down a little harder, doesn't have that same athletic look as a female that wins this particular class. This all black heifer is one that continually works up. She's moderate, she's easy keeping, she's bold and dimensional in terms of her rib cage. I like to see her a bit longer and I guess a bit smoother in terms of her makeup from her shoulders forward and her hook bones back, but certainly one that's sound and dimensional in terms of her midrib. Got kind of a wilder colored one here in fourth, and one that I certainly appreciate for her added foot size, her pin width from behind, her spread that she has working on the top side of her skeleton. To me, it's as I step back off her, she's a little deeper in terms of her shoulder set and more forward in terms of where it lays onto her body. With that, she's a little weaker in terms of her top line, just doesn't keep it all together with the same semblance of quality in her lines as those females that go directly in front of her. The heifer that closes out, again, long and extended, shoulders forward, shapely, and has that right kind of turn to the upper portion of her rib. I wish for added frame in this particular class. She had that added depth of body to really make it all balance up a bit more appropriately. She too could be set back in her knee just a touch, but long and extended, fresh in her composition. I think certainly a nice female there. Awfully good class. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
And we thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons. First place honors here in Class 2 going to Riley Ann Bevins of Johnson County 4-H. Your second place, Hartley Garner of Natchez FFA taking that award. Third, DeLeone Brumbond of the Klein FFA Checker. Fourth, to Tripp Phillips of the Chapel Hill FFA. And your fifth place award went to Logan Busta, Harris County 4-H member. In our Kianina South Arena, our Class 3 females, we have 5 entries in this class. Class 4, you need to be in staging. Class 4 Kianinas, report to staging in the south.
There's a pair of heifers out here that hit me really hard in each of their respective classes, and the decision between the two of them comes with maybe just a little bit more attractiveness and sharpness in terms of lines as you get underneath of their jaw and down through their throat. And again, those are critical statements because if the other heifer does the right things as she matures and grows into all that, she does have an advantage in overall total length of front end. But I think both of them are tremendously good in terms of rib and body, and there's one I just can't stop watching, and that tells me she is that of quality. There's a heifer out here that's going to get left out that can go on and make steers that can come back and win this deal. She is so stout, so powerful. For me, she's got a little more shoulder. I'd like to change the shape of her head just a shot, but she is impressive as you evaluate her muscularity. I'll go out and select the two that hit me the hardest. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in the calf division of the mains.
Our champion coming to us out of class number 3, Grace Tullis from Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Grace. And our reserve in our heifer calf division comes to us out of class number 1. That's Cutter Dorsey, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in our calf classes. Now, leading in Class 9 in our Junior Main on Jew Heifer Show, so Class 10, we need you in the, Class 7. Class 7 will be leading into the North Judging Arena, so we need Class 8 to the staging area.
Second call for Kianina exhibitors in Class 4 to staging in the south. A reminder, to you exhibitors in Class 7, as soon as we move in that Class 4, we'll ask you to bring up Class 7. That'll be a pretty good size 13 head class, and it won't take long to do our calf champion drive.
We need entry number 37726, Reese Vonderall, and entry number 53060, Haley Rice. We're missing those two heifers in Class 7 and Main Anjous. You're about to miss the show. Reese Vonderall from Lake Creek FFA and Haley Rice, Johnson County 4-H. We need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Main Anjou females, we need you to the north staging area. Class 8 Main Anjou females.
Another very nice class here, and pretty contrasting kinds in our top pair. The heifer here that I used to win, just a bit longer and smoother in terms of her general makeup. Still more than enough stoutness and dimension when I get right in behind this heifer. I think the biggest thing is she's just longer, more comfortable in her step there off her rear two, a bit fresher in terms of her composition, and again, has a bit more of a ladylike feminine look here from the side profile. Maybe you could see her a bit stouter in comparison to the female directly behind her, but as I said there a minute ago, I think she's got more than enough. The red heifer is one that if you're trying to make some show steers back home or just push the envelope in terms of dimension and true stoutness, I think this is a female you could tie into. She is so opened up in her midrib, powerful in terms of her pin set, got a big set of feet and legs underneath of her, and I'd argue still gets out and goes fairly comfortably off of both ends. I don't know that she does it quite as attractive in terms of her hind leg. And when you compare her back to my class winner, I'd like to see her smoother about her shoulder and transition neater back into her full rib. I'd like to see her a bit taller right there at the point of her shoulder. She wants to run everything downhill, and it takes away from her balance just a shot. She's got some fun pieces. I'd like to see it all come together a bit more seamlessly. The heifer that comes here in third is one on the stand. I think it can give you a good look, smooth-shouldered, long and extended from there on forward. She opens back out of her sternum with enough depth of body and fill into her rear rib and flank to really proportion correctly. It's when she takes off and goes, just like to rock her back in her angles there off of both ends, to the point where it takes away from her balance a shot. She wants to drop her head, kick up in her center spine just a bit more. Good looking on the stand. Just like to see her go with a bit more confidence. Young man has a white flanked one that I actually give the edge to in terms of her flexibility here in this particular pair. To me, the bigger disadvantage is one that she just wants to be a bit flatter in terms of her body shape. She gives up a bit more to the base of her cage and true genuine width underneath. I think if you could see her open up with a bit more mass, then you could switch that pair, because I do prefer her in terms of her skeletal build underneath. The heifer that closes, certainly one you like in terms of her width up high. She's one that wants to funnel a bit more to the base of her rib. Again, I'd like to set her back in her shoulder and knee, and I think that allow her to have a bit more presence and balance here from the side profile. Good set of them there. Thought an awfully nice class winner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the overview. First place honors go to McKinley DeFore, Godley FFA chapter member, and second was Slade Smathers of the Llano County 4-H. And third in the class went to Jacob Flope of Crawford FFA. Your fourth place award to Cameron McCullough, the Austin County 4-H member. That was fifth. Fourth place went to Brian Parrish of Waller County. Fifth to Cameron Avery McCullough of Austin County. We're moving in our Class 4 in the Chianinas, final class here in your junior calf division. We have 8 entries here in Class 4.
a class that comes together nicely as we get these 4 heifers out here to compete amongst each other. And I think on the top side, the moderation of the heifer that's going to win the class, it definitely plays to her advantage. Because of that, she's more expansive in her rib and body, just her overall feedability hits me harder. She's a nickel upright off of both ends, though I'd like to just set her in a touch softer in the way she comes to her knee and then see her flex a little from behind. And that's where the conversation can become closer because this heifer does have the flexibility advantage. However, she's a bigger framed heifer that just doesn't have enough substance to go with it at this stage of the game to justify that. But I do like her flexibility, her extension, and I think her practicality of female character aligns her over the next 2 heifers. I guess between the 2 heifers, I think they're more alike than they are different in their composition. They both are muscular up high, but maybe come with some problems from a skeletal standpoint. I just read her as more female in her features about her head and the way she lays into her joint work. The heifer here, there's no doubt, though, they're both muscular, and I like that about them. She just doesn't read quite as feminine, especially as you get up through her head, down through her shoulder, just her joint work to go with it. But a nice project for her.
Well, thank you for that overview of Class 7 in our Main Anjou Junior Heifer Show. Winning the class is Presley Marot from Pearland FFA. Second goes to Reese Vonderow from Lake Creek FFA. Our third place female was exhibited by Kesselin Ernst from Karnes County 4-H. And fourth, shown by Haley Rice, Johnson County 4-H. Now leading in class number 8 in our Junior Main Anjou Heifer Show. So we need class 9, all class 9 heifers to the staging area. Class 10, don't be far behind. Need all class 9 females to the north staging area for our Main Anjou Heifer Show. Class 10, be ready.
Very good class here, and I think both these females up top have a great deal of quality, and I'd like to change both of them just a shot out of their front end and for different reasons. The heifer that I used to win, I'll talk about the good first. I think that's always where we need to focus. This female is very high tying and neat about her shoulder. She opens back smooth and opened up in terms of her center body and how she feeds back into her flank. She's very attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg and has the right kind of natural thickness from behind and still lays it smooth onto her body. She just gives you a very feminine, ladylike look here from the side profile. Now, when she's out here, she wants to open up a bit more in terms of her shoulder and get a little base wide up front. It takes away from her general balance the longer she's out here. But when she takes off and goes and pulls it all back in together, I think a female you like an awful lot of things about. On the flip side, the heifer that comes here in second is maybe a shot more closed up underneath. I'd like to square up at her knee, see her a bit truer in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. But that's certainly one that has plenty of depth and proportionality in terms of her midrib Again, long and level back out through her hip, fairly attractive in terms of her hind leg, and goes to the ground with some added stoutness. I don't know that she has the same turn to the outward portion of her rib when you compare her back to my class winner, and she doesn't have that same length and extension from her shoulders forward or elevation there through her front end, but a good female nonetheless. I think both those top two are awfully nice. Got a yellow roan that comes here next set at the ground. I like this one an awful lot. Big and square in terms of her toe, deep in terms of her heel, and attractive and comfortable about her angles. I like her stoutness and her squareness when I get right in behind her. To me, it's through the front end of her skeleton where I'd like to neaten her up in terms of her shoulder, like to soften her up in terms of her center body, see her have a bit more of that maternal look here from the side profile, but awesome runners and big feet. I think that's something you got to certainly respect. The solid gray heifer that comes here next is one that's very fresh and youthful from her shoulders forward. She's bold in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage and stout when you get right in behind her and study her there in her upper pins. As she works to the ground, she wants to funnel a bit more. She's flatter to the base of her cage, a bit more fragile in terms of her foot size and her ankle. One that I think if you could power her up in those areas, it'd really make her balance all come together a bit neater from the side profile. The black heifer that comes here next, shoulders back, I'm a big fan of. Bold body, deep in terms of her midrib and full back into her flank. I like that one's attractiveness and stoutness in terms of her hip and hind leg. Up front, I gotta rock her back. The angle to her shoulder and knee, it's starting to take away from her balance, and it doesn't allow her to carry herself with that same presence when she takes off and goes, but certainly respect that one's body shape. The kind of browner tinge one that comes here next, moderate, stout, certainly attractive in terms of her hind leg. She too needs to be rocked back up front and just a bit more ladylike in her presence from the side profile. The silver heifer that comes here next has a big set of feet and legs underneath and has some added softness here in this final trio. She's a bit more, I guess, rougher in terms of her top line as you study the top side of her blade, right in behind it and back over her loin and tail head. I think if you could amplify her in those areas, it'd help her balance come together a shot neater. The heifer that closes certainly has some length and extension from the side profile. I'd like to change her balance up from chest to flank. I'd like to see her a bit longer and leveler from hooks to pins. Good set of them there from top to bottom. Thought an awfully nice top pair.
Madeline McCullough from Austin County 4-H. We need your heifer to the north staging area in our Main Anjou show. Class 9, Madeline McCullough, Austin County 4-H. We need your heifer.
Appreciate Mr. Fitzsimmons' overview of Class 4, and we'll let the North Arena judge give us the result or their placings. Then we'll come back and get the placings in Class 4.
Thank you, sir. As we head over here on the main side, I think it's a close.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Bottom line is she does not want to show any portion of her body off for me today. I just lose her from a balance standpoint in comparison to the heifer that wins. The heifer in third probably still has the advantage in terms of being rocket-necked and extremely attractive. She's good as far as her bone work is concerned. But beyond that, there's too much air underneath of her. I'd like to moderate her as far as her frame size is concerned. This heifer is the polar opposite. She's one that has the advantage in terms of rib and body. It just doesn't come with enough sharpness off of both ends of her skeleton to garner more attention from the outside. She just planes up a little bit, but I read her to be more practical and flexible in her general makeup than the heifer that rounds out. Young lady, you do an excellent job of getting this one shown. You're at a little bit of a disadvantage from a structural standpoint. I'd like to make her more female in a lot of her features and then just mainly see her get out and go better for you. But she's stout featured. You get her stopped to the side. She gives you a nice enough look from a balance standpoint.
And back over here in the South Arena, Kianina placings for Class 4. But ladies and gentlemen, we're currently staged for our division drive. Class 4, first place went to Colin Smith, second to Blake Reed of Paradise FFA, third from Piper Belt of Aledo FFA, fourth to Madison Nevries of Hebronville FFA. Our fifth place award to Hannah Dyson, the exhibitor, Lumberton FFA. Sixth in the class, going to Blake Bendek of Ganado FFA. Seventh to Dalpin Fox of College Park. And our eighth place to Parker Barrett, Longview FFA.
Very good division as we get back out here in our calves for the Kianina show. And to me, in my past experience here in Texas, kind of feels a bit of an offshoot from the ORBs in the standpoint that they got all different shapes and sizes out here. So you pick your type and kind. These are the ones that I liked in terms of freshness, in terms of femininity, in terms of skeletal correctness, and still having that right kind of body shape. We started it all off there in the first class with one that has just such a neat look from her shoulders forward. She's fresh and round in her body type. She's comfortable in her angles down low. Maybe one that doesn't have quite as much stoutness in terms of her feature at the surface. She's probably not just quite as opened up in terms of her base of her cage as a few of these other females, but a female that's got an awfully bright future. I think that young lady's doing a great job getting her shown. Then we got into class 2, and one, in my opinion, really elevates herself here in this particular lineup in terms of her up-headed, neat look in conjunction with that right kind of body shape and turn down low. One that is so attractive and comfortable in terms of her lower angles, and you get right in behind her, and for as good looking as she is from the side profile, she has plenty of true stoutness and squareness in terms of her base width. I think that one has an in the ring as well as generating potential down the road. Then we got into class 3, and one that's a little bigger in terms of her size and scale. In that particular setting, she was just a shot more feminine in terms of her makeup and comfortable in her angles. She remained more collected in terms of her top line. She's not near as neat looking, shoulders forward, or quite as, I guess, eccentric in terms of her assembly there from her hook bones back, but certainly a female in that class I thought did a lot of things right. Then we jumped into class 4, and we just got done talking that particular set, and I thought that one, in terms of her body shape, her squareness from behind, her attractiveness in terms of her rear too, was certainly on point. I like her proportionality and her balance here from the side profile. I'd like to see her a bit more, I guess, conservative in terms of her base width up front, and I think we can certainly show that out of her. She does want to open up, and I think that's a bit of a concern, but I think if managed correctly, certainly a female does a lot of things right here from the side profile. I like the way she's built there out of her hip and hind leg. Good set of them, start to finish. I think there's a pretty logical place to start, and then a very nice place to go for a reserve. Young lady here out of class 2 is going to be your champion. We're going to follow right up with class 4 for reserve.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking the calf championship here in the Kianinas, that's your winner from class 2. Entry 64-185, Riley Ann Bevins from Johnson County 4-H, and the reserve honors going to the winner of class 4, entry number 58-977, Colin Smith, Anderson County 4-H. Congratulations. This will take us to our second division and class 7. Last and final call. We're ready to move your heifers from class 7 into staging at this time.
Balance and symmetry is research shown to draw your eye in, and I think this is a perfect example of that. The one that's the deepest and most sweeping in her rib cage is also the most parallel in her lines. She just kind of has that come hither look from the side, really a heads up female that's extremely attractive in her makeup. I think she wins pretty handily. The heifer in second is very fresh. She's extremely well presented, but you get down below that, and I'd like to modify her in a couple areas, lay her back in the angulation of her shoulder, just set her into her knee a shot better, and as she gets out and goes, she can handle herself just a little more comfortably. But like I said, presentation doesn't get much better than that. Very high quality, extremely attractive heifer. She's just longer measuring in terms of totals than the heifer that comes next. You have the advantage in terms of moderation, buddy, and I can tell you spent time at home. She's showing awfully well for you. For me, her moderation just doesn't lend to a very attractive look as we get off to the side of her.
And our results in class number 9 in our Main on Jew Heifer Show, North Side. Winning the class is Hagen Bolion from Giddings FFA. Second place female, shown by Madeline McCullough from Austin County 4-H. And third place award given to Andrew McNabb from Sinton FFA. I'd like to take this opportunity to get some results that weren't announced on the previous class that was judged. That was class number 8. Winning Class 8, Lindley Searles from Frio County 4-H. Second, shown by Tate Baca from SNS Consolidated FFA. Third place, Skylar Tor, Waller County 4-H. Fourth, Araya Barnes, Brazoswood FFA. And fifth was shown by Cadence Tucker, Willis FFA. Now judging Class 10 in our Main on Jew Heifer Show. So Class 13, start getting on your mind. We need Class 13 to make their way to the north staging area.
Canada exhibitors in Class 8 need to report into staging. Class 8, Canada to the south staging area, please.
If I was the betting kind, I would bet that the heifer I'm going to utilize to win is further along with calf. And so that probably accentuates where I see her advantages, and that's just her center body and pliability of skeleton in terms of the way she comes back into her flank. Boy, is she flexible, and I love the shape to her head, just her feminine cow character to go with it. She also toes straighter up front naturally, and I think that's a product of her shoulder angulation. Even though she doesn't just really run uphill and extend really high out of the top side, I think it just all fits together proportionally, and I think she has more to her, especially as you read back to her flank. Like I said, you don't bet about things you don't know, so we're not doing that here. And I love this one's hind leg, and when she steps down, boy, is it good. She's a little bigger framed kind of heifer. She wants to spin out just a nickel up front, and today I just don't read her to be as deep in terms of her body cage. Now, part of that is she is longer bodied, so if bigger cattle that are big and extended and attractive are your kind, she's awfully nice. She's maybe just a nickel Roman nose to get extra critical of her, but that's a high quality one. A hind like that, leg like that runs the test of time. There's a flexibility advantage between this pair of heifers because they're actually pretty similar in the way that they're assembled from the side. Young man's heifers maybe just a little bit burlier in her overall build if you take into consideration the difference in how far along they are potentially with calf. Is she as extended and attractive as the pair ahead of her? That's where the questions are. So I'd like to change her there, but that's really
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
going to go home and do what it takes to make a cow in the show ring, just a little plainer in her pieces, like to make her more striking and attractive.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gifford, for that critique of class number 10 in our Junior Main on Jew Heifer Show. Winning the class is Layla Houghton from Shepherd FFA. Second place honors go to Brooklyn Galden from Blue Ridge FFA. Third place, Tyson Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Our fourth place heifer exhibited by Callie Smith, Brazoria County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Brooke McAllister from Aubrey FFA. And our sixth place heifer shown by Vivian Green from Parker County 4-H. Now staging for our junior division champions. Following the conclusion of our selection of our junior division winners, we'll go on to class number 13.
Back over here in our Keys show, and I said it there a minute ago in our drive, but here in our Keys, we have all different shapes and sizes, and we see that again here in this particular class. You kind of pick how you like them. This is how I sorted them and tried to make the major focus on just true skeletal build, and that's how I ended up with this silver female here at the front of the lineup. One that has more true comfort in terms of her lower skeleton, one that I really like in terms of her freshness and composition, one that's up-headed and neat-looking and gives you that proportional view here from the side profile. Again, stout-featured as she goes to the ground. She's got some extras, but the reason she wins is she reads right in terms of her basics. A silver and white female that comes here in second certainly has plenty of stoutness in terms of her pin width, boldness in terms of her center body, and she's attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg. I like to rock her back in terms of her shoulder and see it lay smoother onto her body. She's not just the most ladylike in her appearance from her shoulders forward, but again, her body shape, her pin width, her flexibility out of her hip and hind leg, and still putting it all together with a quality look from the side profile puts that one in a very nice place at second. The black heifer that comes here in third, without question, and as much as I've said here today, what you see is what you get. She has no hair. But this female is sound off of both ends. She is big-bodied. She's functional in her type and kind. She's loose in her center spine. She's neat in her transition from her shoulder back into her forerib. Maybe she doesn't have the extras in terms of cleanliness to the top side of her crest or feature right there at the surface. But again, her basics and her overall function is absolutely on point. I like that heifer standing there in third. The gold one that comes here in fourth, giant feet, big bodied, as stout as any of them when you get right in behind her. And with all that added power, she comes with just a bit more shoulder. I wish it laid smoother onto her body and hooked up smoother back into her forerib. I wish she had a bit more neatness right there at the top side of her blade and a bit more femininity from there on forward. I think if we get her head up just a shot more, that'll really pull it all together. Without question, one of the boldest and stoutest ones in this class. The white heifer that comes here next, certainly one that's comfortable off of both ends and plenty of stoutness and squareness from behind the cattle. As a step back offers where she sorts down the line, a little deeper and more open about her shoulder, a little deeper and plainer in terms of her front 1/3, and I'd like to see her bolder back into her rear rib and flank. Just make that all balance up a bit more appropriately, but I appreciate her flexibility. I like her looseness, the center spine, and stoutness from behind. Got another silver one that comes here next, neat in her look from her shoulders forward, bold up high, and plenty of turn to the upper portion of her cage. Still fairly sound there off of both ends. She's a little harsher right there in terms of her center body. I'd just like to, as much as anything, lay her tail head neater in the backside of her hip. Got a black heifer that comes here next. That initial impression, I think, is one you like an awful lot in terms of her bold turn to the base of her rib, her stoutness from behind, and she can give you a quality look here from the side profile. To me, she's pushing the envelope too much in terms of her width and base width up front, her crestiness to the top side of her neck, her reach and range of motion out of her hip and hind leg. If she just went a little bit better, I think she moves up a few spots. Regardless, she gives you a stout, cowy look from the side profile. The heifer that comes here next, I think certainly one that you like in that particular pair in terms of her reach out of her hip and hind leg and her flexibility right there at her knee. I'd like to soften her up in her body to move up higher in this particular awfully good class. Red heifer has plenty of length from the side and freshness in her composition. Like to see her a bit deeper and fuller in terms of her midrib to balance up a bit more appropriately. The other red heifer that comes here next, a bit more of the same, long, fresh from the side profile. Like to soften her up in her midrib. Like to see her more comfortable in her angles. The gold heifer that comes here next, stout up high. Like to set her back in her angle to her shoulder and knee and see her smoother in terms of her hock. The remaining red heifer is one that's stout up high, has plenty of density in her midrib. Like to rock her back in her angles off of both ends and balance up a bit more appropriately there from the side profile. Good class there. I thought an awfully nice class winner.
And we thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for the comments on the class. First place honors here going to Katie Rocco from the Orange Grove FFA. We'll have a champion drive set up over on the north, and we'll give you the rest of the results after Class 8. Let's move in Class 8, Kianina.
I think a very, very nice division drive in the main heifers, and all four of them represent good, and they absolutely represent differences. I think they're all built fairly similar in terms of rib and body, and as I weigh the differences amongst them and get comparative about our class winners to pick a champion, I looked down at the young lady taking a picture, and I thought to myself, which one of those takes the best picture? And I make my decision there, and I think she does it pretty handily when you go back to the basics of that. That is a high neck. She extends out of the top side of her shoulder, striking, attractive, just unique in her presentation. Is she perfect? No. But is it silly to talk about that right now? Absolutely. Young man here is going to be my champion. Congratulations.
Your champion in our heifer division comes out of, our junior division comes out of class number 9, Hagen Bolian from Giddings FFA. Congratulations to you.
And the reason I had to have that conversation with myself is because there's a pair of polar opposite heifers that are still so high quality, and I didn't really want to have to leave one of that pair out. They are not at all alike, but the heifer I'm going to utilize for reserve is just very, very practical. Young lady here will be reserve.
In our reserve, in our junior division, comes out of class number 10, exhibited by Layla Houghton, Shepherd FFA. Congratulations to our champions and all those who showed in our junior classes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the Kianina Arena at this time are your Class 8 September through October heifers, and we have 20 head in this class. We'll share with you the results from the previous class judge. That was Class 7. Katie Rocco taking that class. First place honors, She's from the Orange Grove FFA chapter. Second in the class was earned by Cassidy Duco of the East Central FFA. Your third place award, Lauren Garza, Edinburgh Vela FFA member. Fourth in the class, going to Isaiah Salinas of the Veterans Memorial FFA chapter. Fifth place, Cody Martinez of the Victoria County 4-H. Sixth in the class was earned by Roman Del Bosque of Starr County 4-H. Seventh, Justin Fuller, Natchez FFA. Eighth place to Emery Butler of Marlin FFA. Ninth in the class, earned by Adelina Withrow of Calallen FFA. 10th place award going to Natalie Herrera, Fremont FFA chapter member.
Class 14 in our main Anjou heifer show, we need you now at this time in the north staging area. There's no class 15, so we got class 13 and 14 in our senior division. So class 14, we need you in the north staging area ready at this time.
Really a good class here, and for the sake of efficiency, as we talked here in the ring, it probably made the most sense to get down to what we need to keep here for this particular class, and certainly a good set of them from start to finish. As we see these few set of cattle, I guess, leave the ring, got a white heifer here, the start of the lineup, stout, just like to rock her back and see her smoother in her angles. The golden white ones won a bit more of the same, stout up high, big legged, just smoother up in her joint work. Silver heifer just needs a bit more presence, but I like her body. The silver heifer, darker gray heifer that comes here next, a bit more of the same, big legged, stout up high. Like to see her a bit more ladylike. The black heifer is kind of in this particular mix right here. Certainly have some body. This one needs to be a bit neater in terms of her presence. This one could use a shot of body. And the young man here on the corner, we could set that one back in the angle to her shoulder. She was right on the edge and making it back over on that side of the ring. Young lady has one here that I like in terms of her foot and feature. Just like to soften her up and see her smoother in her general makeup. Awesome set of them here in terms of heifers. Even better set of kids. Give those kids a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Wow, what a class over here. And young lady, I don't mean this against your showmanship, but as this heifer came in, for some reason in my mind, I was like, just get away from her and go. I want to see what she can do, because this heifer is impressive. I don't care what angle you look at her. That is a stout, flexible, ladylike, overwhelming individual. She is good. I like a lot of things about her. Not to take anything away from the heifer in second, because where that one's stout, this one's even stouter. That is a monster foot she has on her, huge bone work, and from her shoulder back, I love her. Just like to change a tiny bit the shape to her head and make her a little bit more ladylike. But that one is just overwhelmingly impressive in terms of her added feature and just overall extras. If you want to talk about head shape, this one is better in that regard. I love that about her. She is so female and attractive and angular in the way she aligns her pieces from the side. I take a step back, though. She gets a nickel open at the top side of her shoulder and then starting to push that forward chest so it doesn't just make her balance perfectly, but still tremendously high quality. This class is so deep. Another one here. Boy, you want to take one home, make a cow out of them? She's very, very good. We set her into the show ring at this stage of maturity, and she wants to just lumber a little on the young man. I wish she had just a touch more coordination and just authority as she gets out and moves, but still tremendously high quality. The next two heifers I kind of find the same issue with. They've got a calf in them, or we're getting further along, but both of them want to pull down in front of their tailhead and then kind of crank that tailhead up, and so they aren't as collected in their top line in relation to the cattle that are behind them. But on the standstill, I think you can make a case for either of them. Again, another one here, young lady. This is just a tremendously high quality class. If your heifer was younger and in a different one, does she read up? Absolutely. Love her flexibility. Just a nickel planer in the way that she presents her pieces compared to some of the cattle on the top side. And yeah, young man, you just get in the toughest class we've seen top to bottom in terms of big ones. One that just gets outhorsed in terms of weight per day of age and performance.
Well, thank you for that overview of Class 13 in our Junior Main on Jew Heifer Show. Winning the class, Kennedy Brogdon from Ellis County 4-H. Our second place heifer, exhibited by Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. Third, showed by Hadley Howe from Somerville FFA. Our fourth place main on Jew female, shown by Colt Parkinson, Hockley County 4-H. Fifth place honors goes to Taylor Eckelberg from Austin County 4-H. Placing sixth is Melody Polarelski, Nacogdoches County 4-H. Seventh place, shown by Kylie Sobchak from Hardin FFA. In eighth place, shown by Lawton Emmons, ARP FFA. Well, now bringing in Class 14, which is our last class in our Main on Jew Heifer Show. Conclusion of this class will select our senior division winners. You heifer and junior division winners, be ready in our Man on Jew female show.
We want to talk about a fun set to sort through here, just in terms of type and kind and different, I guess, overall body shapes and dimensions. You really got to dig in, and it makes it fun as an evaluator to have to really see what you got out here and find what you like in terms of your priorities. The effort that I used to win, I would tell you when she first came in, and it's partially because of her color pattern, I didn't know if she had just quite as much true depth in terms of her center body. The longer she's out here, and honestly, she relaxes in terms of her spine. I like this one's freshness to the base of her rib. Her outward curvature in terms of her center body, she without question has the most true presence in terms of her look, shoulders forward, the way that she's assembled in terms of her lower skeleton, both from an attractiveness standpoint and from a comfort and athletic standpoint, is certainly unmatched in this particular lineup. Again, just gives you a crisp, kind of a fresh look from the side profile. And I think an awesome place to start, an awfully good class. The heifer here in second is one that certainly has the advantage in terms of true depth and turn to the base of her rib cage. She's comfortable there off of both ends and has plenty of set in terms of her lower skeleton. One that I like in terms of her basic brood cow function. She's not quite as neat in terms of her shoulder set. She has a bit more bark right there at the base of her chest and doesn't have that same elevation in terms of her look from her shoulders forward. But man, that one's true function from her shoulders back is certainly unmatched in this particular class. We got one in third that is stout in terms of her base width, her overall look from behind, her turn through her center body, her feature there at the surface. With all that, she's got a bit more kind of outward turn in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to set her back in her hock just a shot and see her more comfortable and confident in that step off her rear tube, but fun looking, stout and dimensional. I think that one certainly will make something down the road. The red heifer that comes here next has a bit more turn and maternal sweep to the base of her cage. Actually give her the edge in terms of comfort there out of her hip and hind leg. She too needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder knee. She wants to roll up in her center spine and duck off in her pins just a shot. But right there, this young lady does an exceptional job getting her shown. When it's all put together, it's hard to put a big hole in. I like that one's flexibility there off her rear too. The gold heifer maybe doesn't fit my initial mold of what I'm trying to find. She's a little stouter, maybe a shot more club calfy, but man, she's sound off of both ends, bold bodied, stout from behind, square in terms of her base width, one that maybe has a bit more depth in terms of her shoulder, doesn't have that same sweep to the base of her cage, and again, doesn't kind of fit what I'm trying to find here in the top of these classes. She has quality nonetheless. That young man's doing a great job getting her shown as well. Solid black heifer that comes here next has some added depth and turn to the base of her rib cage, a bit longer and more extended in this particular pair. She too needs to be rocked back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. I'd like to see her go with just more athleticism out of her hip and hind leg, where she wants to be a little shorter in terms of her overall stride. This heifer that comes here next, again, in terms of function, is one that works up in this particular class. Sound off of both ends, easy keeping in terms of her center body, loose in terms of her center spine, maybe a shot plainer in her general look, shoulders forward and the way she's built there at the surface, but I like that one in terms of her basic brood cow function. The gold white-legged one or gray white-legged one that rolls around here next maybe doesn't initially grab your attention. She's a little rougher haired, maybe doesn't have just as much true fuzz in terms of her legs, and because of that looks a little kind of, I guess, more drab. One to me, I think still puts a lot of good together in terms of her flexibility off of both ends, her softness in her mid-rib, her added elevation there through her front end. I wish we could see her a shot more collected in her top line and see her a bit bolder in terms of her forerib. And then that heifer actually, in my opinion, can move up a couple spots. Red heifer's one that's attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg. I like her turn up high. I like to see her a bit neater right there at the base of her shoulder, a bit more more ladylike from there on forward. Toughest decision for me today is between 10 and 11. We only get to give out 10 ribbons today, and I don't take that lightly. The white heifer is one that I just prefer in terms of her skeletal build, her foot size and shape, and the way that she goes there off of both ends. One that I wish we could open up in terms of the base of her rib, but certainly like that one in terms of her look and extension, shoulders forward, her reach and range of motion. The red heifer is one that I certainly appreciate in terms of the turn to the center portion of her body and her stoutness up high. She wants to tie up in her center spine just a touch. I'd like to see her a bit more coordinated in her movement right there at the surface. Awesome class, start to finish. Thought it was awfully good there up top. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
And we thank you for the overview of our heifers here in Class 8. First place honors go to Tucker Childers of Bowie. Second in the class going to Madison Evans, Hamilton FFA. Our third place to Pecos Worley of Gillespie County. Fourth to Emma Wiggins of Liberty FFA. Fifth to Connor Webb of Whitney FFA. Our sixth place award went to Isabel Langford of Natchez FFA. Seventh in the class to Journey Wilburn, Greenville FFA. Eighth place to McKenna Bonso, Clear Creek FFA chapter member. Ninth to Zane Wilson, El Campo FFA. And 10th to Gracie Rhodes of College Park FFA. Now moving into Class 9 here in the Key Show.
We're on the last class of the day over here on the mains, and I think a nice class that assembles with a lot of differences. And the heifer I'm going to land on to win is maybe not the most attractive in her hock. Don't like to lead with negatives, but she's still, for me, the most functional from a structural standpoint. She's the most angular in her shoulder and just sets down with the most ease off of her rear, too. Now, is she just perfect in the way that she blends her shoulder as far as her body is concerned? No, but I think her angles are just more appropriate as we push her more into longevity. Young lady's baldy heifer, I really want to fall in love with this one. Her markings are hard to deny, and she is good when you get her stopped and you get her shown from the side. We set her into motion, though. She's a little more pitched forward in her shoulders. She compensates by kind of dropping her hip as she gets underneath of herself. And then from the side, her flank reads up higher than her chest floor, so she just doesn't balance quite as well. I think if she's further along with calf and she has a little more condition on her, maybe that story changes. And I do think she's still high quality. Like I said, you do a great job of getting her shown. If you want to talk about the next generation of cattle that are going to go on and raise ones from a production standpoint that are going to go into a food chain, this one is muscular. I like that about her. There's no doubt she's the biggest topped and stoutest pinned, but like cattle that are built like her, maybe just not the most feminine. I'd like to soften her in her structure. She gets a little more rigid as she comes to her groundwork. You're doing a great job of presenting her as well.
Well, thank you for that overview of Class 14, our last class of the day over here on the North Judging Arena. Winning that class is Maya Watts from East Bernard FFA. Second in Class 14, Dakota Danley, Royce City FFA. And our third place award goes to Madison Hullab, Schulenburg FFA. We're now going to lead in our class winners and second places from classes 13 and 14 and select our senior division winning females. You exhibitors from our heifer and junior divisions, we need you ready in the north staging area for the grand drive in our Main Anjou Heifer Show. Also, just another reminder, if you are fortunate enough to be overall grand or reserve in your respective breed this morning and this afternoon, be sure and get your bios filled out and sent up to us at the announcer stand. We're going to need those bios for the Supreme Drive tonight. So if you haven't filled out and turned in your bios and you've already shown, please do so.
Going to jump in here and talk this class before your champion, Main Anjou, is selected on that side. And I thought a good class here. A pair of silver females up top that I like in terms of their look, their proportionality, and their freshness. The heifer that I used to win here has a bit more outward turn to her center body. And I'd give you the edge to in terms of her basic function and flexibility there at the surface. She's not the biggest footed. She probably doesn't just blow you away in terms of her look right there about her shoulder and how it lays onto her body. But again, body shape, freshness, proportionality, flexibility at the surface. That kind of cattle is going to continually work up here on this side of the ring. Got a silver white-legged one that comes here next, has a bit more foot size and feature. She's got plenty of turn up high and neatness in terms of her shoulder, projects with some added extension from there on forward. I wish she had that same boldness right there in her heart and forward, but now she's assembled back into her flank. I wish we could see her a bit cleaner in terms of her hock joint, and when you step right in behind her, still gives you a good look, still reaches with enough, I guess, true athleticism there off of both ends. A nice one standing there in second. The black heifer that comes here next actually has as much set in terms of her lower joints as any of them here in our initial trio. She's stout and dimensional from up above. I'd like to change this one up from a balance standpoint. Tidy her up at the base of her shoulder and down into her chest floor. See her with a bit more true drop in her heart and forward, but now she feeds back into her flank. Pick her up in terms of her pin set just a touch. If we could change all those balance pieces, that makes a stout, comfortable female a bit more in contention here in the top portion of this class. The red heifer that comes here next is a bit leaner and just fresher in terms of her composition, collected in her lines up high. I'd like to soften her up in terms of her center body, set her back and angle to her shoulder, need to move her up in an awfully good class here. Got a dark red one that rolls around here next, so dense in terms of her body, so stout from behind with all that added stoutness. I wish her shoulder laid a bit smoother onto her body. I wish we could see her just a bit more comfortable and longer in terms of her step there off of both ends. Solid black heifer that comes here next is long strided. She's long bodied, has plenty of extension here from the side profile. You work around from a 3/4 shot. I'd like to open her up in terms of her body shape. I'd like to see her just a bit square in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. Got a black and white one that rolls around here next. It's neat looking, shoulders forward, collected in terms of her top line. I wish she went to the ground with a bit more flexibility and confidence, specifically there off her rear to move up here in this particular class. But I like her stoutness. I like her composition. Silver female that closes us out. When she gets it all put together, can give you a good look. She's big-footed, bold-bodied, stout in terms of her upper pin set. She gets a bit more broken in terms of her top line. Doesn't have that same feminine look here from the side profile as a few of those females on the top end of this class. Good set of them. Thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Final call for Class 10 Chianitas. Last and final call. We need entry 45, 181. Final call. We're about to move your class into the arena. Entry 45, 181. Last and final call.
Over here to pick the last division of mains. I think it's exciting. And not to take anything away from the two young ladies out of the last class. Those are nice cattle. The other two just chart into a different category. Logical decision to keep them together. Champion in reserve.
Winners in our senior division, both coming out of class number 13. Our champion senior heifer goes to Kennedy Brogdon from Ellis County 4-H. And our reserve senior division winner comes from Brooklyn, shown by Brooklyn DeBerry, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations to those division winners. We need to bring back our winners out of our heifer division, our junior division, and our senior division back into the show arena. Donnie, we need you at the announcer's stand. Donnie, we need you at the announcer's stand.
Reminder to Kianina exhibitors, we'll have our division drive here for the junior division following Class 10. So you exhibitors with Class 13 heifers can bring them up. Have 3 head in that class, and Class 14 be standing ready. Let's bring up Class 13, Kianina, to staging, please. We're making some corrections here in our for our champions. We swapped some at the very end, and we missed it up here on the announcer's stand, so we're just making that correction. Apologize for that. But as we get that corrected, we'll lead in our division winners out of our heifer division, our junior division, which will be our corrected ones, and then our seniors pick our champion main on Jew heifer. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Krisha Geffert from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. She's done an excellent job of working through several breeds here today. She's gone through our Heifers, horned Heifers, Simmentals, Shorthorns, Polled Heifers, and now our Mainon Jew. She's done a great job of analyzing the cattle and visiting with the youngsters. And Krisha,
We certainly thank you for all your efforts, and you're not done yet. After the Band on Jews, we'll come back and pick our Supremes and our British and Continental divisions.
Really a good pair here, and a pair of young men that are doing an incredibly good job getting these heifers shown, really putting me to the fire in terms of digging in here and figuring out where you need to be. And I think these heifers are awfully nice, and for different reasons. They have good contrasting pieces back and forth, where I'd like to change one, the other one does improve, and then vice versa. The heifer here at the front of the lineup, I'll be the first to tell you, and the young man told me that his dad maybe needs to work on his clipping. I'm not going to say it exactly how he said it, but I think a heifer here that's presented very highly. I think a heifer that I like an awful lot in terms of just her density, one that is so massive in her center body, one that I think certainly you like in terms of her flexible build, her foot size, her added feature. She has more true comfort built into her hock, one that's a little interesting. Maybe every once in a while she wants to kick up on her rear pastern, specifically on her back left, but she naturally is awfully good in terms of her lower angles. Again, so powerful and dimensional in terms of her midrib, so opened up in the outward curvature to her body. You step back off her, and a female, it's got a good up-headed look and a bit more looseness and curvature in terms of her spine. Maybe not quite as long in terms of her hip design, maybe not quite as extended shoulders forward, but everything makes sense on this female, and I think she does a lot of things right. What makes it difficult is, again, the areas where I maybe could change that one just a shot. This heifer here in second certainly does that. She's a bit neater from her shoulder back into her forerib. She is a bit longer from her hook bones back. She's one that I think has a bit more true extension from her shoulders forward. Why she goes in second for me is as you kind of read through what I think is an incredibly good clip and fit job here for a blow and show, one that is assembled just a shot straighter about her hock. She has a bit more condition right there in the front side of her chest and back around her pones, one that isn't quite as just naturally high tying or loose in terms of her spine. When she takes off and goes, she wants to kind of kick up in that particular area and drop her head. She doesn't naturally carry it quite as neat as that heifer directly in front of her. Some harsh criticisms on a female. I think does a lot of things right. Again, I think both those showmen are doing an awesome job getting their heifers stuck. And we jump into this one in third, and she's a bit leaner in terms of her composition, one that I like in terms of her assembly of her hip and hind leg. She's out-horsed in terms of the dimension to the center portion of her body and the way she's built right there at her knee. If we could rock her back in that area and see her be a bit looser in terms of her center spine, then that one can get a bit more in the conversation there up top. Heifer that comes here next, long and level in terms of her top side design, one that certainly has enough foot size and feature and just true flexibility underneath. To me, she doesn't balance up quite as appropriately from the side profile. She pushes a little more chest. She wants to cut back up into her flank. She doesn't carry her shape quite as deep down into her center stifle and lower quarter. You put a female that's certainly sound off of both ends down the line just a shade in an awfully good class. Another one here that I like in terms of the turn to the upper portion of her rib for having a little added frame. I wish she was a bit softer in terms of her center body, a bit stouter in terms of her ankle to balance up just a shot more appropriately. Young man has a heifer here next that has that at a depth of body here from the side profile. In this particular pair, one to me, it needs to be leaned up in her composition. Wish we could see her longer and squarer from hooks to pins. The heifer that comes here next has a bit more true pin width and squareness from behind the cattle. Again, for having a little added length and frame, I wish she had a bit more true turn to the base of her rib and was a bit more comfortable in her step there off for both ends. The black and white heifer that closes out, moderate, easy fleshing to the point where it works to her disadvantage. Got a little more coarseness right there at the point of her shoulder, a little uncoordinated. Wish we could see everything come together a bit neater there off of both ends. Good set. I thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Taking first place in Class 10 is Tackett Leonard, Holder of Hale County. Second in the class to Keegan O'Leary, Parker County 4-H. Third place is Peyton Gilchrist, LaGrange FFA. Your fourth place honors went to Tyler Suckmeyer of Bland FFA. Fifth in the class to Brianna Gilchrist, Fayette County 4-H. Your sixth place award to Todd Kerr, Montgomery County. Seventh going to Gracie Garza, Royce City FFA, and eighth to Logan Bowman, Davenport FFA. We're ready to stage for our junior champion drive.
I think about any positive show cattle descriptive term you could use for one out here, it fits. That being said, if you don't get excited with this group of Maine heifers in here, I'm not sure you still have a pulse, so you better go to the hospital and check yourself. I think there's one in here that deserves a lot of love. I'm going to go show her some love and select a champion, and then we're going to pull the second in here, and we'll have more discussion and contention for reserve because I think it becomes close.
There's your grand champion Maine Anjou female of our 2025 Junior Heifer Show, shown by Kennedy Brogdon from Ellis County 4-H. Congratulations to you, Kennedy.
I think it definitely deserves further discussion out here amongst the rest of them because we pull that heifer out, and I still say to myself, wow, this is an impressive group of Maine heifers. And so the second place just kind of logicked up there for me in that really, really tough class because boy is she stout, boy is she powerful, and she's very, very good from her forerib back. As we get out here and get comparative, do I just love the shape to her head, and is she just a nickel lazy as she gets out and goes? That's where I have questions on that one, but boy, I would take a whole herd full of cows just like her. But ultimately, there's decisions to be made here. The heifer in second, out of the second division, on the standstill, holy moly, she gives you a nice look. She is so striking and attractive in her lines, ultra female and attractive in the way she assembles up front. As we set her into motion, is she as flawless in the way she handles her hawk as some of them we've seen? That's where my questions become. But that is a very, very high quality one. And I said in that division, does she take a picture? She certainly does. There's another one I think is a lot like the champion. And not that I want to keep type and kind in mind. I just think she's very good. And I fell in love with her in the calf division. Young lady here is going to be reserve.
And there's your reserve overall champion in our Junior Maine Anjou Show this year in San Antonio. Goes to Grace Tullis, Trinity County 4-H. Congratulations to all the youngsters that showed in our Maine Anjou Junior Heifer Show. That concludes the judging for now in Ring A. You Maine Anjou exhibitors, please get your bios filled out. Our champion and reserve, we need those exhibitor bios filled out as soon as possible and returned to us up here in the announcer's stand.
Well, again, a very good division here as we get to close here in our second division of key heifers. And I thought from start to finish, a great deal of quality. As I said there in that first division, and we see that again here, mirror that in our second, a lot of different types and kinds. And so you stand ringside, you decide which ones you like best. They handed me the microphone here this morning, and so I'm going to tell you what I think about these ones. But certainly they suit me in terms of their flexibility, their body, their look, and their design. The heifer that comes out of that first class, I like that one in terms of foot size, in terms of her proportionality. Her added bone work really highlights her overall look here from the side profile, and she's got a presence about her there through her front end. She's one, as I analyze her in comparison to those heifers that come behind her, maybe you'd like to see her tail head lay a bit neater in the backside of her hip. She could genuinely be just a bit more comfortable right there at her hock, but it still all comes together when she takes off and goes. A fun one to show and an awfully neat one to breed on. The Baldy that comes here out of this second spot is one that I like in terms of just her flexibility off of both ends, her fresh look here from the side profile and her clean lines, one that has some added length and extension here amongst this set of contemporaries. As I said there earlier, maybe she isn't just the most big-bodied and bold in terms of her heart and forward. Maybe she could be just a bit fuller right there in her flank, but a heifer I like in terms of her general design. I like her composition out here in terms of this particular lineup. The silver heifer that comes out of that third class, and maybe there wasn't one that just commanded your attention in that particular group. One this here that won this particular class, I liked in terms of her flexibility. One that had just a shot more body shape and look here from the side profile. Not as many of those extras in terms of her shoulder set or the way she's assembled from her heart back into her flank, but certainly a nice female to represent Class 3. Then we got into that fourth class, and I thought that was a very good pair. Back and forth, very different in terms of their type and kind, but certainly you like this one here at the front of the lineup for her dense body type, her moderate, easy-keeping look, her comfort and her stoutness there at the surface. Maybe you could see her a bit longer, more extended shoulders forward, her hook bones back, but from an individual standpoint, she's plenty good in that regard. I like this one from a three-quarter shot as good as any of them in the way she goes to the ground. The one that comes second directly behind her, I think certainly deserves being talked about. She's a bit longer, more extended in that pair. A female that I like in terms of the freshness to the base of her rib. I wish she had that same leanness right there in terms of her chest floor. I wish she was a bit higher tying and just naturally carried herself with a bit more presence from her shoulders forward, and she doesn't have that same set right there at her hock. Some minor criticisms on a female. I still think in terms of her basics is on point and has plenty of those extras. Guys, I thought it was good from start to finish in this division. There's two of them that I thought were close, and I'm going to keep them together here today. This Heifers out here out of this last class are going to be champion reserve. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, our champion coming out of Class 10, the winner there, Tackett Lane Holder of Hale County 4-H, taking the champion and the reserve honors. Also Class 10 second place winner, Keegan Charles O'Leary, the exhibitor from Parker County 4-H, taking our reserve in the senior division. Excuse me, a junior heifer. We're going to be moving to the senior division at the conclusion here of our champion drive. Congratulations to our winners. This will be last call for Class 13 in the Kianina show. Ready to move your class in. Keenan exhibitors in Class 14, you need to be in staging. Class 15, you need to be standing ready. Had a cell phone turned in from one of the ladies' restrooms, and believe it ran out of power. If you lost a cell phone that wound up in the ladies' restroom, discovered there, we are most happy to return it to you.
Really a good trio here in this class of key females, and the heifer that I used to win just has the most true comfort down low. And I don't mean to get repetitive, but I think it needs to be stated every time. Just one that has some good foot size and squareness, true comfort built into her lower skeleton and squareness underneath. She's bold and fresh in her body type, remains very collected in terms of her top line, has some natural, just proud head carriage about her. A female, maybe you could see her hook up a bit stronger from her shoulder back into her heart and forward, but outside of that one area, I think a very nice place to start here in an awfully good class. The heifer that comes in second, young lady's doing a great job getting this one shown. Neat about her shoulder, smoother from there back into her forerib, one that's fresh and honest in the turn to the base of her rib cage. I like her length and her levelness back out through her hip and her added extension from her shoulders forward. She's one I wish she went to the ground with just a bit more comfort. Right there at her hock, when she takes off and goes, I wouldn't say she's out of bounds, but by comparison, back to my class winner, could set down just a shot more comfortably. Again, good looking, extended from the side profile, honest in terms of her composition. The heifer that comes here in third, bold and massive, easy fleshing in terms of her kind. I think going to be a low input kind of a female when put back into production, and plenty stout from behind. To me, for all of her dimension up high, I wish she had that same feature there at the surface to balance up a bit neater. And as much as anything, she could be cleaned up in terms of her composition. Still a stout, easy keeping kind here in an awfully good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons, for the overview of our Class 13. Be final call, Class 14. Let's move them in. First place honors in Class 13 go to Kylie Cotton, Harrison County 4-H member. Taking second was Grace Norma Sullivan of Hill County 4-H. And your third place ribbon going to Briley Whitley of Callahan County 4-H. Class 14 females, 7 head in this class, females born during January and February of 2023. Class 15, you can move in, check into the staging area with your Chianina cattle. You exhibitors with ORB Class 1s, y'all need to be standing ready. We'll have a senior drive and a grand drive in the key show. And we'll be ready to take your cattle in to the staging.
Attention in the barn, we need the bow on our reserve champion shorthorn heifer. We've got all the bows out of ring, or the north ring, except for that one. We're going to need it for tonight for the British Supreme Drive. So, Lauren Gates, Willis FFA, we need your bow on your reserve champion shorthorn. I don't know if you've given it and it's in a different spot. I'll check on that. And if so, I'll tell you never mind.
Another good class here, and the heifer that I used to win, similar to what we've seen in a few other instances, to me just has the most true comfort in base width underneath. She's bold in the outward turn to her center body, collected in her top line, and has plenty of length and extension from her shoulders forward. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of her chest floor, and for having a little more condition on her, see her have a bit more true drop and turn to the base of her rib cage. But again, good up high in her basic build. I like that one skeletal quality at the surface here in this particular setting. The heifer that comes here in second is one that has a bit more turn to the base of her rib and fill back into her flank. She's fairly comfortable here off of both ends as you study her at the surface and collected in her top line. One, to me, I'd like to, again, tidy her up in her chest floor, see her a bit stouter in terms of her foot size and her ankle, see her a bit more coordinated in her movement when she takes off and goes. She doesn't have that same stoutness when you step right in behind her there in that top pair. Still like her size, still like her softness in her center body. The heifer that comes here in third, a bit more of the same. She's fairly comfortable out of her hip and hind leg, one that has plenty of turn to the center portion of her body, needs to be freshened up in her chest floor. Like to set her back and see her neater in terms of where her shoulder lays onto her body and see her a bit bolder right there in her heart and forerib. From there back, a heifer that does a lot of things right. The female that comes next, I think one you like in terms of just her shapeliness down the top side of her skeleton, her reach and her comfort there off of both ends, her added presence and up-headed look, shoulders forward, from her shoulder back into her forerib, and now she's built back into her flank. She wants to cut up a bit more in both those regards. I like to lengthen her from hooks to pins to see her balance up just a bit more appropriately here from the side profile, but good looking from her shoulders forward, sound at the surface. So black and white paint that comes here next, certainly broody in terms of her center body makeup. If you could freshen that one up and her look from her shoulders forward and see her just a bit more coordinated in her step there off her rear too, that's a powerful kind of a female that could work up a couple spots. Regardless, I respect that one's added dimension. The yellow heifer that comes here next is neater from her shoulder back into her forerib, one that's long and extended from her shoulders forward and fairly comfortable in terms of her angles there at the surface. She's been out-horsed in terms of body shape and dimension from behind the cattle, just a bit more fragile in terms of her makeup there at the surface. Female that closes has more true width and dimension when you get right in behind this final pair and feature as she goes to the surface. Like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends and see her just have a bit more of a feminine look here from the side profile. Good set of them. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzsimmons. And first place honors here in 14 going to Caleb Walker of the McGregor FFA chapter. Second going to Riley Kerr, Montgomery FFA. Your third place award earned by Zoe Parrish of Waller County 4-H. Fourth to Landry Sewell of Wills Point FFA. Your fifth place award earned by Anna Abshire's heifer of West Fork FFA. Sixth, Kaylee Cangris of Shepherd FFA. Seventh to McKenna Irwin, San Patricia County 4-H member. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Class 15. Final class here in our Kianina Heifer Show before we move to our Senior Division Champion Drive in the arena at this time. Got 7, 8, 9 head.
Well, again, a good class here to sort through, and the heifer that I used to win, it's no major secret as to what I'm trying to find out here. This heifer is big-footed. She's comfortable and attractive off of both ends. She has the most true body shape and dimension in this particular class. Still transitions neat from her shoulder into her center body, and then you study her here from the side profile. And I don't know that she's the cleanliness or most clean in terms of her look on the top side of her crest as anything we've seen today. But outside of that, she's high tying. She proportions right from there on back, plenty square and level back out through her hip, and highlights it all again when set in motion the way she's assembled there at the surface. A great place to start here in this particular class. A black and white heifer's one that initially, I guess, kind of drew me in terms of just her up-headed, added extension and look from her shoulders forward. She is tied here to the backside of her neck, one that's certainly long and level back out through her hip and fairly comfortable there at the surface. She's not quite as attractive in terms of her hock and the way that she sets there on the backside of it. Got a little bit more protrusion, one that is a bit flatter in terms of her heart and forerib. And I wish as much as anything was just a bit stronger and more collected in terms of her top line there in that top pair. Some good trade-offs back and forth. I think both those females high quality. Got a first of our pairs here in third, and one that I like in terms of her fresh composition. She's putting a lot into this heifer calf at side, and certainly along with that same flexibility that Mama has. I like this calf's true base build. I like her body shape. I like her dimension from behind, and both those females have a very striking look here from the side profile. The cow's probably putting a little more into that calf, and because of that doesn't have that same body shape down low, but certainly a good set there in that third place exhibit. The one that comes here in fourth has some added length and extension from the side profile, still goes to the ground attractive and stout in terms of her hind leg. I like to rock her back at her knee just a touch. I like to soften her up in terms of her center body ever so slightly, and I think then certainly you appreciate what she's doing. Has a nice little calf at side that has that same stout and attractive hip and hind leg. Got a one that comes here next that I like in terms of her presence and her proportionality, shoulders forward and her bold round turn in terms of her center body from there on back. She needs to be set back and angled to her shoulder and knee and square her up in terms of where her feet hit the surface up front. She wants to twist out just a touch and is just a bit more up and down in terms of her set right there at her hock, but good looking, round bodied and stout. The heifer that comes here next, a pair that I like, or excuse me, a single here that I like in terms of her moderate, easy keeping look, one that has just a bit more collection in her lines here from the side profile. She needs to be tidied up in terms of her chest floor and just a bit fuller back into her flanks here, a bit longer and leveler from hooks to pins to move her up higher in an awfully good class. Got a pair here next that I like in terms of her stout and attractive hip and hind leg, one that has plenty of extension from her shoulders forward. I'd like to soften her up in terms of her mid-rib and see her have a bit more size and scale. She's just a little quick in terms of her type and kind. I don't know that she's going to inject those same pounds as a few of those females that come in front of her, but certainly a nice little red bull calf at side you like in terms of his added density. Got one coming here next that certainly appreciate for her added turn up high. Wish she had that same dimension to the base of her rib, and I'd like to see her more refined in terms of her teats. Got a yellow heifer that closes this out. I think resembles this one that stands directly in front of her in terms of dimension up high and punch when you get right in behind the cattle. She's a little tighter in terms of her spine. I like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends. Good class there. I thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that overview of class number 15. Winning the class, Sarah Contreras from Cy-Fair FFA. Placing second, Briley Lynch, Waller FFA. Our third place female shown by Lindley Johnson, Swisher County 4-H. Placing fourth, Kennedy Davis, Gray County 4-H. Our fifth place female shown by Bailey Hornbach from Harris County 4-H. Placing sixth, Natalie Casillas, Mary Carroll, Corpus Christi FFA. Our seventh place heifer shown by Caden Bronder from Wilson County 4-H. Cole Elkman showed our eighth place female. Cole's from Childress County 4-H. And our ninth place heifer was shown by Jacqueline Finney from DeWitt County 4-H. We're now bringing in our first and second place winners out of classes 13, 14, and 15. From these six females, we'll select our champion and reserve in our senior division.
Last division of our keys here, and I think a good group of them here, both our first and our seconds. The heifer that comes out of that first class, I like her hip and hind leg as well as any of them. One that's fresh in terms of her composition, just gives you a quality look here from the side profile. Like to see her just a bit more conservative in terms of her base width up front, and I think along with that, hook in just a bit neater in her heart and forerib. But big picture, that one does a lot of things right. She's good looking, she's sound off of both ends, and certainly has a fresh, eye-appealing look from the profile. The one that comes out of class 2, as far as studying one down the top side of her skeleton, that one is dead level in terms of her top line and how she's built back out through her hip. She's comfortable and stout and attractive in terms of her hind leg as she goes to the ground to the base of her rib. I'd like to change her up just a touch, tidy her up in terms of her chest floor, see her have a bit more drop and turn to the base of her rib cage, but certainly that one you like in terms of the way she's assembled up high. Then we got a silver and white one that comes here next that I like in terms of just her giant sound running gear, her added turn to the base of her cage, one that's stout and powerful from behind. She maybe has a little more crest than ideal, and one that I'd like to see a bit, I guess, more out there looking in terms of her overall proportionality from the side profile, but certainly one that her basics are on point. I think in that particular class, she just had the most true mass and overall comfort there at the surface. Good set of them, start to finish. Go ahead and put your hands together. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
And your senior champion in our Kianina Heifer Show comes out of Class 13. That's shown by Kylie Cotton from Harrison County 4-H. Leading our second from that class to contend for our reserve senior champion honors. We'll double dip out of Class 13 and use our second place female as our reserve senior champion. That heifer is shown by Grace Sullivan from Hill County 4-H. Congratulations to both our division winners as well as all the youngsters who showed in our senior heifer classes. We'll now stage our overall champion drive in our Kianina show.
tell you, I don't know who has a stereo here right behind the stands, but they're playing some good tunes back there, and really gets a guy fired up for what we have out here in our keys. To me, I think this is a very good set of them from start to finish. Just a good group in terms of their basic function and flexibility. Then we got to add some extras there as we got into these latter parts of these divisions. Again, just a great deal of quality. We kicked it all off here with this calf division. I thought one, it gives you just such an impressive view here from the side profile, as high tying as any of them, neat in terms of her shoulder, open back, and really maternal in the shape to the base of her rib. I like that one's comfort and her flexibility off of both ends, and then as you step right in behind her, she's stout and dimensional, but still lays it smooth onto her body. I think a great place to start here in this particular group of keys, one that has a bright future and certainly in contention here today. Now we got into that second division. I thought it was awfully close. The one that comes here to the front of the lineup is one that I just preferred in terms of her density, her dimensional look, her stout and attractive hip and hind leg, one that I like in terms of her overall proportionality here from the side profile. Again, you want to get comparative. Maybe she's not quite as long and extended from her shoulders forward or from her hook bones back. From an individual standpoint, she has as much as, or I guess more than enough in my opinion. And again, I like her overall body shape. I like the way she's assembled there at the surface. That one that comes second directly behind her, I think can give you a good view. When he gets her all put together, and I thought both those young men were doing a great job getting them shown. She's as neat as any of them. When she takes off and goes, she wants to drop her head and get a little plainer in terms of her look, shoulders forward. She's not quite as neat in terms of the way she carries her top line, one that isn't naturally just quite as comfortable right there at her hock, but certainly a female. Again, he gets her all put together. It's awfully, awfully nice. Then we got this heifer that represents our last division. One, as I said there a minute ago, she's sound in terms of her basic flexibility, one that's fresh in terms of her composition, gives you a good look here from the side profile. Does that work around the front side of her? She's one I'd like to see a bit more conservative in terms of her base width and see her shoulder lay a bit neater onto her skeleton. So I think it's certainly an interesting set from start to finish. To me, it kind of logics out. There's one out here that hit me awfully hard, and then one that just has to go in for reserve that does a lot of things right. Young lady, you're going to be champion with our calf, and then we're going to use class 2 for reserve. Congratulations.
And our champion, Kianina female from the 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Grand champion goes to Riley Bevins from Johnson County 4-H. And our reserve comes out of our junior division. That's Tackett Holder from Hale County 4-H. Congratulations to our grand and reserve champion in our Kianina Junior Heifer Show, as well as all of the youngsters who showed Kianina heifers here today. Start into our ORB Heifer Show. We need classes 1 and 2. Classes 1 and 2, we need you to the south staging area at this time. ORB Heifers, classes 1 and 2, we need you to the south staging area at this time. Got class number 1 ORBs in the ring, so 2 should be in the staging area, 3 should be walking to the show arena. So class 1 ORBs in, need all class 2 in the staging area. Class 3, make your way on.
Good way to get us started off here in our ORBs, and never a question on where to begin. A heifer that is so dense and powerful in terms of her body type, still has the edge in terms of true skeletal correctness and flexibility off of both ends, genuine in terms of her base width, and gives you a great look here from the side profile. Maybe not just the most high tying heifer that we've seen throughout the day, but everything makes sense on this female, her feature, her overall dimension, her overall maternal look here from the side profile. The heifer that comes here in second is just a bit tidier in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward, the way she's assembled in her chest floor, and comes with that added projection of femininity from there on forward. She's plenty flexible there off of both ends. Can't quite keep up in terms of full rib shape or turn to the base of her cage. I don't know that she has that same set right there at her knee as the female that starts us off, but a female that gives you a lot of good pieces nonetheless. The gray heifer is one that I like an awful lot. From her shoulders back, she matches my class winner in terms of dimensional views about her center body, her squareness from behind, her comfort in terms of her rear tube. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder just a touch and clean her up in terms of her throat latch ever so slightly to make her a bit more in contention here in the top pair. Still, I like that one and respect her in terms of her body shape. The red and white paint's one that I think you appreciate for her smooth transition from her shoulder into her full rib, one that's attractive in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's a little shorter, more jammed up in terms of her look from her shoulders forward and her hook bones back. I think if you could just pick her up and extend her out, then you really appreciate that one in terms of her base build underneath and her body shape, the way she's assembled in the center portion of her rib. Black heifer that comes here next, I like in terms of her added elevation there through her front end, her extension from her shoulders forward, her round turn to the upper portion of her body. To me, she funnels a bit more to the base of her cage, specifically right there at her heart and forerib. I like to lengthen her out from hooks to pins just a touch, but certainly a female I like in terms of her fresh view from her shoulders forward. Heifer that comes here next, a bit more of the same, high tying, lean and extended in her look from her shoulders forward, long and level back out to her hip, and fairly comfortable out of her hip and hind leg. Like to set her back in her ankles up front, like to open her up and to turn to the base of her rib cage. Heifer that comes here next, I like in terms of her fresh feminine look, shoulders forward, her cleanly, neat lines down the top side of her skeleton and going to the ground with the right kind of security about her hock. Like to rock her back and angle to her knee, just see her have a bit more turn to the base of her rib to move her up in an awfully good class. Baldy heifer that closes, I think one you certainly appreciate for her collection of lines down her top line and back out to her hip. She gets out horsed in terms of body shape. Like to open her up in terms of her base width and see her a bit more confident in her step there off of both ends. Good class. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge, for that critique of our first class of ORB females. Winning the class is Cassidy Bozeman from Idalou FFA. Our second place female, exhibited by Corbin Palisoto from Madison County 4-H. Placing third, Easton Ritchie, Commerce FFA. Our fourth place heifer, showed by Hudson Bounds, Calhoun County 4-H. Placing fifth, Travis Barrett, Leon County 4-H. Our sixth place heifer, shown by Shiloh Cameron, Commerce FFA. Seventh, Madelay Ritchie, Commerce FFA. In our eighth place ORB female, shown by Justice Curry, Abernathy FFA. Got Class 2 in our ORB show in the ring now. Need to have Class 3 lined up in the staging area. Class 4, start making your way down. 2 in the arena, 3 should be staged, and 4, start making your way down to the south staging area.
Well, it keeps coming, and a good class here. A top pair that I like an awful lot. The Baldy female that kicks us off, one that is so powerful and dimensional in terms of her mid-rib and square when she sees that one go away. A female to me, I don't know that I'd deem her perfect in terms of her hock set, but she still reaches adequately out of her hip and hind leg, and I actually prefer her in terms of her build there from her shoulder down into her knee, and as she goes to the ground, one that gives you such a cowy view here from the side profile. You could maybe pick her up and strengthen her right there to the backside of her shoulder ever so slightly, but everything makes sense on that female. She's awfully maternal in terms of her overall build. The heifer that comes here in second is just a bit more picked up in terms of her look from her shoulders forward, a bit tidier in her chest floor, and projects with just a bit more freshness from there on forward. One that's collected in terms of her top line and has plenty of turn to the base of her rim. I'd like to set this one back and angle to her shoulder and knee just a touch. I'd like to open her up in terms of her heart and forerib ever so slightly. Again, some minor criticisms on a female. Does a lot of things right and adds to a very good top pair. The Baldy white-legged one that comes here next, again, soft-bodied, has enough reach and athleticism there off of both ends. I'd like to pick her up in terms of her construction from a balance standpoint. She's a little lower in terms of her shoulder set. She wants to shorten and round off from hooks to pins. I think if you could pick her up in those areas, then you really appreciate that one. Center body dimension and her reach and range of motion. The red Baldy that comes here next has more just true raw power in terms of body shape and dimension than either heifers on either side of her. One, to me, I just wish had a bit more smoothness in terms of her shoulder, the way it lays onto her body. I wish she was a bit more ladylike in terms of her build here from the side profile and went to the ground with a bit more flexibility off her rear too. Still like her stoutness nonetheless. The heifer that comes here next has that easy keeping look to the base of her rib cage. She's fairly comfortable in terms of her angles here off of both ends. I like to open that one up in terms of her body shape. I like to see a bit more true, genuine dimension when I step around and behind that heifer, but she can give you a good look from the side profile. Heifer that closes, certainly one I appreciate for some added turn to the upper portion of her rib here in this final pair. Just got to see a bit more turn to the base of her body. Like to see her more secure in that set to her hind leg. Good class there. I thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge, for that critique of our second class in our ORB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Joseph Ellis from Hill County 4-H. Second place, female, exhibited by Aubrey Schuler from Palmer County 4-H. Placing third, Samantha Schwarzbach, College Park FFA. Our fourth place female, exhibited by Timothy Bloom, Williamson County 4-H. Fifth goes to Case Travis, Thorndale FFA. Sixth place, heifer, exhibited by Emily Dunn from Alvord FFA. Leading in class number 3 in our ORB show, so class 4 should be in the staging area. Conclusion of class 4, we'll pick our heifer division winners, so class number 7, be getting it on your mind. ORB heifers, class 7, you need to be ready.
Well, it just keeps coming here in our ORBs, and I think some good debate here in the top pair. The heifer that I used to win, certainly one that I like in terms of her added flexibility and the way she's assembled, specifically right there at her knee. A heifer that's got just a bit more of that fresh kind of show ring look from her shoulders forward. I like this one in terms of her hip and hind leg and the way that she goes to the ground. She's not quite as opened up in her heart and forerib and not quite as bold right there in her flank as the heifer that goes directly behind her. I think she's got more than enough in that particular area. Again, I like her in terms of her attractive skeleton down low and her look and freshness here from the side profile. The red baldy's one that I really respect in terms of her overall body shape, her broody, cowy look here from the side profile. And again, whenever you get in from a three-quarter shot, that one's outward curvature to her center body, and the way she's assembled back out through her hips, still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. She's not near as attractive in the set to her hock or how she goes to the ground right there at her ankle as the heifer that goes directly in front of her. I'd like to tidy her up there on the top side of her crest ever so slightly, but a powerful kind of a female that I think has some generating pieces. The blue heifer that comes here next from her shoulders back is one that I think you can get fired up about. Round-bodied, has plenty of turn and fill back into her rear rib and flank. Stout in terms of her pin set and attractive in terms of her hind leg. Up front is where I'd like to change her up just a shot. Rock her back in her shoulder and her knee. Pick her up in terms of her extension. Have a bit more of that presence there to the top side of her neck and into the back side of her pole. Still one that I like and respect in terms of her body shape and her assembly of her hip and hind leg. Black heifer that comes here next, certainly sound enough off of both ends. Just got to open her up in terms of dimension. Like to stouten her up in terms of her feature there at the surface and see her a shot more attractive in terms of her hind leg set. The roan that closes is one that certainly appreciate for her collection of lines down her top line, her strength in that particular area, and she's still fairly sound in her angles. Just like to stouten her up in terms of her feature. Like to open her up in terms of her body shape and see her balance up a bit differently there from chest to flank. Good set of them there. Thought an awfully nice top pair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for that overview of our third class in our ORB Heifer Show. Winning Class 1, Tegan Hurst from Bland FFA. Our second place shown in Class number 3 by Hadley Wagner, Mineral Wells FFA. Third place goes to Caden Ard, Onalaska FFA. Our fourth place heifer shown by Emily Blackman, Polk County 4-H. And fifth, shown by Callie Whippo, College Park FFA. Now leading in our Class 4 in our ORB Heifer Show. Conclusion of Class 4 will transition into our Heifer Division classes.
I think a good class here and some interesting conversation here in the top end of this class. A heifer that I used to win, if I could change her, it'd be mostly from an aesthetic standpoint. Right there, if we could see her a bit, I guess, more attractive in her hock. She's a little sharp in that area, got a little extra set there. Wish we could see her tail head lay a bit neater in the backside of her hip, but her basics are on point. Her reach and her range of motion, her freshness in her chest forward, the way she then projects back into her center body. She's loose in terms of her center spine, still has plenty of look and eye appeal from her shoulders forward. Again, she's comfortable off of both ends. She's bold and honest in terms of her body type. I think going to make an awfully nice female for that young lady, both throughout the remainder of her show career as well as in production. 2 and 3 are a bit more alike in their type and kind than they are different. The heifer that stands here in second, I like in terms of just her overwhelming body mass in this particular group of contemporaries. One that's still fairly comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends. Wish we could see her tidier in terms of her shoulder and the way it lays onto her body. Wish we could lean her up in terms of her composition. I think that'll allow her to remain a bit more coordinated in terms of her movement there out of her hip and hind leg, but certainly one that I like in terms of her added dimension here in this class. The one that comes here in third, a bit more up-headed and neater looking here from the side profile. She is fresher in terms of her composition. When she takes off and goes, I just like to rock her back and her angles there off of both ends. She's assembled a bit more vertical in terms of her hock specifically, and I'd like to see her a bit longer from hooks to pins, but certainly bold-bodied, dimensional from a three-quarter shot, and has that same powerful view when you get right in behind the cattle. The short horn appearing heifer that comes here next has as much true feature at the surface as any of them. She's massive-bodied and square from behind. It's from that same rear view where I'd like to clean her up in terms of her hock joint. I step back off her, and I'd like to see her just a bit more ladylike in her proportions from her shoulder and how she feeds back into her flank. See her a bit neater right there in the top side of her neck. Still stout, still powerful. I think that one has a place. The red heifer that closes is a bit cleaner in terms of her composition. I think certainly one that you like in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. I like to see her longer and leveler from hooks to pins. I like to see her go to the ground with a bit more security in her step. Good set of them there. I thought an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations.
Results in Class 4 of our ORB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Lila Seymour from El Campo FFA. Second place shown by Kendra Mathis from West FFA. Third goes to Gracie DeFore, Godly FFA. Our fourth place female shown by Kinley Akins, Fruitvale FFA. And fifth shown by Lacey Lindgren, Rockdale FFA. Now bringing in our first and second place winners out of classes 1 through 4. From these 8 females, Mr. Fitzsimmons, our judge, will select our division champions in our calf from our calf classes. Class 7, we need you in the staging area. Class 7, ORB heifers, we need you in the staging area. Class 8, be making your way down. Classes 7 and 8, you're up. ORB heifers.
We get back out here for our drive here in our first division of these ORBs, and certainly they were good. From start to finish, similar to our keys, I think a lot of different shapes and sizes and colors. You got to decide where you want to be in terms of your priorities, but from there, I thought we found a set of cattle that were good looking and fresh in terms of their composition, sound in terms of their base build, and certainly have the right kind of body shape. I'm not going to go back and talk each and every one of these. I think I hit my word count a while ago, and when I know we're inching closer to our final drive here, but I thought that there was one out here that had an exceptionally good look. She's attractive in terms of her lower skeleton and still gives you a fresh, honest view here from the side profile, and then there's one that follows closely up behind her that's so dense and powerful in terms of her overall look. I like this one in terms of her body shape and true comfort there at the surface. Young man here out of this third class is going to be your champion. We're going to follow right up with class 1 for reserve. Congratulations.
Heifer calf champion comes to us out of class number 1, shown by Tegan Hurst from Bland FFA. Yeah. And our reserve champion comes to us out of class number 1, shown by Cassidy Bozeman from Idalou FFA. Congratulations to our division winners, as well as all those youngsters who showed in our heifer calf division classes. Lead in class number 7 into the South judging arena. Class 8, you need to be lining up. Class 9, get it on your mind. For what? Class 7, last call. We're burning daylight. Getting toward the end. Class 7, if you're not here, you're going to miss the show. Class 7, final call.
Class 8, ORB exhibitors, staging. First call, Class 8 to staging, ORBs.
Another good class here, and I think we logic a pair of females to the top that just have more assembly of quality in terms of their lower joint work. They're smoother in terms of their angles, have some added body. The heifer that I have here at the front of the lineup has a bit more true turn and outward curvature to her midrib, has a bit more natural thickness when I step right in behind these cattle. Again, one that's comfortable in terms of her lower angles, fresh in terms of her composition. This gives you a very high quality look here from this side profile. You maybe tidy her up in terms of her chest forward just a touch and see her come with a bit more elevation there out of her front end. I think that's where you like this red heifer in second. She is neat looking, shoulders forward, tidy in her chest floor. Again, projects with that added just presence there through her front end. She's comfortable in her angles off of both ends, and I think has enough outward turn to her center body. I think that's where you'd like to change her. See her bolder in that regard. See her have a bit more punch when you step right in behind the cattle where she flattens a bit more, but she's sound. She's good looking. She's got body. I think a nice one standing there in second. One that's kind of from a different mold standing here in third. She is so stout in her upper pin set. Got a giant set of feet and legs underneath of her, massive in terms of her midrib. She's a little quicker in terms of her kind as you study her right there at her cannon. She's a little cresty to the top side of her neck. I'd like to lengthen her out from hooks to pins and see her a bit cleaner in terms of her joint work, but really got to respect that one's breeding value that she brings this particular set. Young lady's doing a great job getting this one shown. The heifer's fighting her just a bit, but she's having a great time and doing a great job sticking with it. I like this one's flexibility here off of both ends. I like this one's natural thickness and her smoothness in terms of her shoulder. She doesn't have as many of those extras here from the side profile. Like to see her have a bit more true balance from her shoulders forward, but a nice one standing there in fourth. The red roan that comes here next, certainly long and extended from the side profile, stout in the turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. I like to soften her up in terms of her midrib and see her just a bit more relaxed in her angles here off of both ends, where she's just a shot more restricted in her overall movement. The blue heifer that comes next, moderate, easy keeping her type and kind, to the point where it works to her disadvantage just a bit. I'd like to freshen her up in terms of her composition, throat latch, and chest floor. I'd like to see her longer and more comfortable in her stride there off her rear two. The black heifer does have a bit more true comfort built into her lower skeleton and enough depth here from the side profile. She's one that I'd like to see set back and angled to her knee and just opened up throughout. She's a little flatter in her general makeup. I'd like to see that one have a bit more true base width. The white heifer's stout as any of them in terms of her upper pin set and turn to the upper portion of her rib cage. To me, she needs to be softened up in her midrib, a bit more comfortable right there at her hock, and have that added ladylike presence from her shoulders forward. The white heifer that closes has more length and extension shoulders forward and is fresher in terms of her composition. Just a little harsh out here today. I'd like to rock her back and angle to her shoulder and knee. Good class there. Thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge, for that critique in Class 7 or ORB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Addison Maloney from Grapevine FFA. Second, shown by Rylan Blackwell, Ward County 4-H. Our third place female, exhibited by Callie Coaster from Grapevine FFA. Fourth place, Kiana Seifert from Walker County 4-H. Fifth, Celeste Mendez, Clayburgh County 4-H. Sixth place, Humberto Martinez, Hebronville FFA. Seventh, Sophie Kutoch from East Bernard FFA. Eighth, David Lopez, Raymondville FFA. And ninth place, exhibited by Cassie Eastland, West Fork FFA. Leading in Class 8, so Class 9, we need you in the south staging area. Class 10, start making your way down.
Fun class to evaluate here, and as you kind of get rolling through it, it really just logics out, and there is no question on where to start. A heifer here at the front of the lineup that wins and does so in a very decisive fashion. High tying, neat looking, big bodied, bold in terms of her general makeup, comfortable off of both ends, has the advantage in terms of both attractiveness and looseness in terms of her skeleton, on point in terms of her composition. Great place to start. Looking forward to evaluating that one further on as we get her back out for her division. The white heifer that comes here in second, the next one that most closely resembles my class winner in terms of her foot size and shape, the way that she goes there off of both ends, her reach and her range of motion and looseness in terms of her center spine. She's fresh in terms of her composition. Like to see her picked up a bit more and have a bit more extension, shoulders forward, soften her up in terms of her center body to make that a bit more of a debate up top. Still like that one in terms of her general running gear. The one that comes here in third is so massive and dimensional in terms of her center body, stout in terms of her hip and hind leg as she goes to the ground. Still on target in terms of her composition. She's a little front heavy in terms of her shoulder set and where her chest floor naturally sits in her relative to cutting back up to her flank, and she doesn't have that same feminine look from her shoulders forward to the top side of her crest, or flexibility right there to her knee. Change her right there on the front side of her skeleton. I think then you really like that one for added dimension. The remaining black heifer that comes here in fourth, the one that I like in terms of her body shape, her stoutness and her upper pin set, one that's fairly comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg. Like to see her shoulder sit neater on the outward portion of her body. Like to set her back in the angle to her shoulder and knee. Like to see that one just a bit smoother throughout. The roan is one that has some interesting pieces. She's moderate. She's easy keeping. Got giant set of feet and legs, and certainly for raising shorthorn mark show steers, I think that one has some usefulness. To me, she's a little more outward in terms of the point of her shoulder and where she wants to hit the ground up front. Like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends. See her tail head sit a bit neater in the backside of her hip. Got kind of a Simmental marked one that comes here next. Just needs to be intensified in terms of her foot, but she's sound. She has body. She's smooth in terms of her overall makeup. Just need a few of those extras to move her up higher in this class. Kind of brown tinge heifer that comes here next can give you a great look in terms of freshness, added extension, and elegance here from the side profile. She takes off and goes, and I'd like to reconstruct her in terms of her hind leg and see her just a bit more secure right there at her hock. She too could be softened up just ever so slightly in terms of her body. Young lady doing a great job getting this gray heifer shown. She's moderate. She has the right kind of outward curvature in terms of her midrib, one that reads on target in terms of her composition. She's assembled just a shot more vertical in terms of her hock. I'd like to tidy her up in terms of where it all puts together there on the back side of her hip and into her pones. The heifer that comes here next, moderate, easy keeping, certainly has enough flexibility right there at her hock. Like to see her mirror that flexibility in terms of her knee and where her shoulder lays onto her body. See her come with a bit more look and eye appeal on the profile. The gray heifer has a neat look here in terms of her overall view on the profile. Just like to rock her back and her angles off of both ends. See her a bit more maternal in terms of her shape right there through her center body. Blue heifer's one that has that added depth. Just like to see her go with a bit more true comfort off of both ends and loosen her up in terms of her center spine to move up higher. The dark gray heifer has some added size and scale and depth in terms of her midrib. Like to see her have a bit more look and eye appeal from her shoulders forward and length from her hook bones back. The black and white one has that added look, has that added extension. Like to soften her up in terms of her center body to move her up higher here today. The kind of more Brahmin appealing one that closes us out, sound off of both ends, has some added weight per day of age for her added frame. Just like to soften her up in terms of her center body to see her balance up a bit more appropriately. Good class, start to finish. Really like that class winner. Congratulations.
Results of Class 8 in our ORB Heifer Show. Winning the class is Kinley Murphy from Parker County 4-H. Second goes to Sean Lifesty, Milam County 4-H. Our third place, shown by Kennedy Ramage, Farewell FFA. Fourth place goes to Robert Searles, Frio County 4-H. Our fifth place winner, Marcel Avila, Hebronville FFA. Sixth, shown by Coy Stockinger, Klein Kane FFA. Seventh, shown by Brianna Scarrow, Harris County 4-H. Eighth, Clara Farrell, I hope I got that right, Washington County 4-H. Ninth, Christian Orozco, Raymondville FFA. And 10th, shown by Cameron Crawford, Nueces County 4-H. We're now evaluating Class 9. So class 10, we need you in the staging area. Only a single entry in class 10, and then we'll go into our junior division. So class 13 ORB Heifers, we need you to the south staging area. Class 13 ORB Heifers.
Attention in the barn. We've got an announcement. I'd like to make our exhibitors aware that there is a rule that no animal may leave the barn after 10 p.m. and that will be adhered to. So if you're planning to leave here in the next couple of hours, please do so. If not, you'll have to wait till 7 a.m. on Saturday morning to load out and leave. Thank you.
Good set here. I don't know that there's one that's quite as, I guess, clear-cut of a winner, but certainly we get there here with this heifer at the front of the line. I like this one's look and her presence from her shoulders forward. That one's boxy and bold in terms of her general makeup. Still plenty comfortable in terms of her angles off of both ends. Maybe hit you as a little quick in terms of her type and kind, but certainly one you appreciate for her stoutness, her reach, her athleticism, and still freshness in this particular setting. The heifer that comes here in second is one that I like in terms of her hip and hind leg, and as she goes to the ground, a bit smoother in terms of her general makeup. She's not quite as neat in terms of her presence from her shoulders forward or where her chest floor sits in her. I think one, as you step right in behind her, just kind of gets swallowed up in terms of overall dimension, but certainly like that one's smooth demeanor. I like that one in terms of her hip and hind leg construction. The Baldy's one that's massive and dimensional in terms of her midrib, much like my class winner. I like her stoutness in terms of her upper pin set when I get right in behind these cattle. She needs to be rocked back and angled to her shoulder and knee and just freshened up in terms of her composition. She doesn't carry that same ladylike look from her shoulders forward as the two cattle go directly in front of her. I like her certainly in terms of her body shape and her overall dimension from behind. The silver heifer that closes us out is lean and fresh in terms of her composition. She's fairly collected in terms of her top line. Just like to see her more secure in terms of her step off those rear two. Like to soften her up in terms of her midrib. Good class. Thought an awfully nice top pair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, for that overview of class number 9. Winning the class, Kaylin Acker from Nazareth FFA. Second in that class goes to Tanner Bialis, Fulshire FFA. Third, shown by David Scott, Crosbyton FFA. And our fourth place exhibitor, Michaela Schronk, Harris County 4-H. Single entry in class number 10. So you class in second place exhibitors in 7, 8, and 9. And our 1st and 10 will bring you back in and select our division champions.
Single entry heifer here in this particular class. I like this one's length and her extension. I like this one's comfort there at the surface, her freshness in terms of her composition. Maybe one you'd even like to see a little more on.